What if becoming something else was the only way to truly discover who you are? Welcome, Grimoire Guardians, to the grand finale of an unforgettable journey. This is Grimoire Audiobooks, and today we're concluding a fanfiction masterpiece that has redefined the world of magical storytelling. You're listening to the Accidental Animagus, Part 11, Chapters 101 to 112, by White Squirrel, the final part of a saga that has enchanted listeners around the globe. Disclaimer: all characters, spells, and settings belong to J.K. Rowling and the wizarding world. This is a non-commercial fan adaptation created out of love for the story and its fans. The Accidental Animagus began as a simple idea, a Harry Potter reimagining where serious takes in a young Harry far earlier than canon. But White Squirrel turned that premise into an epic, richly layered odyssey spanning over 100 chapters. With deep character development, magical creatures, political intrigue, and powerful themes of identity and family, this fanfic grew into one of the most acclaimed and beloved long-form stories in the fandom. With HBO's Harry Potter series reboot on the horizon, stories like The Accidental Animagus offer a glimpse into the alternate paths fans have dreamed of for years, paths where characters are shaped by love, not just fate, intricate world-building, and capturing the emotional core of characters. Their work has set a high bar for fanfiction, influencing many writers and captivating readers who return to this story time and time again. If you've journeyed with us from the beginning, thank you. And if you're just joining us now, you're in for one last magical ride. Now, take a deep breath, and let's step into the final chapters of The Accidental Animagus. Chapter 101 begins now. Chapter 101. I do not think Karkaroff is involved in any plot to restore the Dark Lord. Snape told Dumbledore and Moody in the wee hours after the ball ended. He has also noticed his mark growing darker, and he is terrified of the prospect. He intends to flee if the Dark Lord does return. You are certain of this, Severus? Dumbledore asked. I'm hardly infallible, Albus, especially with wandless legilimency. But there is no reason for Karkaroff to be involved. He has nothing to gain and everything to lose from the Dark Lord's return. We knew this already. I doubt that even aiding his return would make up for breaking the mask of secrecy and selling out his fellow Death Eaters. I'm more concerned with these rumors that some of the inner circle have already been approached to reform the group. Yes, that is clear enough, Dumbledore admitted. Unfortunately, the only other serious suspects here remain David Monroe and Ludo Bagman. Did you learn any more about your conversation tonight? Snape asked. A little. Bagman may be acting strange, but his behavior seems to be related to his unfortunate gambling habits. Monroe did seem unusually interested in Harry's performance in the tournament, but this is David Monroe we are talking about. He no more supports Voldemort than I do. He could be impersonated, Moody pointed out. The wards registered him as David Monroe, a Laster. It would be more plausible if he was simply concerned for Harry's well-being as the youngest champion. Or Imperiist, maybe? Always a possibility. Yes. I will continue my study of the relevant memories in the new year. And someone ought to tell the boy about this. Moody added. He needs to know what the enemies is up to. It would mean little to him that he does not already know. Harry already knows that Voldemort is implementing a plan to return thanks to the recent prophecy. Amazing as it may seem, I agree with Moody on this. Albus, Snape said dryly, prompting Moody to give him a suspicious look. Too many of your mistakes have come from not keeping Potter apprised of the situation. Dumbledore had to admit he had a point. He hoped that, at his age, he could admit his own failings. That was indeed a mistake he had made a few too many times for his liking. And he also had to keep in mind that young Harry and his family had explicitly rejected any attempt to shield them from the trouble. Of course, I will keep that in mind, Severus, he said. Harry and Hermione were still in a good mood on Christmas Day. They had had their usual family Christmas morning celebration with Grandma and Grandpa Granger and Sirius and Remus, where they regaled them with tales of the Yule Ball and showed off photos. On the evening of Christmas Day, everyone except Grandma and Grandpa, who weren't officially supposed to know about magic, went on to their last Christmas tradition, the premiere of the Diagon Theater's Christmas play. It was one of the biggest social events of the year and was definitely the biggest event of magical Britain's small entertainment industry, with the possible exception of the national Quidditch finals. But this year, for the first time, the Grangers had been too distracted to really know anything about this year's play. It seemed that the theater had been bitten by the same Tetrawizzard tournament bug that was gripping the rest of the nation, for they had written a new original play, La Tragédie du Tournoi D&I. The title, it turned out, was anachronistic. The revolutionary calendar wasn't in widespread use until year 2, but the theme of the play was clear. 3 years after the storming of the Bastille, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic was set to host the Triwizard Tournament. Despite uncertainties about the stability of the new legislative assembly running the country, the plans went forward, and the preparations were put in place. Then, 3 weeks before the start of the school year, as the play's introduction revealed, an earthquake, the king was overthrown, and the monarchy suspended. Even though a century had passed since the Statute of Secrecy, the magical world was not immune to the chaos. Most pure-blood wizards were royalists on general principle, while the frustrated Muggle-borns favored the revolutionaries. The school year still began in a civil manner, but the debate in the halls was heated. 3 weeks after the term started, the new constitution officially abolished the monarchy. The play anachronistically depicted a group of revolutionary wizards port-keying into Baton-Vert and announcing the beginning of the French Republic and the beginning of the New Year I. The majority of wizards objected to this, but things were rapidly growing dangerous. Muggle royalists and clergy were being executed, and the revolutionary wizards, Harry thought they looked rather thuggish, were threatening anyone who didn't fall into line. The Hogwarts and Durmstrang contingents were understandably nervous when they arrived, and they certainly had their disagreements with the French wizards. The Brits and Germans, for most of Durmstrang was German, were both more royalist than the French, who were turning more and more Republican out of political necessity. Unfortunately, this put them at odds with the 2 judges sent by the now solidly revolutionary French ministry. But despite the conflict, the Triwizard Tournament was a centuries-old and highly respected tradition, and nothing short of complete catastrophe could change that. The champions were selected and the tournament begun. The trouble started at once. The Beauxbatons champion, Pepin Darnay, was a royalist who, despite the backing of his teachers, found himself on the wrong side politically with two of the judges, and embraced by the Hogwarts and Durmstrang heads in a bizarre case of strange bedfellows. The Hogwarts and Durmstrang champions were no fans of the French monarchy, but they were a lot more worried by the blood being spilt by the Revolution and its opposition to the old ways of the wizarding world. The Grangers thought the anachronism was showing through again, since the worst of the violence in both the magical and muggle worlds was associated with the terror 2 years later. The revolutionaries were angry that one of their own was not selected. The two judges from the French ministry wanted a new selection, but the decision of the Goblet of Fire was final. However, they eventually decided to call for a volunteer from among the revolutionary students to compete against the others without the sanction of the goblet. "Thank God Karkaroff didn't think of that," Harry whispered to Hermione. They wanted their own champion, and they found her, a half-blood named Judith Defarge, who's Muggle-born. Mother had been persecuted by the ruling purebloods. Obviously, the writer had read A Tale of Two Cities. The visiting schools strongly protested, but they were bound by the Goblet's contract and couldn't back out now. In contrast to the usual international competition, the tournament soon became a competition between the three official champions and the revolutionary upstart, Defarge. Tensions rose as the school divided itself along these lines, and infighting amongst the judges and the student bodies became commonplace. All of the champions received minor injuries from hexes as the first task approached. The first task had the 4 champions each battling a dragon, and the magical special effects were so convincing that they drew screams from the audience. At least, the Grangers hoped they were special effects. It was a great action scene, although in terms of plot, aside from the factions in the school cheering when the champions they disliked were badly injured, it didn't change very much. The first act ended with the Yule Ball, but this did not go as well as the one at Hogwarts had. The ball was an old tradition, and thus it was an occasion for the rich purebloods to show off their ostentatious wealth and fancy clothes. The resentful revolutionaries, egged on by the judges from Paris, kept trying to disrupt the event until the whole thing dissolved into shouting and hexing and had to be ended early. The angered headmaster of Beauxbatons separated the two groups and threw the unruly visitors out of the castle, but the first act ended with an ominous pronouncement from the French head of international cooperation that enemies of the revolution would soon get what was coming to them. The curtain rose on the second act in January with the announcement that the king had been guillotined, and so had the old royalist minister for magic. The mood in the castle became somber as the royalists saw that the revolutionaries had real power to kill those of whom they disapproved. When the news was announced, Judith Defarge lorded it over the cowed purebloods of the school and effectively ruled the roost so that even the visiting students were afraid of her. However, Pepin Darnay worked up the courage to confront her shortly before the second task, shouting her down and telling her that no matter how much she hated the Muggle King and his pure-blood wizard cronies, killing them all wasn't the answer. But the witch didn't listen and immediately began plotting her revenge. The second task was a highly dubious one in which each of the champions was required to rescue a hostage, a cherished friend or family member, from the bottom of a nearby lake. But Judith tried to sabotage Pepin and prevent him from rescuing his younger sister from the lake. This led to another impressive feat of magical special effects, as the actors staged a vicious underwater duel. Judith won it by fighting dirty, using the hostages as human shields and successfully incapacitating Pepin while absconding with her own hostage. It was never clear whether the hostages were in real danger, but in the end, they came out of it unharmed when the Hogwarts and Durmstrang champions teamed up to rescue the other 3 hostages and Pepin together. When he woke up on the shore, Pepin violently attacked Judith and accused her of trying to kill his sister, an innocent child, out of spite. They had to be pulled apart, and the judges' blatantly biased scoring of the task nearly caused them to draw wands themselves. Ultimately, they compromised and declared the champions to be in a 4-way tie. Samuel Everard, the headmaster of Hogwarts, declared that it was a mark of a true compromise that nobody liked it. After the second task, the British and German contingents came together and expressed their disapproval of the whole tournament continuing at all at this point. By the third task, Beauxbatons was in chaos. Duels were breaking out in the halls, and students and teachers alike had been arrested for disloyalty to the Republic. But even so, the headmaster had managed to maintain control. The 2 revolutionaries from Paris had tried to arrest Pepin Darnay himself and prevent him from completing the tournament, but the headmaster had stopped them. In retaliation, they hatched a scheme with Judith Defarge to make her the winner and bring down what they saw as the royalist bastion of Beauxbatons once and for all. The third task was a large hedge maze that the champions were to navigate and capture a cockatrice that was roaming through it. Contrary to Muggle accounts, the gaze of a cockatrice would not kill, but it would stun its victims unconscious. Since the victim was typically eaten afterwards, it was hard for Muggles to tell the difference. Also, unlike the basilisk and the Muggle accounts again, its reflection held no danger at all, hence the maze. But Judith was secretly given a potion made from mandrakes and weasel eyes that conferred temporary immunity to the cockatrice's gaze, as well as a dark artifact made from a weasel skull that would help her locate the beast, the weasel being the cockatrice's natural enemy. She was to capture the cockatrice, but not blindfold it, as she was supposed to, and then set it loose to incapacitate and eat the headmaster and anyone else who stood in their way. The plan almost worked. Judith captured the cockatrice quickly and led at the exit of the maze. It was only because the other 3 champions were on guard after the second task that the revolutionaries were foiled. The 3 official champions had arranged a system of signals in case there was any trouble. The Durmstrang champion saw what Judith was doing and alerted the others. Unfortunately, when they converged on the exit, they spooked the cockatrice, and it broke free of the hobble on its feet and went on a rampage. Half the crowd was knocked out instantly, including all 3 school heads. The rest, those who happened to be looking away, and a handful of revolutionaries who were expecting it, were overwhelmed before they knew what hit them. 3 of the champions gave chase, while Judith stood back and watched the chaos that was unfolding. The cockatrice tried to eat the judges, but the champions forced it back before it could reach them, and Pepin shouted out for everyone to join them and help fight. Many tried to scatter, but as the cockatrice stomped through the stands, they soon had no choice. Even Judith's pride rapidly turned to horror as she saw her fellow students being trampled, royalists and revolutionaries alike. "You see what you've caused," Pepin shouted at her as the defenders fell. "It's just going to kill everybody. You have to stop it." At that, Judith Defarge finally saw the error of her ways. She was an excellent duelist, but, more importantly, since she had taken the potion, she was the only one who could fight the beast head-on. In one final spectacle of magical special effects, the cockatrice stomped straight downstage, as if it were about to attack the audience, when Judith stepped in front of it. It one swift, brutal battle. The cockatrice fell down dead, but Judith was mortally wounded in the process. She died in Pepin's arms. Being a tragedy, the play ended on an ambiguous note. The students had achieved the catharsis of overcoming their disagreements to come together against a common enemy, but at the same time, all of the judges and many of the students had been badly injured. And worse, the Beauxbatons headmaster was so badly wounded that he would have to retire. His last act was to join with the other heads in ending the Triwizard Tournament in perpetuity. With him gone next year, the school would be left more vulnerable to the revolutionaries as the war got worse in the rest of the country. The students likely would be under their heel by autumn. Even so, the students agreed to try to be more civil in their disputes and face it together. The play was a big hit. The audience loved it, and the Grangers thought it was well written. It managed to avoid the biggest pitfalls of portraying France in an overly negative light and of unfairly emphasizing the partially Muggle-born roots of the revolutionaries. The revolutionaries were disproportionately Muggle-born, but Muggle-borns by themselves weren't nearly enough to sustain them. After the play, the Grangers milled around the reception, meeting friends, acquaintances, and political allies while Harry kept trying to give Rita Skeeter the slip. Seriously, the woman always seemed to be scuttling around right behind him. Hermione quickly separated from her family when she found Neville. Neville's grin gave her a thoughtful, appraising look, but she let the two go off on their own without saying anything. "So, how did you like the play, Neville?" Hermione asked as they strolled around the room. "It was amazing," he said. "I felt like I was really there when that cockatrice charged the stage. Yeah, they really pulled out the stops with the magical effects. I thought it was fascinating how they showed the interplay between the magical and Muggle worlds even after the Statute of Secrecy. Really makes you think about how we're not that separate from Muggles after all. Well, you know that. Yes, but it's nice to see it." They kept walking in silence for a minute, moving towards the far corner of the hall. "I hope the rest of the tournament doesn't go like that, though," Neville said. "Yeah, me too." She shivered. "At least there's no danger of a Muggle revolution anytime soon." She tried to smile, and Neville tried to return it. His smile widened a little as he switched topics. "So I went to visit my parents today. They're both talking now." "They are." Their memory still isn't too good, but that speech pathologist person, she's really helped them. I mean, Dad still uses the wrong words a lot, and Mum stutters, but I'm really happy for you, Neville." She cut him off. "It's amazing to be able to tell them about my time at Hogwarts and have them understand it. Well, part of it." He reminisced with tears in his eyes. "They were really happy when I told them how good a time I had at the Yule Ball." Hermione blushed deeply. "They were?" "Yeah." Neville fell silent. He leaned closer to her. "You and your family should come visit them before we go back to school." Hermione squeaked at the sudden change of topic. I guess so," she answered awkwardly. "Well, they want to meet my friends, don't they? Plus, they were good friends with Harry's birth parents." Right. Hermione took a deep breath to collect herself. "We'll be there." "Great. You're the best, Hermione," Neville said quickly, and then, before he could reconsider, he kissed her on the cheek and just as quickly rejoined the mingling. Hermione sighed. Sometime this holiday, she'd get a proper conversation about that with that boy. The main person Harry wanted to meet tonight was Mandy Brocklehurst, since her family de facto owned the theater, and her great-grandfather had been a great help to them in their political causes. He certainly wanted to compliment them on their work. "Hi, our Lord Potter," she called, waving him over. Harry let the formality go, though it worried him occasionally that he was starting to get used to it, and kissed her hand. "Good evening, Miss Brocklehurst," he said. Mandy giggled. "So what did you think of the play?" she asked. "I liked it. It was well written. It was really interesting seeing how the Muggle Revolution affected things. And if I'm really lucky, it'll make people think about how screwed up this year's tournament is." Mandy's face fell. "I'm sorry, we didn't really think about. It's just that it's an interesting historical story. And it's all right, Mandy," he assured her. "I don't mind seeing plays about it, or anything. Honestly, I probably would have enjoyed this tournament myself if I hadn't got stuck competing." Which wasn't necessarily a good thing, what with the other champions risking their necks for the people's enjoyment. Mandy's great-grandfather, Lord Ethelred Brocklehurst, walked up to them with his cane and greeted Harry formally. "So, Lord Potter," he asked, "now that you've seen a few of our productions, do you have a preference among them? We always try to get a good measure of what the people are looking for." "Well, it's going to be hard to beat The Wizard and the Hopping Pot," he answered. "It was amazing how a children's story had made such a great play. This one definitely had the best special effects, though. And I like historical plays like this. It's nice to learn about things I normally wouldn't. Well, technically, this one fell into the category of loosely based on a true story, but whatever." "Yes, I've always thought so," Lord Brocklehurst agreed. "I must say the new history professor at Hogwarts has given us a lot of new ideas." "He has. Indeed. We've been getting more requests for new historical plays than we have in decades. It seems that with someone finally teaching history properly, the people want more." Mandy leaned closer to Harry and told him conspiratorially, "A bunch of us in Ravenclaw think it would be neat to have a play that tells the real story of Armand Malfoy, but we're not sure Lord Malfoy would let us get away with it." Harry laughed. "Yeah, you're probably right, but can you imagine the look on his face if you did?" They both laughed. Even old Lord Brocklehurst chuckled a little. Draco Malfoy noted the group laughing from across the room, but not knowing what they were laughing about, dismissed it. What Mandy Brocklehurst didn't know, though, was that Draco had heard of that idea of the Ravenclaws through the grapevine, but he'd kept it to himself. One more thing to think about. That Hilda Bagshot opened her door and blinked into the sunlight, squinting up at Harry Potter and his family. "Hello, Miss Bagshot," Emma said, loudly enough so she could hear. They always visited to take tea with the old woman at least once a year, usually over Christmas holidays. Her house looked the same as it always did, a rather poorly maintained throwback to the 19th century. Not surprising, really. No one was quite sure how old she was, but she had to be pushing 150 by now, and she didn't own a house elf as far as they knew, although she did have some thoughtful neighbors who checked on her regularly, just as the Potters had done all those years ago. "Hello there, Mrs. Granger," she said cheerfully. "It's good to see you all. We hope you don't mind. Ms. Bagshot, we've brought a friend with us. I think you've met before. This is Remus Lupin. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Professor Bagshot, Remus said, offering his hand. Hilda clasped his hand as firmly as she could and pulled him close so she could peer at him carefully. The Grangers weren't sure how she could see at all with as thick as her cataracts were getting, nor why she hadn't had them healed. Maybe even magic couldn't help you at that age. Remus Lupin, she muttered, trailing off into the mists of memory. Oh, yes, one of those boys who was always running around with James. Always running, you four. Yes, it's good to see you again. Please come in. She hobbled inside and started the tea, shakily lighting the stove with matches. It had been years since they saw her use a wand, and they weren't sure she was able anymore. It worried them, her living alone like this. The matches alone, they could tell she had difficulties sometimes, and most wizards weren't used to them. But they pushed aside those thoughts. They'd notify the neighbors if they saw something really wrong. Remus just started teaching history this year at Hogwarts. Emma told her, "Ah, a history teacher. Fine subject. Fine subject," she said. Remus sighed. The Grangers had been right when they warned him it was hard to get any useful information out of her with the way her mind was. "Yes, I'm enjoying it a lot," he said. "History instruction was so disjointed at Hogwarts until I took over from Professor Binns this year." "Oh, I remember Professor Binns," she said with a smile, losing the thread of the conversation. "He was a wonderful teacher. He's the one who made me so interested in history. Whatever became of him?" "He died 40 years ago," Remus said flatly, vaguely astonished at her words. "And he's still been teaching ever since until we made him retire to haunt the library. Oh, such a shame. He was such an animated young man when I had him as a teacher." They all goggled at her. Hermione and Harry weren't sure whether to be more gobsmacked that she was that old or that Binns was that old. And now, she started wandering off, reminiscing about her school days. It took Remus a fair bit of gentle prodding to get her back on the subject of history, and still more to ask her the question he'd wanted to ask her all term, the one that had haunted, no pun intended, his class from the start. "Madam Bagshot, why didn't you ever bother to interview any ghosts when you wrote your books?" "Interview ghosts?" She blinked in confusion. "Interview ghosts? Well, I spoke to them as much as any young Hufflepuff." "Were you in Ravenclaw, ma'am?" Hermione interrupted. "That's what you wrote in Hogwarts. A history." "Ravenclaw? Oh, yes. Yes, I was. I forgot." "Well, this is going swimmingly," Remus thought. "I always enjoyed sifting through old scrolls," she continued, searching for those little nuggets of information that no one else thought to look for, and no one had expected to find written down. "Yes, but why not talk to the ghosts?" he pressed. "Well, so few wizards become ghosts that it doesn't contribute very much, does it? And after that incident with Helena Ravenclaw, I'm afraid I quite lost my nerve about talking to them." "Helena Ravenclaw?" "Yes, Rowena's daughter, though most people called her the Grey Lady." Remus yelped and fell out of his chair. "The Grey Lady is Ravenclaw's daughter," he gasped. "Good Lord, no wonder she didn't want to tell me her real name." He could only guess what the secret of Ghost had done when Hilda had tried to press her about her past. "Professor Bagshot," Harry spoke up, "Remus has had a lot of the castle ghosts, helping him lecture this year. And they teach a lot of things differently. They say that a lot of those old scrolls have a completely different point of view if they were written after the statute of secrecy rather than before, and they don't give a fair look at the real history of the magical world. If nothing else, talking to ghosts could have helped you make sure you weren't getting things wrong or using biased sources. That Hilda Bagshot stared at Harry like a deer in headlamps. Your scholarship is very good within the realm you worked in, Professor, Remus said apologetically. Her mouth opened slightly, and her lower jaw started quivering, more of a tic than an emotional response. The main issue is that you wrote all your books from a fundamentally modern perspective. He continued, the comparatively anti-Muggle perspective of the post-secrecy era, without looking at how people viewed their own times before the 1700s. The ancient which furrowed her brow unhappily, but still didn't speak. Hermione waved her hand in front of her face. "Are you all right, Professor?" she asked. How awful would it be if she'd just had a stroke or something? That Hilda coughed and stuttered. "PPL, please excuse me. Miss Granger. I've just never thought of things this way before. And I think if you put it that way, Remus, I can see why you would want a more contemporary cultural view of historiography. Of course, if you're interviewing ghosts, you would almost have to take that view of history. Now, I would say there's a place for both views, that there's a place for taking the long view and seeing how history affects us today. But by Merlin, you make me wish I had written a book about interviewing ghosts. Oh, if I were 50 years younger. But I suppose one of you will have to write the next great tome." The others stared at her as shocked as she had looked a minute ago. That was the most lucid the Grangers had ever seen her in the 8 years they'd known her. She seemed more animated, and her eyes seemed brighter as she was brought back to her old field of study. "Well," Hermione said, "Harry's done a surprisingly good job writing his own memoirs." Harry didn't particularly appreciate anyone trying to ask him to measure up to such a giant of scholarship. "Well, Remus is doing a really good job of improving the class," he said. Remus didn't appreciate that any more than Harry did. "Well, Hermione is easily doing the best in the class, to her annoyance." That Hilda chuckled. "Well, you have plenty of time to sort that out amongst yourselves. And I thank you for the most interesting conversation I've had in years. Now, tell me a little more about these ghosts." The New Year's party at Grimmauld Place was a busy affair, and not just for fun. There was quite a bit of business to be done between people with connections whom they didn't see each other very often. Horace Slughorn, for example, though they were pretty sure they'd got all the useful information about Voldemort they could out of him, was a good person to keep in touch with. Between his innate knowledge and his own connections, he was a good ally to have if you needed one. But Albus Dumbledore had other connections he needed to make tonight, most notably with Bill Weasley, with whom he met with Edward Grayson in a bedroom that Sirius had converted into a small, private meeting room. "Pleased to meet you, Ambassador," Bill greeted the Australian. "I've read a lot about your work. I have to stay on top of things in world magic for my job. If I may say so, some of the things you did in East Africa I'd never even heard of before." "It's always good to hear from a well-read man, Mr. Weasley," Grayson replied. "I hear you're a pretty respected cursebreaker. Yourself." "I try, sir." "William comes highly recommended by the Gringotts goblins," Dumbledore said, and he paused to cast some privacy spells around the room. "He has spent several years working on their most difficult cases in Egypt, and as such he has on several occasions come into contact with Horcruxes." Bill grew more serious. Ah, so that's what this is about. Harry told me enough to figure out what that diary Ginny had was. And he said you'd found more of them? And you know who is still out there somewhere. I am afraid so, William, Dumbledore said. I trust one can rely on your secrecy. Of course. We have confirmed the destruction of 3 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. I spoke with Professor Slughorn, who was Voldemort's head of house when he was a student, and we believe that there are 3 or 4 Horcruxes remaining. Good God, Bill whispered. I've never even heard of more than one. Well, no more than rumors, anyway. Nothing confirmed. You know that people with Horcruxes can come back, right? You know who could come back? It's worse than that, kid, Grayson said. We think he's already got a plan in motion. Bill paled even further, his freckles standing out unnaturally against his skin. How long do we have? He asked shakily. A few months at most. It could be any time if he gets desperate. Bill shivered. Professor Dumbledore, I'll keep your secret, but you can't this from the people. They need to be ready. I am preparing, of course, Dumbledore said. I informed Amelia Bones so that she will not be blindsided, although there is little she can do at this point. I am also quietly reassembling the Order of the Phoenix, the organization your uncles joined in the last war. If we cannot find the remaining Horcruxes, the key will be to respond quickly. I can probably swing a reassignment back to England after the next summer solstice, Bill said, thinking quickly. I could help then, if it's not too late. I think we'll need the help well past then, Grayson said. We still have no leads on the last 2 Horcruxes. Wait, you found another one, Bill said, quickly doing the maths. Dumbledore nodded. That is the most immediate reason why I wanted to speak with you. Have you ever heard any rumor of a way to destroy a Horcrux without destroying the physical vessel? Destroy it without destroying the... No, of course not. When we find a Horcrux, we always send for a goblin expert to come in and destroy it with a cursed blade. I'm not sure if even Master Sharpshard knows what actually got into the blade to do that, but that's all we have. Most likely basilisk venom, Dumbledore answered. And you have not seen any references to such a method in tombs or archives. No, I've never seen anything like that. This isn't theoretical, is it, Professor? Bill asked when he made the connection. You should just destroy it. Immediately. We always write off Horcruxes when we find them. They're too dangerous to be left intact, no matter how valuable the item is. I understand the dangers. Nevertheless, the peculiar characteristics of this item make it highly undesirable to destroy it. That set Bill's Cursebreaker's senses tingling, though he couldn't imagine what had happened. You're holding something back, Professor, he said. It wasn't a question. What did you know who do? Use the ritual on the castle? No, there's no way even he could pull that off. Some critical part of the runestone network. Or something. I have every confidence in your trustworthiness, William, but this is not my secret to tell, Dumbledore told him. Well, it sort of was, but it was only fair that Harry be told first, if he could help it. Suffice it to say that we found a Horcrux in something valuable enough that we do not want to destroy it, even to get rid of Voldemort for good, unless we absolutely have no other choice. Well, I can't help you there. Sorry. I can ask around, but it'll make the goblins suspicious. That won't be necessary just yet. Have you heard of anyone ever botching the ritual? Grayson asked. Not getting the soul fragment to bind, right? Now, that set Bill's Cursebreaker senses tingling much more. Not getting it to bind, right? I've never. Look, you two probably know more about soul magic than I do. I already know more than I care to, and that's just what I need for my job. I only have to worry about the end product. With a ritual that dark, I would have assumed that it would either go as intended, or the soul fragment would be lost, probably killing the caster in the process. That's all I've got. Dumbledore was disappointed, though partly relieved that Bill didn't know any more about Horcruxes, and he suspected didn't make the connection to Harry. We still appreciate the help, of course, he said. Thank you for your time. Bill went on his way, and Dumbledore and Grayson went back to socializing. They had one more meeting, but tonight might not be the best time, so he had decided to ask the host for a meeting at a later date. Have you learned about our great-great-grandfather? Sullivan Folly asked Hermione. Granger as Dumbledore approached the Granger family. Binns never seemed to get around to it. It's a little embarrassing, but I never got around to it either, Hermione admitted. I should really learn more about our family history. Was he well known? You always see the same family names popping up, so often that you never really know. It's all right, Sullivan said. It's not something we trumpet about either. Our great-great-grandfather was Hector Folly. He was the Minister for Magic during Grindelwald's rise. We're related to a former Minister for Magic. Hermione asked her cousin. Yes, but it's not something we like to talk about. You should not be ashamed of your family, Mr. Folly. Dumbledore cut in. Sullivan jumped. Oh, good evening, Professor. Good evening, Professor, Hermione echoed. Sullivan was just explaining our shared family history. I didn't realize we were related to someone so important. Well, that's debatable, Sullivan muttered. Again, I say, you should not be ashamed of your family, Dumbledore repeated. I dare say history has not been kind to Hector because he dismissed the warning signs during the lead-up to Grindelwald's War. However, he was considered a very popular and personable minister for the decade preceding. One does not hold on to that position for 14 years without being competent. I remember him as a very good peacetime minister who sadly could not adapt to wartime. Huh, Harry said from beside his sister. Sort of like how Churchill considered Chamberlain a valuable part of his team, but he's only really remembered today for peace in our time. But Churchill did come out against Chamberlain after the war, Hermione pointed out. Well, obviously. But Remus said there have been disagreements about the lead-up to World War II in recent scholarship. Remus had been boning up on his own historical scholarship all year and had become very interested in the largely unremarked interplay between the magical and muggle forces at the time. Either way, it is not too different, Dumbledore said. Unfortunately, that hurt dear Hector very badly when he stole Mr. Chamberlain's line. He chuckled a bit. I knew a rather irascible American warlock at the time with a penchant for quoting Thomas Paine, who took issue with Hector's statement. The resulting duel was rather one-sided. Sullivan and Hermione both looked a little embarrassed about this part of their family history being aired out, although Harry was sure Hermione would be reading up all she could on it later. They soon found that Dumbledore actually wanted to talk to them to set up a meeting about Harry in the near future. He apparently had a number of things to talk about, including regarding Voldemort, that he wanted the whole family to be present for. He was pleased to hear that since the party was running so late, the Grangers had decided to stay the night at Grimmauld Place, so they would be able to meet there tomorrow afternoon. With that settled, Hermione set out to find the boy she'd wanted to talk to all night. She found him with his gran, who was trying to introduce him to some third cousins he'd never heard of, and she immediately rescued him. The hard part, though, was trying to find some privacy at the crowded party. She knew Neville would feel more comfortable with fewer eyes on them, and, truth be told, she felt the same. They passed Harry, who was chatting animatedly with Luna. He winked at Hermione when Neville couldn't see, and she made a mental note to get him back later. She soon found that the first-floor hallway outside the drawing room was mostly unoccupied, and even then only by people passing through. There, away from the noise, she could finally have a frank discussion with Neville. "So, Neville, did you have a good time at the Yule Ball?" she asked him. "The Yule Ball? Of course I did." "I said I did," he said worriedly. "Why? Was there something wrong with it?" No, it was a lovely date," she said, turning a soft pink. She bit her lip before she continued. "I was just wondering. Well, I'm sorry to be blunt, Neville, but when we stood under the mistletoe—" Neville blushed much harder than Hermione. Yeah, I kissed you on the cheek." "I know. I was just wondering why you didn't do more." That shade of red couldn't be healthy. For that matter, Hermione could feel her cheeks growing hotter, too. "Oh, well, I do like you, if that's what you mean," he stammered out. "I just, felt kind of awkward about kissing on the first date." Hermione smiled warmly. So that's what this was. Well, it didn't really surprise her. "And the Christmas play?" she asked. "Well, that wasn't really even a date, was it? And everybody was watching." She nodded. "And what about here?" she asked innocently. "Huh." She pointed upwards and revealed that they were now standing under one of Sirius's strategically placed sprigs of mistletoe. Neville let out a short squeak before he tamped it down. "Oh, did you want to—" he started. Hermione took his face gently in her hands and said, "Neville, you don't have to feel awkward about kissing me. I know we've only had one official date, but we've been friends for 3.5 years, and that counts for a lot. And I like you, so you don't have to if you're not ready, but you don't have to hold back on my account." Neville looked a little stunned by the position he was in, but slowly a smile spread across his face. He mirrored Hermione's position, pulled her to him, and kissed her on the lips. It was light, tentative, but very sweet, in Hermione's opinion, and her life felt a good deal more in balance. After the guests had left, as Harry was preparing for bed, he heard off-key singing coming from down the hall. "I could have danced all night. I could have danced all night, and still have begged for more." "Hermione," he called. She didn't respond other than to keep singing, but it was definitely her. He could tell. His sister didn't sing much, and with good reason in his opinion, although Sirius was worse. He could guess what had happened after she had pulled Neville somewhere private. Of course, he wasn't one to talk. He had maneuvered Luna under the mistletoe and got another kiss from her tonight. He was happy for Hermione, except for her singing. "Well, it sounds like someone had a good time," he said loudly. "Shut up, Harry," she said cheerfully, and kept singing. "I only know when he began to dance with me. I could have danced all night." Chapter 102. Albus Dumbledore and Edward Grayson met with Harry and his family in the attic of Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore had with him a highly marked-up copy of Harry's second book, Harry Potter and the Heir of Slytherin, which was now ready for publication. "I was once again pleased with your work, Harry," Dumbledore said. "You have spun a very entertaining mystery story from your experiences in second year. You're a good writer, Mr. Potter, especially for your age, Grayson said. I had a lot of help from Remus, Harry said. Well, congrats to you too, Remus. And thanks for letting me read the unabridged versions. You've done some amazing feats, Mr. Potter, fighting Voldemort like that. You're also bloomin' lucky to be alive several times over. I hope you've grown, at least a bit less crazy now. So do I, said Harry and half of his family at once. It is the unfortunate life of one touched by destiny, Dumbledore said. I made my changes to the manuscript to protect our secrets. As with the last one, I unfortunately had to conceal the origin of the diary. It would do no good to have you subject to a libel suit, or worse, a challenge to a duel from Lord Malfoy. Since house elves are sometimes known to each other's families, I suggest you also describe Dobby under a false name, so that no one can trace Lucius through him. I naturally removed all references to your animagus ability once again, and thus had to gloss over a lot of your investigation into the air, as well as omitting the prophecy and your occlumency lessons. I redacted your political conversations and conflict with the board just a bit. And finally, I removed the truth that the diary was a Horcrux and stuck with Tom's cover story that he was a memory in a cursed diary. There was one thing I thought we should discuss together, however, and that was whether to reveal Voldemort's true parentage, as well as what to do about publishing in general. In fact, the Shade of Riddle hadn't revealed his true parentage to Harry and Neville in the Chamber of Secrets, but he had revealed his real name, and that he was the true heir of Slytherin. From there, someone like Rita Skeeter, had she had the inclination, could have pieced together the rest, just as Dumbledore had. Given the present circumstances, Harry had decided to add it in at the last minute. Is there a problem with that? Emma asked. You know that Voldemort is moving again. Professor Snape reports that he is gaining strength, and I have heard increasing rumors that he is already recalling his old followers, one by one. Professor Snape can help little in this matter because Voldemort surely believes he is fully sold out to me by now. But he is already returning, and I fear our chances are dwindling to stop him before he is back at full strength. The Grangers stared in horror. I had no idea it was that bad, Emma said. I had hoped it wasn't, but all of my investigations have hit dead ends. We are nearly out of options. Rest assured that I am rebuilding my own structures to fight him. However, to reveal his parentage at this time would be a highly provocative act. It would also undermine his rhetoric, though wouldn't it? Harry said, among those who believed your words, yes. But those who were already inclined to follow him will also be inclined to believe it a lie. Would it at least get people to stop calling him, you know who? Hermione asked. A few, perhaps, though I have been trying to make the Wizards of Britain realize he is only human for years without success. We could at least stick to him, couldn't we? Harry suggested. Harry. Emma gasped. What? He already wants to kill me. It's not like I can make him any madder. You shouldn't think like that, Harry. Dan warned him. We need to be serious about staying safe. We need to be serious about beating Voldemort, Dad, he protested. Yes, we do. We need to be smart about it. Your last book did say Quirrell was working for Voldemort. We haven't been shy about saying he's still out there and making moves against you. But we need to decide if the benefits of this book outweigh the risks. Hermione was also considering the implications, and a thought struck her. Well, Dad, a lot of the heir of Slytherin business is already public record. If we can find someone who's willing to publish it, maybe it won't make much difference, even if Voldemort's already back. I don't know if Mr. Drucker would publish it after Voldemort comes back. Emma said, if we can at least have the ads go out before he comes back. Harry started. Emma shook her head. We can't just do that without telling him. Well, then, how long do you think we have, Professor? Harry asked. Not long, I'm afraid, Dumbledore said. Remember, Voldemort wanted you in the Tetrawizzard tournament, Harry, and he must have known that killing you through it would be unlikely. Therefore, it must be related to some larger plan. I'm afraid I still don't understand what that plan is, but I think it most likely that it will come to fruition at the third task in June, which is also the last day of Hogwarts's term, another important symbolic date. The Grangers shuddered. Somehow, that made it much more real to them. To think that they only had 6 months of peace left before that deranged murderer came after them again. Through all of this, Sirius and Remus had been silent. But at this point, Sirius spoke up. You know, Albus, if this goes down the way we expect, this book would be a valuable, propaganda piece, for lack of a better term. If there's a war coming, it could be important for the war effort. Couldn't the Ministry provide for Drucker's security in that case? Dumbledore stroked his beard and thought for a minute. It's possible, but it would be difficult, he concluded. If the Ministry is slow to mobilize, which is very possible, we might not be able to get orders to him right away. The only other option would be to use Order resources, which presents its own set of problems. But I will look into it. Okay, so we can tentatively say publishing the book is okay, if Mr. Drucker agrees. Dan said, that still leaves us with the original question of whether we should announce to the world that Voldemort is a half-blood. I vote yes, Remus said. It won't convince his hardcore followers, but the casual supporters who saw him as a way to elevate themselves through their blood status will think twice. Besides, Harry's right. He'll try to kill everyone in this room either way, except maybe Edward. I vote yes, Harry said. Anything to cut him down to size. Yes, we know how you feel, Hermione quipped. I'm with Remus, Sirius agreed. The pure-blood elites who weren't Death Eaters, but looked the other way about them, might think twice, too, if they see that in print. And there aren't any publicly admitted supporters of Voldemort running free, so it's not like it'll be any more dangerous walking down the street. Emma slumped and rubbed her head with both hands. How did we ever get into this position? She wondered aloud. We knew what we were signing up for from the beginning, dear, Dan said softly, rubbing her back with one hand. I know, Dan, and I wouldn't trade it for anything, but sometimes I wonder if we ever really understood it all. Oh, I don't know. I can see where Remus and Sirius are coming from. There's something to be said for hitting hard and fast. Yes, I can see that. We'll still have to talk to Mr. Drucker, of course. Hermione, what do you think? Honestly, I think there will some nasty unintended consequences, but if all of you agree, I'll stand with you. Thanks, sis, Harry said. Don't thank me yet, she muttered. All right, then, Dumbledore. Dan spoke for the family. We'll go with including Voldemort's heritage. Very well. I will spread the word to prepare for that. The old wizard agreed. Suddenly, Sirius jumped to his feet and started pacing the room. He was ready to spring into action. Okay, if we're going to do this, we need to do this right, he said. We want to have this published before the third task. Albus, can you turn that manuscript into a clean copy with your edits quickly? I can. Good. We'll send that to Timothy Drucker today, so he has time to read it by the book signing on Thursday. Harry has him eating out of his hand, so no problem there. We'll tell him about the security situation on Thursday and see if he's willing to do it. We'll keep the bombshell a secret until we publish. He rubbed his hands together eagerly. It's not every day you get to prank Voldemort, is it? The Grangers suddenly felt a little less certain about this idea. Harry, however, wasn't about to let it slow him down. He wasn't sure about publishing anymore, but he intended to have Harry Potter and the Year of the Wolf done by the end of the school year, and he'd started keeping a journal of this year to help him organize his thoughts, since it didn't seem like trouble would be leaving him alone. Maybe he could do some more good before this was over. Well, now that that's taken care of, Dumbledore said, I had another serious matter to discuss with you. Hey, that's my MMPF. Remus clapped a hand over Sirius's mouth. As I was saying, first, I want to ask you, Harry, have you had any more visions since last summer? Harry shook his head. No clear ones. There's been a couple times I felt like something was coming through, but I always blocked it with occlumency. That is good. You should continue to do so. As Voldemort becomes stronger, it may become more difficult to block him out. Professor, I've been thinking about Harry's vision last summer. Hermione cut in. You have? Dumbledore said in surprise. Yes, sir. I thought maybe it could help if we could figure out what Voldemort was up to. Like, he seemed to be acting with some kind of body. Even though Harry didn't actually see him, he had to have done to use the killing curse, right? So I started looking into it. Grayson turned and grinned at Dumbledore. Everyone says she's the bright one, he said. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed. And did you find anything interesting? A few things. I think this was the most interesting. She held up an ancient, yellow tome. There's only so much material on manipulating life forces, mostly in alchemy. I know you're a noted alchemist in your own right, Professor. I looked into what was in the unrestricted section of the library, and last week I took out the Paracelsus from Harry's vault for a closer look. Now, I admit my 16th century German is a bit rusty. Harry rolled his eyes at this point. But I did find this. The homunculus. It's a ritual that can create a rudimentary but living body. I thought that might be what he did if he could get a proper one. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I am familiar with the homunculus. Hermione, I had not given great thought to how Voldemort had got into his present state, but your logic is valid. However, he could not have used the homunculus ritual that Paracelsus developed. That ritual requires 320 days to complete. Someone as smart as Voldemort could have modified it with dark magic, though, Grayson said, or had someone else do it for him. You said there were rumors he was on a world tour, Albus. Who knows what the Vodun or Aztec ritual makers could do for the right price? Most definitely. And those same ritual makers give him a number of options for the resurrection ritual he seeks. Unfortunately, there is little we can do about it. And unless I am much mistaken, the details are of little importance. In any case, my original point was my concern that Harry's visions might grow worse as Voldemort gains strength. Even with occlumency, there is always some small risk of a connection forming. We know, but what else can we do? Asked Emma. Harry says the connection is always sort of there. Isn't that right? Yeah, Mum, Harry said. I've been getting headaches more often, and I can't see how it could have ever really gone away. It's been happening since first year." Dumbledore looked very serious. "Now, I am well aware of that, Harry, which is why I've been searching for a permanent solution to your problem. I mentioned to Professor Grayson that you had a Muggle brain scan done last year, and that you found something interesting in it." "Yeah, I did." "What did you see exactly, Mr. Potter?" Grayson asked. Harry rubbed at his scar absently. "Well, the doctor said my scar isn't just in my skin, it's all the way into my brain. Apparently, it looks like someone took a jigsaw to my skull on the X-ray, and my brain just looks like it grew that way, with a lightning bolt-shaped groove in it." Grayson looked back at Dumbledore, and they nodded to each other. Then, Dumbledore spoke again. "Harry, I believe your scar is a result of Voldemort's killing curse penetrating partially into your head before it was blocked by your mother's protection. He spun his fabrication. It wasn't, strictly speaking, false, but it wasn't exactly true either. Normally, the killing curse is conducted throughout the victim's nervous system and destroys it instantly. But in your case, it made it only a short way before the protective magic burned it out." "Yes," Grayson said, giving a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, as if he were disagreeing with something. "We normally say the killing curse leaves no marks on the victim, but a few years back some Russian Muggle-born wizards used something called a transmission electron microscope on the brain of someone who died by the killing curse, and they found that every single synapse was damaged so that it couldn't transmit. Technically, the cells are still alive for a few minutes, but the victim is still brain dead, and without working synapses, it's impossible to revive them. The Grangers, Sirius, and Remus were all surprised that such a dark curse had been studied in such depth. It didn't sound quite right compared with what they knew from Harry's MRI, but then again, even Dumbledore sounded like he was guessing at this point. "So, how would that leave me connected to Voldemort like this?" Harry asked worriedly. "Alas, with your scar, we are in completely unknown territory," Dumbledore answered. "But all dark magic leaves residue, and with residue from the killing curse embedded in your scar, it must be especially pernicious. That residue remains connected with Voldemort's magic in ways even I don't fully understand. I can only speculate that that is the link that allows a connection between your minds to form." Harry suddenly grew worried. "That's why I can speak Parseltongue, isn't it? I'm drawing off his magic or something. Is that why our wands are brothers, too? Is it doing something else to me?" "Harry," Dumbledore cut him off before he could turn frantic. "I wish I could assure you about your fears, but I'm afraid I don't understand much more than you do. Even knowing what I do about this link, I honestly don't know how it allows you to speak Parseltongue." That was true. He could make a few guesses, of course, but there was something fundamentally odd about Harry being able to speak Parseltongue when the Horcrux didn't seem to otherwise affect him. "What I can say is that you are a far better person than Voldemort ever will be. To be sure, there are similarities. You are both half-bloods, both orphans, both victims of abuse, and both extremely gifted at wandless magic. But I have told you before, and I repeat now, that you have something in abundance that Voldemort has never had nor wanted. Love. And that makes all the difference. Oh, and as for your wands, I believe that your brother wands are a product of the prophecy, not your personal link. I am not as well versed in wand lore as Mr. Ollivander, but I do know quite a bit about your own wand. Holly may be known for impetuosity and short temper, but it is fundamentally a wand of protection, while Voldemort's wand You, while not dark per se, is better suited to offensive spells and curses. Thus, in a very important way, your wands are opposites rather than twins. Harry sighed with relief and mumbled his thanks to Dumbledore. Yes, that's definitely reassuring, Dumbledore. Emma said, but you said something about a permanent solution. Yes. The best thing for Harry would be if we can find a way to sever his link with Voldemort. I have been searching for a way to do it safely for some time. It's very difficult, as you can imagine, as there are so many variables to take into account. But I've asked Professor Grayson, and he believes that some aspects of his Australian healing magic may be able to help. It can, Harry said. That's what I'm hoping, Mr. Potter, Grayson said. Healing chants are one of the oldest and strongest forms of magic in the world, and few cultures have ever developed it further than my people. I wanted to meet with you today to do some initial diagnostics to understand the nature of your scar. I probably won't be able to fix it today, but I hope I can get some ideas to start formulating a plan, if you're willing. Harry looked to his family, and they all quickly agreed. Anything for him to be shot of a connection to Voldemort was good in their book. Grayson instructed Harry to lie down on the dueling platform and knelt over him. He began chanting rhythmically, fast, and repetitive. No one in the room recognized any of the magic. Even Dumbledore barely understood it. Everyone except Dan and Emma felt the magic swirling around the room, and even they soon noticed the small whirlwind and the rainbow of light that was forming around Grayson and Harry. But Harry was still lying in seeming comfort. It was only as the magic reached a fever pitch that Harry began to twitch as if in pain and clapped a hand to his forehead. Grayson immediately cut off the magic and stood up, looking out of breath. "Crikey," he muttered. He looked around the room as Harry sat up. "Well, the good news is I'm pretty sure it's possible to remove it in principle," Grayson concluded. "The dark magic doesn't seem to be tied to his life force directly, so it should be possible to separate them magically." He gave Dumbledore, Sirius, and Remus a significant look. "The bad news is that I don't think it's strictly tied to his scar. It might have been when it first happened, but as his brain grew, the sharp lines got smeared out. I don't mean the dark magic will affect him any worse, mind, but most of the simple ways to excise the dark magic won't work that way. We'll have to look into it some more." Dumbledore got the message loud and clear. There was still some hope for Harry, but it would take still more research, and unfortunately, his initial mad idea of physically cutting out the damaged brain tissue wouldn't work. Well, he probably should have expected that. He only hoped he could find a way to save the boy's life before it was too late. Several days later, Timothy Drucker sat in his easy chair, sipping a glass of wine as he read the final chapters of Lord Potter's new book. It had its pros and cons over the first one, but it was definitely a good read. He felt the need to get something stronger to drink when he read the harrowing account of Potter's and Neville Longbottom's defeat of the Basilisk. But nothing had prepared him for the big reveal at the end. "Holy crap! You know who was a half-blood?" he yelled, dropping his wine. Yes, he would definitely need that fire whiskey. Since they would need to be out and about that day anyway, the Grangers decided to visit the Longbottoms in St. Mungo's on Thursday morning, before Harry's book signing. Frank and Alice Longbottom looked worlds better than when the Grangers had last seen them a year ago. Physically, they were about the same, aged, worn, and white-haired, and Frank being held on his feet with crutches and elaborate magical leg braces. But there was light in those eyes that might as well have been dead before, and Alice rose to her feet smoothly and with confidence when she recognized her son. "And Neville," she said with a smile, and he ran to her like a boy half his age. She hugged him tightly, paying no mind to the fact that he was taller than she was. "It's so good to see you." The speech therapist had helped her speak intelligibly again, but there was still some nerve damage that no amount of therapy or medication would cure. But for Neville, it was enough. He could finally have a real relationship with his mother after all these years. "It's good to see you, too, Mum," Neville said. "You too, Dad." He hugged his father, too, though he had to help him stay on his feet. "How have you been? How was your New Year?" "New Year," Alice said. Neville smiled indulgently. "Yes, Mum. The New Year. It was this past Sunday." Her memory hadn't fully recovered, either. "Oh, yes. It was lovely, wasn't it, Frank?" she said. "It was very hearty, my doe." "No, it was very lovely, my dear," Frank managed. He hadn't fully recovered, either. His own problems still manifested as a slight aphasia, more specifically, a chronic misuse of words. "That's good," Neville said. "I wanted you to meet my friends." He motioned for Hermione to stand beside him. "This is Hermione. She's the girl I told you about, the one I took to the Yule Ball." Alice smiled at once and took Hermione by the hand. "Ah, it's wonderful to meet you, Hermione," she said. "We're happy to see and Neville has made such good friends." "Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Longbottom," she replied. "Your son's been a great friend to us, and I really enjoyed the Yule Ball with him." "Neville has told you a lot about us," Frank said. Then he stopped and thought. "Told us a lot about you, I think. You sound like a very hot girl." "Excuse me?" Hermione said. "No, a very bright girl. You do good letters, good logic, good logos. Good SPSP spells, Frank," Alice said. "Yes," he exclaimed. "Oh, right. Well, I try." Hermione tried to crack a smile. "Neville's a pretty good wizard himself, too. You are very sour. No salty, no spicy." "Mr. Longbottom," Hermione tried. "I think sweet, maybe savory." Neville sighed. "I'm pretty sure you mean sweet, Dad." "Yes." Frank smiled and leaned towards Neville. "Have you licked her yet?" he asked. "What, Dad?" "Frank." Frank looked confused at the scandalized looks from his own mother, the girl's father, and especially the young couple themselves. He screwed up his face in thought and tried again. "No, I mean, have you kissed her yet?" Neville and Hermione somehow, if it were possible, turned even redder. "Aha, you have." Frank grinned as Alice and Emma both smiled, and Neville and Hermione both shot Dan and Harry a nervous look. "Neville's a good wand, Hermione," he told her. "He can climb good. Make sure he gives you treats. No, treats you right, right? Right, right? Right. Right." Alice cut him off. She gently placed an arm around him and nudged him to sit down before he could get overexcited. "Who is your other friend? And Neville?" "Mom. Dad. This is the other friend I told about, remember? He's Hermione's adopted brother. He's Harry Potter." Alice and Frank both gasped. Alice approached Harry shakily and shook his hand. She stared at his forehead like everyone else, but Harry didn't begrudge her that. It hadn't been long after James's and Lily's deaths that the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. had attacked the Longbottoms, but even they had learnt of the legend of the boy who lived. "Harry P.P. Potter," she said in awe, and he tried not to flinch. He still remembered how Quirrell had always stuttered over his name in first year. "F. Frank and I knew your P.P. parents SSSS," she said. "They were very good, P.P.P.L.E. We were very sad when we heard they were gone." Everyone was celebrating Beck 'cause V. A look of frustration crossed Alice's face, and Harry could tell it was her condition that was stopping her from saying the name, not fear. "Voldemort," he offered. "Yes, he was gone. But we had Ella lost so many people. And then, and then. It's all right, Mrs. Longbottom. And Neville says, he's not dead," she said. Harry and Hermione both looked at Neville curiously. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "They deserve to know the truth after all they've done." "Well, don't worry, Mrs. Longbottom," Harry tried to assure her. "Dumbledore and a bunch of people are working on getting rid of him for good." Alice smiled weakly. Harry left out his own role in the affair. Something told him she understood a bit more than she could express in words, after all. "So we see their treatment's gone well," Dan said to Healer Stroud at the back of the ward. "Yes, better than I ever could have expected," the healer admitted. She had been skeptical a year ago, but she couldn't argue with the results. "I've even started looking into whether Muggle techniques could help some of the other patients. Unfortunately, I think we've hit the limit of what we can do for these two." "Oh, well, they haven't really improved any more the past 2 months. I suspect we've repaired everything that can be repaired. We considered taking them to the manor for the holidays," Augusta said, "but we felt like we wanted to be a little surer of what their current needs were. Merlin knows I'd like to be able to bring them home full time. Neville even more so. They've never really been happy here. But I don't know if we'd be able to, even if we bought a house elf. Muggles have a lot of literature on in-home care for the disabled. Dan offered. We could get some for you." Augusta was surprised yet again. A year ago, she hadn't believed that Muggle medicine could help her son and daughter-in-law recover from their curse. She was much more open-minded now, but it was still surprising. Did the Muggles really have an answer for everything? No, she thought. It wasn't as if they had their own magic. It was just that there were so very many of them that they'd thought about a lot of problems that wizards had never got around to. In any case, she accepted his help graciously. After the visit, Harry had to move on to Flourish and Blots for his book signing. This was not something he was looking forward to. It almost made him wish he'd not written the book. Well, not really, but he certainly wished he'd negotiated better when he signed the contract. That would change with the next book, not least because he was worried a public book signing would be a target for Voldemort by the time he had a chance. It was weird to think that his writing wasn't just for fun anymore. It could soon be a strategic move against his oldest enemy. The book's signing itself sounded horribly dull, though. He would have to sit out there for 4 hours, probably sign several hundred books, and make small talk with everyone who showed up, most of whom would probably gawk at his scar. It met his expectations thoroughly. Sirius and Tonks had been tasked with providing security for the event in an unobtrusive manner. Fortunately, the DMLE knew how to handle book signings well enough. For each book, Harry would sign it with his own quill and ink, and before he touched it, Either Sirius or Tonks would discreetly cast a revealing charm to make sure it wasn't a disguised contract or portkey, was simply cursed, or held any other mischief. With Voldemort on the move, they weren't about to take any chances. After a thoroughly uneventful 4 hours, Harry and his family packed up and retired to Timothy Drucker's office back at Wizard Books. Unsurprisingly, Harry's publisher was overjoyed to see the second installment in the series, but the shock of last night still hadn't worn off. "I still can't believe you know who was a half-blood," he said in awe. "Are you quite sure?" Headmaster Dumbledore confirmed it. "Mr. Drucker," Harry said, "well, this is brilliant. Crazy and dangerous, but brilliant. Harry Potter and the heir of Slytherin is just what we needed, Mr. Potter. A lot more people know about the heir of Slytherin business than your first year. I can't tell you how many owls I've received asking about it. And with that reveal at the end, it'll sell even better than the last one. When were you thinking about publishing?" "June," Harry said at once. "Before the end of the tournament." Drucker's eyebrows rose. "That soon?" he asked, looking to capitalize on the tournament publicity again. Harry grimaced. "Not what I was thinking. And we both know that timing wasn't intentional." "Well, if it's not that, I should let you know it's more common in the publishing industry to wait a year between books. And even if you don't want to, I think it'll sell better in July." "No, Mr. Drucker. It has to be June." Drucker was doubly surprised. When he had last met Harry Potter, the boy had acted quite humble. He wasn't given to odd demands like some other famous authors. This seemed out of character, and he suspected something deeper was going on. "Why June, Mr. Potter?" he asked. However, it was Remus as Harry's co-author who answered. "Mr. Drucker, you haven't been one to shy away from political controversy in the past, even when it was dangerous. You published Harry Snout, Human Heart at a time, when werewolf relations were bad and getting worse. That's why I recommended you to Harry. In fact, and I see you're clearly eager about this book. Well, I'm glad you thought so highly of me, Mr. Lupin," he replied a bit uneasily. It was true, he'd taken a strong stand in the war, but he had a bad feeling about this. "Am I to take it there's a similar problem here? I'm not afraid of the rumored Death Eaters who are still loose any more than I was afraid of Fenrir Greyback, if that's what you're worried about." "It's worse than that, I'm afraid," Remus said. "And we want you to consider whether you're willing to fully commit to taking this on before you sign." And that was a conversation Drucker had never expected to be on this end of. "What is it?" he asked. "You know how Dumbledore's always said Voldemort isn't dead." Drucker flinched at the name, but he nodded. "Well, he's right," Remus said. "Those weren't just rabble-rousers at the World Cup. Voldemort's on the move again. Dumbledore's already working against him, but he doesn't think he can stop him in time. It's going to be, well, honestly, it could be any time, in which case you'll be free to cancel the contract, no questions asked. But we think that he's going to make his move on the 24th of June, the third task of the Tetrawizard tournament." After a brief, colorful response, Drucker struggled to collect himself. Merlin's beard. He was getting too old for this. This would mean getting him in a lot deeper than he expected. "Of course, the ministry would be able to spare some security for your business, Mr. Drucker," Sirius piped up. "You'd be doing us a great service to publish this book." He grinned. He didn't get to use this angle much as a hit wizard. "So, you want me to publish these scandalous revelations about, who just days before you think he's going to make his big return?" freedom of the press or not. Timothy Drucker was scared stiff by the very thought. If he went along with a plan like this, it would test his mettle to the limit. That's the general idea, Remus told him. And in case you're wondering, Dumbledore approves, too. He leaned back and sighed heavily. This is a lot bigger than Harry's snout, human heart, he said. This is the biggest gamble of my career if you're right. Take your time to think about it, Emma said, and he was relieved to finally hear some kind words. We only really need a decision by Easter. Right. I'll keep in touch. Potter and his family went on their way, leaving Drucker feeling more than a little shell-shocked. He would do it. He was pretty sure about that. He would hold to his ideals, and freedom of the press was high on that list. But he would need some time and a few shots of fire whiskey to convince himself. It's not that the albino peacocks are especially magical or symbolic in themselves, La Pantera told Lucius Malfoy. It's the fact that they've been bred that way by wizards for generations that makes them so. Magic is based on intent, as you well know, and it attaches to things that hold special significance to wizards. That's what makes them useful to me. Lucius still got a shiver down his spine every time she said that word. Very well, milady, he said. I will bring you the birds presently. At least she wasn't asking for some obscure, giant, magical sea snail, or something like that again. My lord, if there is no other business, he addressed his master. Not at present, Lucius. Sometime closer to my full return, I will ask you to retrieve Crabbe and Goyle. But not yet. Their discretion has always left something to be desired. You may go. Yes, master. The great pink sea snail? Merlin, what is he up to? Draco Malfoy never used to ask questions like that about his father, but his behavior had only grown stranger over the past few months. Stranger and more secretive. Magizoology was all well and good, but Draco and his mother were both concerned by the man's sudden change in attitude. Well, father was away again for the day, and that gave him the opportunity he'd been waiting for, a chance to talk to Mother. Mother, could I talk to you? He asked, meeting her in the conservatory. Of course, Draco. What is it? Mother said, I was wondering about father. Do you know what's going on with him? All this magical creature stuff. Mother frowned and sighed with dismay. I wish I did, Draco, she said. I never thought your father would be one to suffer a midlife crisis. But, well, that's certainly what it looks like. I know many Malfoys have been animal breeders, but sometimes I feel like... She stopped and gave him a curious look. Yes, Mother. Honestly, like your father has no idea what he's doing. Don't repeat this to him, but he's leapt into this with so much enthusiasm and so little proper training. It doesn't fit his character. That's what I was thinking, he agreed, strangely relieved that it wasn't just him. I just can't imagine why he's doing it. He stopped for a moment, but, feeling encouraged, he started to bring up the other things that had concerned him. That wasn't the only thing, Mother. I mean, it was the only thing about father, but I've seen things this year. Things that didn't add up, even when people explained them. Mother gave him an inquisitive look, like Potter being in the tournament. I've been needling him about it and all, but I think he's actually telling the truth about not wanting to be in it. But if that's the case, then who entered him? And why? Mother nodded thoughtfully. A very good question, Draco. And unfortunately, I don't know any more than you do. Your father did not seem too surprised, but I have no idea what he or any of his associates stands to gain from it. Even though the rumors, and do not repeat this anywhere, but the rumors strongly suggest they were involved. From the way she used the word associates, they both knew she meant Death Eaters. And the fact that Father didn't seem to be calling the shots was very worrying. "What else have you noticed, Draco?" she asked, partly as a test of his skills, he was sure, but partly out of concern and partly out of plain interest. "Well, Hagrid was actually given permission to breed dangerous creatures, and Potter and Granger were actually the voices of reason. And then, why is Grayson here? Just for the tournament? Maybe, but it smells fishy. And then there's the werewolf and his history class of ghosts from every century. Everything sounds so different from what I'm used to hearing, and yet I'm starting to think." He trailed off and watched his mother nervously. "Yes, Draco," she said. "Mother, could I ask you not to repeat something to Father?" She sat up straight and fixed him with that piercing stare that made him feel 5 years old again. "If you have a good reason, you certainly could," she said carefully. "If not, we'll have to have words." Draco took a deep breath and plunged in. "The ghosts have been talking all year about how the old families used to deal with muggles all the time before the Statute of Secrecy. And these were Slytherin ghosts, too. Even the Bloody Baron said it. And another one was a green grass. The Baron even said Armand Malfoy worked with that Muggle king, William of Normandy, to take over England, and that the Malfoys were always close with the Muggle rulers to help us gain money and influence. That's why I really wanted to look into family history to see if that was all true, and I got a pass from Professor Snape to look at the rare books collection in the library, like you said, to look at the old history books. The ghosts were right, Mother. They were biased about the specifics, but they were mostly right. Before the Statute of Secrecy, the Malfoys really did work closely with Muggle leaders. He expected Mother to make some kind of protest, even if it wasn't dramatic. But all she said was, "Really? I would have thought that." "Well, you're right in thinking that would be an impolitic thing to say, even to your father, especially to your father." "I know. I've been wishing I could talk to you for so long, Mother. But I couldn't put those kinds of things in a letter." Mother could plainly see that his composure was cracking, so she rose from her seat to come to him and placed an arm around his shoulders. Normally, a proud 14-year-old, pure-blood boy wouldn't be caught dead in this position. He'd be reluctant to be seen like this even by Father, but for the moment, he didn't resist. She led him through the house to the library that held so few of those old books from before the Statute of Secrecy. "Creature," she called. Pop, the old elf that she'd traded from Sirius, appeared before her. "Yes, mistress," he croaked. "Inform us when the master returns to the estate. Do not disturb us here until then." "As mistress wishes," the elf said and vanished. "That will assure us some privacy. Draco," she spoke to him gently, "I can tell you have something much more serious weighing on your mind, and I can guess that it has something to do with this family history you've been learning. If you tell me, I promise I'll do my best to answer it fairly and keep it between the two of us." Draco sighed with relief and sat down. "Thank you, Mother," he said. "You're right. I've been doing a lot of thinking this year, thinking about all the strange things that are going on at school, but also thinking about how best to advance the House of Malfoy." Mother looked surprised, and pleasantly so, to hear him put it that way. But when she didn't reply, he kept going, "We're not held in the same high esteem we used to be before the war, and it's got worse since Potter's become some kind of political superstar. We still have a strong hold on Fudge, but that might not be so easy after the next election, and that's this year. Yes, I've mentioned the election to your father, but he seems unconcerned so far. Draco wasn't sure that meant father was overconfident, or if he had his sights set on something completely different. I know I don't have the experience father has, he said cautiously, but I have to wonder if the way we've been doing things is really any better than Armand Malfoy. Of course, we have the statute of secrecy, and he didn't, but he trailed off, not quite sure what he was trying to say. Draco, your father and I have both been so proud of you for taking a greater interest in our family history and affairs, she assured him. I confess I've been worried you were just marking time at school before this year and letting your father handle everything. What you say you've learnt is surprising to say the least, but I trust your ability to evaluate it accurately. Thank you, Mother. The way things have been going this year, I've decided I need to think for myself more. Think about how I can be the best future Lord Malfoy I can. That's very good, Draco. We hope you will still listen to trusted counsel. Of course. Of course I will. But the problem is, I'm not sure what to think. I'm trying to figure out how to do it, but it doesn't seem as simple as it used to. Hogwarts ought to be like Durmstrang and not let mudbloods in. He believed that since he was very small, just because father said so. But how would that really improve the standing of the House of Malfoy? Or failing that, how would it at least help the wizarding world at large? For the most part, the only trouble the mudbloods caused was getting ideas above their station and weakening the magical bloodlines. In the Middle Ages, mudbloods were widely believed to be more magically gifted than purebloods, not less his mind traitorously offered. That was a revelation he wasn't ready to share even with Mother yet. How could they have got it so wrong back then? Surely, someone must have noticed which were more gifted. Granger, no. Stop that right there. We must protect our culture and traditions. We can be open and welcoming, but we cannot allow being open-minded destroy the essence of who we are. Those weren't Father's words. They were the words of Adrian Greengrass. And more than that, he'd heard Augusta Longbottom say very similar things before. Mudbloods came into their world with their muggle ideas, always petitioning for freer trade, greater popular representation, new magical gadgets like television, even loosening the statute of secrecy, without ever thinking of the consequences of their actions. Draco was sure even Dumbledore himself was telling them to calm down when they started talking like that. Draco, Mother asked. Huh. Sorry, Mother. I was lost in thought. I'm sorry to be impertinent, but I'm worried that I might be getting it very wrong. And if I don't have it wrong, then maybe Father does. Not on founding principles, of course, but I'm not convinced Father has the strongest political position anymore. I don't like mudbloods any more than you or Father do, but I'm not so sure the way you were doing things back in the war will work anymore, or ever would have worked, he added in a bare whisper. That last one was the most frightening thought that had been eating at him. In history, politics was usually the arena where things got done, not following the Dark Lord of the day. But Draco had no idea how Mother would react to that. He was pretty sure she wouldn't break her promise and tell Father, but she could still tear up his argument and forbid him from ever mentioning it again. That's what a good Lady Malfoy ought to do in this situation. But instead, she fixed him with a long look, seemed to consider, and said softly, "I shouldn't be telling you this, Draco. In fact, I think you should begin studying occlumency if I do tell it to you." "Occlumency," he said in surprise. "At my age, you wouldn't be the youngest. Your father heard a rumor that Potter was learning it nearly 2 years ago, but that's neither here nor there. Right now, Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore are the only legilimens you're likely to encounter, but you should still make an effort to conceal your thoughts. Even from Professor Snape. We've remained friendly with him, but we've never been certain of which side he's on, as you well know. I know enough to get you started before you go back to school, and we can honestly tell your father you wish to be more involved in the family's affairs, and we think it would be a good idea." "All right, then. I'll do it." "Good. Now, we both know your father's Imperius Cursed defense after the war was a sham," she said, and Draco stared at her in shock. He'd never heard her, or anyone but a political enemy, for that matter, be that blunt about it. "You can guess exactly what your father was up to during the war. But what I never told anyone, was that I had doubts about what he was doing ever since I became pregnant with you. People were dying, including families, and not just on the other side. Not to mention the Dark Lord's infamously fickle anger. But of course, I had no way out during the war, and after the war, the point was moot until recently." "Why? What happened?" "I don't know exactly, but ask yourself, Draco, if your father isn't calling the shots with these strange plans. Who is?" Draco paled in horror, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "No," he whispered. "I can't be certain," she said. "Your father has only given me the barest of hints. But the rumors he's alluded to suggest that the Dark Lord may well be returning." He was struck speechless. A year ago, this news would have filled he with glee. Finally, the House of Malfoy would regain its due dignity and crush its enemies. But now, he had doubts about the whole endeavor, and that in itself could be deadly. He was starting to have doubts about what he truly wanted. But he didn't kid himself. If the Dark Lord returned, the decision would be out of his hands, wouldn't it? "What do I?" Pop. Creature appeared again and said, "The master has returned, mistress." "Thank you, Creature. That will be all." When the elf vanished, Draco chose speed over subtlety and said, "What should I do, Mother?" She shook her head. "I don't know enough to give you any clear advice, Draco. All I can say is this. Someday, perhaps sooner or perhaps later, you will be Lord Malfoy. Chart the course for the house that seems best to you. But do not burn your bridges until you are absolutely certain you have a way forward." Chapter 103. After the excitement of the holidays, Harry spent most of Saturday before going back to school with Rowena. His old cat was definitely getting weaker, and, though he didn't want to admit it to himself, he couldn't be sure he'd see her again. It was hard to leave her behind. He even offered to take her to school with him and promised her all the comforts of home, but she refused. She was content where she was and didn't want to go on some silly, sentimental humans trip. Hermione noticed his sulky mood on the train, but she didn't push him. She even told Malfoy to get lost for him when he came around. Harry was in a better mood at the New Year's feast that night when Dumbledore announced the next 2 Hogsmeade visits, the first in 2 weeks on the 21st, and the ever-popular Valentine's outing on the 18th of February. Harry was pleasantly surprised that they were managing to squeeze in 2 visits that close together in their busy schedule. He knew a certain little blonde Ravenclaw he was interested in asking to those, more interested than he ever felt with Cho, if he was honest. He was nearly as excited when Dumbledore announced that the next Quidditch game would be on Saturday, between Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, since both of them had stayed and had time to practice over the holidays. Harry's good mood vanished on Monday morning, however, when he saw Hermione's roommates alternately staring at him and giggling at the latest issue of Witch Weekly. This wouldn't be the first time he was featured there, but their reactions made him worry a little. "All right, what's so funny?" Hermione said, swiping the magazine after they giggled one too many times. She looked at the article and groaned. "What is it?" Harry asked. "See for yourself." Inside, the Ice Palace, profiles on the Hogwarts Yule Ball. Has Potter been potioned? Werewolves on the prowl. 2 schools, 1 giant gamble. By Rita Skeeter. Rita Skeeter? She wasn't even at the ball, Harry said. She doesn't even write for Witch Weekly. Well, she's freelance, of course, Lavender said. A columnist that's successful doesn't just tie herself down in one place. "And what's this about me being potioned?" he demanded. "Air, it's in the profile on you." "Great." He groaned and opened the magazine. The piece was at least balanced. There were profiles on all 4 of the champions, and a few others at the dance. Unfortunately, the contents of those profiles were typical Rita Skeeter fare. Harry Potter no doubt caused the greatest surprise at the Yule Ball with his choice of date, 3rd-year Ravenclaw Luna Lovegood. We may be heartened to hear that young Harry has bounced back so well from his tragic breakup with Cho Chang, now dating fellow champion Cedric Diggory. See page 5. Last spring, especially with a girl who looked as lovely as Miss Lovegood did that night, with her flowing blue and bronze dress robes and long, silky, blonde hair with periwinkle flowers braided into it. But is all well in the world of Harry Potter? A closer look reveals some troubling signs. Who is Luna Lovegood, the daughter of the Quibbler editor Xenophilius Lovegood and the late Pandora Lovegood, née Beecham, who died in 1990 in a self-inflicted spellcrafting accident? Miss Lovegood is described by classmates as eccentric, really dotty, quiet and strange, and head in the clouds. Her roommate, Melanie Maxwell, said, "She's nutters, completely off her rocker, always going on about her imaginary creatures, but no one ever calls her on it because she's friends with Potter." When asked to clarify, Miss Maxwell said she was referring to the supposed magical creatures that frequently grace the pages of the Quibbler. Indeed, dear readers, Miss Lovegood has reportedly been friends with Harry for some time, but for her to come as his date was apparently a completely unexpected development to all but Harry's closest friends, and unnamed sources claim that her name was not even mentioned in an alleged betting pool to predict the identity of his date. Moreover, her usual appearance reportedly is not nearly as refined as it was on the night of the ball. Her normal fashion sense is universally described as bizarre, and her hair unkempt. "She cleaned up really well," said her werewolf classmate Colin Creevy, see page 8. "I almost didn't recognize her." So how did a girl with a normally plain appearance and little native charm ensnare Harry Potter? That was what many of the girls at the ball wanted to know, and some of them developed theories of their own. Harry's own classmate, Pansy Parkinson, said, "It's got to be love potions. Lovegood's a weirdo, but she's not stupid. How else could she get Potter to look at her twice?" However, Miss Parkinson's own date, Draco Malfoy, see page 9, did not share her opinion. "Oh, I don't think she needed a love potion," he said. "Potter's off his rocker, himself. Just look at all the crazy stuff he's done. I think they're perfect for each other. She's the only girl in school as crazy as he is. So which is it? Did Luna Lovegood's unique, natural wiles succeed in winning Harry, or was it something more sinister? We can only hope that the young couple's teachers will investigate carefully so that we may all rest easier about the well-being of the boy who lived. Love potions. Harry sputtered. Off her rocker, self-inflicted. Only girl in. How can they even print this rubbish? That's what the press does, Harry. Hermione tried to calm him. And that's especially what Rita Skeeter does. But now everyone's going to think Luna. I knew they might give her a hard time, but I never thought they'd do that to her. Well, it could be worse, she said. Malfoy actually provided the contrasting voice. Gee, I feel so much better, Mione. What am I going to tell her now? Try not to let it bother you so much, Harry. It's not your fault Skeeter wrote that. And Luna's a big girl. She can handle herself. Well, maybe I should. No, Hermione cut him off. But I didn't even say. No, she repeated. Harry glared at her. You don't know what I'm going to say. She rolled her eyes. You're not that hard to figure out, little brother. You're either angry and planning to prank someone you don't want as an enemy, or you're feeling guilty and talking yourself out of asking Luna to Hogsmeade next week, or both. That analysis made him turn bright red, but he couldn't say anything to refute it. That did sound like something he would do, after all. So he just continued to glare at her. Honestly, just keep doing what you were doing. And if Luna has a problem, she'll tell you. He raised his eyebrows a little. Luna doesn't always share when she's feeling uncomfortable, he said. Hermione had to concede the point there. Okay, let me rephrase that. If she has a problem, you'll be able to tell. The two of us know her better than anyone except maybe Ginny, and you've got that sixth sense of yours. So don't worry about it. Is there anything else interesting in the article? Harry grumbled and looked back down at the magazine. Sadly, there were other people whom Skeeter went after. He noted particularly the section about werewolves. How hard is it for a werewolf to get a date? If the Yule Ball is any indication, it might not be as hard as you think. Early signs are that, with easier access to Wolfsbane potion and enrollment in Hogwarts, these feared creatures of the night may be developing a following. First, there was Cedric Diggory, who, after tragically being infected with lycanthropy last spring, managed to sweep Harry Potter's ex-girlfriend, Cho Chang, off her feet. Then, Colin Creevey, who was infected in the same attack, also made waves with his date, Ginevra Weasley, a pretty and vivacious fellow Gryffindor. Miss Weasley, 13, made a move adventurous even for her house by spending the ball on the arm of her werewolf classmate against her mother's wishes. Where did she get that? Hermione interrupted. Wah. Is it true? Harry said, confused. Not exactly. Ron said his mum would complain about it, but she'd probably settle down. But I can't believe any of the Weasleys would be thick enough to say that to a reporter. Well, she got it somehow, and she's still going on about how werewolves are dangerous beasts. Hermione shook her head. Skeeter's a nasty piece of work, she said. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to change people's prejudices in half a year, even with Remus teaching here. I wish we could, but it's not that easy. Hey, guys, what's wrong with Hagrid? Neville pointed out suddenly. Harry looked up at the high table and was surprised to see an uncharacteristic scowl on the huge man's face. He actually looked a little green around the gills. He looks like he's going to be sick, Harry said. Forget Hagrid. Look at Madame Maxime. Lavender pointed. Looking down the table, they saw the Beauxbatons headmistress looking downright murderous and glaring at both Hagrid and Dumbledore. It was about then that they began to hear loud French cursing from the visiting students. What's got into them? Harry asked. Look at page 7, Parvati whispered. With a sinking feeling, Harry turned his eyes back to the magazine. Besides the champions, one couple in the hall was quite literally impossible to overlook. I am speaking, of course, of Beauxbatons headmistress Olympe Maxime and Hogwarts Care of Magical Creatures professor and groundskeeper Rubeus Hagrid. Both Maxime and Hagrid share their alarmingly large size, twice the height of a normal human, which makes them stand out in the most chaotic of crowds. While they did not attend the ball together, they were seen sharing several dances over the course of the evening, and one might easily expect to see some attraction between them. But two teachers of such prodigious size at two different schools? Coincidence? Certainly not. Healers at St. Mungo's confirmed that no full-blooded human could reach such a size and still support their own weight. After careful investigation, this reporter was able to determine that both Maxime and Hagrid are, in fact, half-giant. Rubeus Hagrid's mother, we can exclusively reveal, was none other than the giantess Fridwulfa, who escaped from Britain during the war against he who must not be named. Olympe Maxime's parentage is less certain, but there can be no doubt about her half-breed heritage. With the giants being known for their brutal and bloodthirsty natures, the choice of individuals with giant blood for school teachers is certainly a curious one in both cases. Harry stopped when he saw Hagrid leaving the high table. At the same time, Madame Maxime stood up and walked out of the great hall with the Beauxbatons students getting up and following. Oh, no, this isn't going to end well, is it? Harry said. After a brief consideration, he jumped up himself to follow them, and Hermione soon joined him. They caught up to Hagrid in the clock tower, though they had to run to do it. Being that tall, he could walk fast. Madame Maxime and her students were heading towards their carriage. They'd have to worry about them later. Hagrid, Harry called, but the half-giant didn't slow. Hagrid, he called louder, and he stopped and turned to look. Harry? Hermione? He said in surprise. What are you doing? We're trying to figure out what's going on. Harry said. Why's Madame Maxime so mad? Why'd they all walk out? Well, yes, saw the article, didn't ya? About her and me? Yeah, so, Harry said, well, she didn't like having her secret told for all to see. I asked her about it at the ball, and she was even offended at me, and I told her I was one, said she was big-boned. Huh, I'll show her big bones. Mind ya, I'm not too chuffed about it myself, having that woman tell who me mom was. Wait, that was a secret. Harry said, I thought everybody knew that. Hagrid stopped and stared at him with wide eyes. He couldn't seem to process Harry's words. Harry, he stammered, I didn't tell anyone except Dumbledore and the other teachers. How'd you know you didn't tell anyone, did ya? No, we didn't want to pry, or anything, Harry said in genuine confusion. Well, I think I might have told Natalie MacDonald, but she wasn't even at the ball. I just thought it was obvious. We figured it out in first year. Your first year? How? Hermione was starting to see why Harry was so confused. Hagrid, you're 11'6", she spoke up. There's never been a confirmed report of a muggle who was taller than 9 flat. 9 out of 10 Muggle-raised students who come into this castle will automatically think giant when they see you and won't particularly care. So you really don't mind? Hagrid said, hopefully. Of course not. Harry said, we're fighting for werewolf rights, aren't we? Why should giants and half-giants be any different? Ah, you're the best, Hagrid exclaimed, and he grabbed them both in a rib-cracking hug. Yeah, thanks, Hagrid, Harry grunted before he let them go. Well, he said, now all we have to do is try to patch over an international incident with Madame Maxime, plus I need to talk to Luna. And you need to figure out the clue to the second task, Hermione reminded him. Harry grumbled at her. He finally caught up with Luna that afternoon, and he could tell the article hadn't gone unnoticed by her peers. She looked more downcast than usual. She was walking a bit faster and holding her books closer to her chest. But he was greatly encouraged when he saw her face light up when he called her name. Hello, Harry, she said with a smile. Hi, Luna. Listen, I'm really sorry about that article this morning. Parkinson was just awful to say that about you. Oh, it's all right, she said. It's not your fault, after all. I know, but I still don't want people thinking so poorly of you. They've been giving you a hard time about it. She lowered her gaze a little. People have been teasing me, she admitted. Most of it wasn't anything I haven't heard before, but a couple of the older girls thought they needed to rescue you from my clutches. Oh no, did they hurt you? Harry said, no, but I had to dodge a few hexes. He groaned. Do you want me to do something about it? I don't think that would help very much. You won't change anyone's minds by being overly defensive towards me. Harry didn't give up. Do you want Fred and George to do something? That made Luna giggle, at least. I don't know if I could stop those two, she said, but I know I didn't slip you any potions, and that's enough for me, but I understand if you want to have yourself checked for them. Harry considered this for a moment, how it would play in the press. I might, he reasoned, but not because I don't believe you, just so I have some hard evidence to use against the lies. Then I could make the press issue a retraction, and if anyone keeps saying it, I could call them out. Luna smiled a little sadly at him. Yes, I can see that working, she said. I do know a few things about the press. It's not necessary for you to defend my honor, of course, but it's sweet of you to do so. All right, then. And besides that, can I at least convince you to go to Hogsmeade with me next week? That made Luna smile broadly. I'd like that very much, Harry, she said. The potions must be working. Harry laughed, and he reflected that it felt good to know a girl whom he could completely trust that a line like that was a joke. Of course, the fact that he had just said he would get tested served as a firewall. He didn't think he had ever reached that point with Cho. Brilliant, Luna. I'll see you then. I'll look forward to it. She kissed him on the cheek and skipped away, humming to herself happily. The astronomy tower was off limits except for classes. This was for several reasons, including the delicate instruments left exposed up there, the penchant for amorous upper-year students to make inappropriate use of it, and especially the lack of guardrails at the highest point of the castle. Even though the tower was warded against falls, it was better safe than sorry. Cedric had probably gone up there legitimately on his prefect patrols, but Harry didn't have that option. So I'll just have to sneak up there, he concluded. You want to come, Mione? I think I'll pass if it's all the same to you, she replied overly formally. Why not? You can't bail on me. What if there's a clue that you can solve and I can't? Then write it down. I don't fancy getting caught out of bounds for this. We'll have my invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map, he said. We'll be fine. Hermione groaned, knowing her brother wasn't going to take no for an answer at this point. Oh, all right, she conceded. But if we get caught, I'm sneaking off in otter form and leaving you holding the bag. Gee, thanks for the support, sis. You're quite welcome, she said primly. They made it to the astronomy tower without any trouble, and fortunately, it was empty of amorous couples. It was still before curfew, of course. It got dark very early in January in Scotland, and that would be one less thing to worry about. Well, here we are, Harry said when they arrived. He took the silver baton from his robes, opened it into the disc, and laid it flat on the stone floor, exposing it to the starlight. Nothing happened. What's it supposed to do again? Hermione asked. Turn into an armillary sphere. And how do we do that? I'm not sure. Cedric just said, remember the code phrase. What code phrase? I don't know. The only phrase associated with this thing is, his eyes widened. The words that are written on it. He turned one of the magically sliding rings of the disc so that the words aligned, and he recited them aloud. All will be revealed when the stars are right. The disc sprang to life, with the distinct sound of metal on metal. The rings that made it up rotated around and around each other, all at different angles, turning the whole thing for a moment into a whirling sphere of metal. Then it settled down into the familiar shape of the celestial globe. Well, that takes care of that, Harry said. With the new alignment of the rings, the other markings on it finally came together into astronomical terms. Ecliptic, Tropic of Cancer, Arctic Circle, first point of Aries, and so on. The sun and moon ran on little tracks on the inside of the sphere. It was beautifully made, and it all moved magically with no visible gearwork. But for all this, it didn't look any different from a typical armillary sphere. It's a really amazing piece of enchantment, Hermione said. I wish we had time to study it. But what do we do with it? Do you see any more clues? Both of them looked over the sphere carefully, lighting their wands for a better view. There didn't appear to be any distinguishing marks on it. Nothing that wouldn't be on a normal sphere, and nothing that stood out as having special significance. After a while, Harry noted that a few parts of the mechanism were hidden behind each other. He rotated the rings that controlled the time and date to move it slightly and see if he missed something. Harry, wait a minute, Hermione said. What time and date is it set for? Harry took a careful look at the little dates carved on the rings. 9th of January, 20H15M. So right now, I think, it says year 17. That must be on the Metonic cycle, Hermione reasoned. When the stars are right. So if it's set to right now, do we set it to the time and date of the task? It's worth a try. All right. He turned the rings until they read 14 hours, 0 minutes, February 25th, year 17. Suddenly, the sphere changed. Constellations appeared, strung in a fine filigree between the rings. What was more, 6 of them, stretching from the zenith to the horizon on one side, glowed with a soft white light. Harry and Hermione looked on with wide eyes. Now, I'd say that's a clue, Harry said. Yeah, his sister whispered. He read off the constellations that were indicated. Cepheus, Cassiopeia, Perseus, Andromeda, Pegasus, Cetus. Well, that's pretty clear. she said. It's pointing to the myth of Perseus. Yeah, but what do I actually have to do? Do I have to tame a winged horse? Do I have to stay a horrific monster? I already took on a basilisk. I don't know. Is there anything else? Not that I can see. Let's see if I can collapse it back down. It took some finagling with the rings, but he eventually managed to fold the whole contraption back down into its disc form. He was about to collapse it again into the batten, but Hermione stopped him and said, "Wait, Harry. Is there anything different?" He looked again and was glad he did. Oh, wow, look. The star chart is still there. Indeed. The realignment of the rings had placed the 6 constellations of the Perseus family on the face of the disc. Once again, there were no obvious words, but by rotating one of the rings, he was able to make one string of words appear. "Hey, it says something here," he said, and he read the words aloud. "As above, so below." Suddenly, the disc emitted an ear-splitting screech. "Ah, what is that?" Hermione yelled. "I don't know. Make it stop." "I'm trying." With difficulty, Harry closed the disc back down to the batten, and the shrieking ceased. He and Hermione looked at each other in horror for a moment before they both said the same thing. "We've got to get out of here." They dove back under the invisibility cloak and ran down the stairs as fast as they could, nearly tripping and falling more than once. "Nice going, Furball." The whole castle must have heard that. Hermione said, "Hey, I didn't know that would happen," he protested. "Couldn't Cedric have warned me about that?" "Well, we've got to get out of here before Filch shows up." "Oh, no. And the judges will know we figured out the clue. I mean, they might be able to figure out it was you just now." "Yeah, but they told me I'm supposed to be figuring it out. And I bet that's the only way to do it. And what was that screaming anyway?" "How should I know? Just run." It was a very near thing, getting around a very suspicious Filch, plus Mrs. Norris, who could sniff them out, but Harry and Hermione made it back to Gryffindor Tower without getting caught. They sank to the floor, winded and tired out in the common room, to the confusion of their housemates, and they were left still contemplating the meaning of Harry's next clue. Harry and Hermione tried anything they could think of to figure out the secret of the screaming star chart over the next few days, but nothing seemed to work. The batten would now open directly to the star chart, and it would start screaming as soon as the phrase, "as above, so below," was uttered in its presence. Unfortunately, they were no closer to figuring what it was all about by the day of the Hogsmeade visit. But Harry set all that aside that day to focus on his date with Luna, which promised to be much more enjoyable. Anyway, Luna was wearing an explosion of colors when Harry met her at the carriage station. He counted at least 9 or 10 different shades from her rainbow hat to her indigo boots. He didn't even know boots that color existed, and he reflected that it might not stop Luna even if they didn't. But he thought she looked lovely, and he complimented her on her fashion sense. Bizarre my arse, he thought. "So, Luna, anywhere special you want to go today?" he asked as they rode the carriage down to the village. Harry was a pro at this by now. Well, maybe not a pro, but comfortable navigating his way around Hogsmeade with a girl, at least, but he knew it was good courtesy to ask her first. Knowing her, she might want to go somewhere completely off the wall. "Well, the older girls always have good things to say about Madame Poudafoots," she said, and Harry had to fight not to groan or twitch. "Have you been there?" "Yeah, a couple of times." "How did you like it?" Harry was relieved she asked him. He knew Luna would value an honest answer. I thought it was the most saccharine sweet place I've ever seen. Luna thought that over. I can see why some girls would like that. I think the 3 broomsticks is better if you want a cuppa, he said. You know, more comfortable. All right, let's go there, then. Luna said brightly. Harry grinned and offered her his arm when they stepped out of the carriage. They strolled leisurely down the street, enjoying the snowy day. It was a pleasant time, a time to lean back and not worry about all the trouble he was in. There was only a small tingle in the back of his mind that was bothering him. He dismissed it for a while. There was always something going on if he was paranoid about it, but he did take notice when they reached the 3 broomsticks. Looking around the crowded room, nothing really looked out of the ordinary, but his feline 6th sense twinged on a couple of people who straggled shortly before and after them. Luna, wait, he hissed when they were about to sit down. Something wasn't right here. He readied his fingers to draw his wand. Is something wrong? She said. Harry looked around the pub, focusing on the people who didn't feel right. A tall man in one corner sat up a little too stiffly, staring out at the patrons. Right now, he was staring at Harry's wand hand. A man at the bar kept looking around shiftily. Ludo Bagman was sitting nearby, talking animatedly with some goblins, but that didn't seem related. And then there was a woman at the other side of the room who was acting perfectly natural. She had dark brown hair, olive skin, and a too large nose. And her clothes were plain and drab, but something about her jawline seemed familiar. And when she looked up, Harry noticed she had violet eyes. Harry relaxed at once, grinning goofily and waving to her. She tried to ignore him, but he waved again and pointed at his eyes. Her own eyes widened and at once faded to brown. He smirked to himself and sat down. He knew it wasn't often that someone called out Tonks's disguises. What was that about? Luna asked. Aurors. Dumbledore would have asked for them. We still haven't caught whoever put my name in the goblet of fire. So, of course. It's good to stay safe. Yes, Harry said dryly. I'm sure they're trying to be inconspicuous, but I have a really well-developed spidey sense. Spidey sense, she asked. That led to an in-depth discussion of Muggle comic books over tea and pastries that Luna found very entertaining. It was refreshing for Harry to have a wizard-raised friend who could grasp unusual for her ideas so easily. So some of the superheroes are witches and wizards, she said. Sort of. They call themselves that, but their magic isn't anything like real magic. Harry, my boy, a boisterous voice called, and Harry groaned as Ludo Bagman came over to interrupt their conversation. Been hoping to run into you. How are you doing? Fine, thanks, he said. Great. You know, I wonder if I could get a private word with you. Harry took a deep breath to calm himself. Bagman seemed to get more obnoxious every time he saw him. I'm on a date, Mr. Bagman. Can this wait? He said. Bagman looked over at Luna as if he were seeing her for the first time, which seemed impossible, Harry thought, given how brightly she was dressed. Of course, the lovely Miss Lovegood, he said and kissed her hand. I hope you don't mind, my dear. I just had some quick tournament business with Mr. Potter. Oh, all right then, Luna said cheerfully. Harry thought she was being too trusting, but he didn't object. He gave her a sympathetic look as Bagman led him to the far end of the bar. He then gave a small shrug to the Auror who was sitting nearby, who looked more annoyed that he'd been spotted than concerned about Bagman. However, Harry was more concerned when his sixth sense picked up that the three goblins were all staring at them. "You know we're being watched, Mr. Bagman?" he whispered. Bagman glanced up nervously. Goblins," he mumbled. "Who knows what they're thinking? It's a nightmare dealing with them." Harry didn't think that sounded too charitable. "Isn't that Amos Diggory's department?" he asked. Yes. Well, they were actually looking for David Monroe. Thought he might be up here. Trouble is, they keep gabbing on in gobbledygook, and I only know one word of gobbledygook. Bladvac. It means pickaxe. Actually, Bladvac is a picmatic. Pickaxe is Bladvaker. It literally means pick chisel. Bagman's eyes widened. "You speak gobbledygook," he said. Oh, God. Why didn't I keep my big mouth shut? "Just a little," he said quickly. "Luna taught me some." Well, anyway, I wanted to congratulate you again on your performance in the first task. Really superb. Great showmanship. Thanks. So, how are you coming with our little mystery? The clues in the baton?" "Not bad," Harry said suspiciously. "I've got up to the screaming part." Bagman smiled. Good show, Harry." He lowered his voice so Harry could barely hear. "Of course, if you need a bit of help with the last bit, I could always lend you a hand. If it can help you at all, I've taken a liking to you the way you pulled off the first one. Well, just say the word." If Harry was suspicious before, he knew there was something untoward going on. Now, why? Was Bagman trying to help him cheat? He smelled corruption, possibly involving those goblins, and he didn't want to get tangled up in it. He had enough to worry about on his own. So he thought fast to make a quick getaway. "Mr. Bagman," he whispered, "since you're so keen to give me some advice, I'll give you some of my own. The Tetra-Wizard tournament was your idea, wasn't it? I think it would reflect poorly on you and the tournament if any corruption were discovered around it. Also, there's an or 2 tables over, and I'll bet you 3 sickles he's listening to every word we say with a supersensory charm." As Bagman and the Auror both stared at each other in shock, Harry used their distraction to escape. "Come on, Luna." He grabbed his date's hand and whisked her away from the table, dropping enough sickles behind him to make for a large tip. "You said you liked bird watching, didn't you? Let's head over and see what's out there near the Shrieking Shack." "Okay, that sounds nice." They walked faster through the town this time, Harry determined to put some distance between him and any trouble he may have left behind. He looked around every so often and quickly spotted the 2 Aurors shadowing him at a distance, trying to look like they out for a walk on their own. Of course, if they really wanted to go unseen, they could have disillusioned themselves, but Harry didn't think he rated that level of secrecy. Indeed, having the Aurors be a little bit conspicuous would be better to deter any suspicious characters. Luna took notice, though. "Harry," she whispered, leaning against him, "are you trying to escape from the Rotfong conspiracy?" "No, from Bagman. He was trying to help me cheat with the clue to the next task. I don't know why, but I don't think it's good. Anyway, I think I can manage without his help. I figured out some more of the clue last week." "You did? What was it?" "It was a star chart pointing to the myth of Perseus. It was actually pretty simple. The trouble was, once I got that part, the disc made this horrible screaming sound. I couldn't make head or tail of it. Perhaps it's the mating call of a heliopath," she suggested. Is there any particular reason it would be, Luna?" Harry asked. "Not really, but it could be." Harry laughed loudly, and he spun her to face him and kissed her. This kiss lasted longer than their previous ones, long enough for Luna to put her arms around him. It was the first time it had really felt natural to Harry to kiss a girl out of the blue, and they were both grinning afterwards. This was going even better than he'd expected. The birds didn't avoid the shrieking shack, fortunately, at least not on days when the charms had it inactive. The pair huddled close and looked around at the surrounding trees for birds, with Harry letting his predatory instincts out to play. With his feline senses, he quickly spotted quite a few birds in the area, many of which looked interesting. They looked interesting. He pointed out a trio of them to Luna. "Are those sparrows, Harry?" she said softly. "They don't look quite right." Harry squinted to be sure of what he was seeing. "No, they're not," he said. "They're snow buntings. Their winter plumage looks similar to sparrows from a distance. You know, they actually migrate here for their winter home. These three probably spend their summers in Iceland." Luna smiled up at him. "You're full of surprises, Mr. Potter." "I aim to impress Miss Lovegood," he replied, and in a rarity, it was true. They stood there a while, Harry pointing out the different species, and the two of them listening to the bird songs. Luna tried to imitate some of them, and actually got some of the birds to respond. Harry was amused to see there were several merlins in the area, and wondered if they tended to collect in magical areas. As they watched, one merlin swooped down from its perch and flew low and fast near the ground, chasing after a snow bunting. Just as it started to get away, a second merlin dropped down from above and snatched it out of the air with its claws. Harry thought it was a fine bit of hunting, but he looked nervously at Luna. A lot of girls would feel sorry for the snow bunting, he was sure, but Luna, it seemed, was familiar enough with animals to take it in stride. In fact, she smiled. "That's nice of them, isn't it, Harry?" she said. Harry did a double take. "WH what?" "They help each other hunt." "Oh, right. Yeah, they're probably a breeding pair." "Huh. Except it's nowhere near breeding season," he said, frowning. "Well, magical areas sometimes cause animals to act differently," she said. They continued watching the two merlins eat their lunch when they heard a loud crack, a yelp, and a thud, and the birds soon flew away. Harry sighed and walked towards the source of the sound. "And now you scared them off, Tonks," he said. He offered her a hand to help her up. His cousin's hair blushed red as she stood and brushed herself off. "Sorry about that," she said. "The boss said to keep an eye on you to make sure no one tried to do you in. So," she gave them a leering grin. "Are you enjoying your date?" "Oh, yes, very much so," Luna said. "Harry is quite the gentleman." Harry knew Tonks would have some smart remark prepared, so he jumped in and said, "Yeah, we've been having a nice time. Tonks, this is Luna. Luna, this is my cousin, Tonks. Pleased to meet you," Tonks told her. "So, you're the lucky girl. Well, you keep this kid out of trouble. Now. Don't worry. I will." "Oh, yeah? Good luck with that, Luna," Harry said. "Trouble is a very tenacious foe." Luna laughed musically, and they walked back to the village in good spirits. "You know, I could listen to your clues sometime, Harry, if you want," she said. "Okay," he said. "If you dare." Chapter 104. "All right, here it goes," Harry said. "As above, so below." The silver disc that now showed a star chart began screeching, and Harry did his best to smother it with a pillow. It was still coming through at an ear-splitting volume. It had taken a few days to arrange this meeting with Luna to examine the clue, mostly to try to avoid disturbing the school with the noise. But Harry was unconcerned. He had enjoyed his and Luna's date in Hogsmeade more than any of his dates with Cho, and seeing Luna in the Great Hall daily brought a smile to his face when he had previously been angsty over the tournament. Even Hermione noticed, to which she smiled at him, knowingly, and said it was a refreshing change. But at the moment, Harry was mainly hoping that Luna would be able to shed some light on this clue with her strange and esoteric knowledge. He was sure it was a long shot, though. It just sounded like nails on a blackboard to him. So imagine his surprise when she said with no hesitation, "Oh, Harry, that's Mermish." "What?" he and Hermione said in shock. "You recognize that?" Hermione added, "Oh, course. Mum taught me Mermish pretty well. Merpeople are usually helpful when looking for dabberblimps and snabberwitches." Harry and Hermione both just stared at her. "Could you start it again, please? I didn't catch all of it." Harry nodded numbly and closed the baton. Opening it again, he spoke the code phrase, and Luna tried to translate. "As above, so below," she said. "Follow him who did go slay they something of fearful name. Something about a maiden. No. I'm sorry, Harry. It's too fast. You'll have to put it in water to understand it." "It's all right, Luna. Wait in water?" "Of course. Mermish sounds like English underwater." "So, you're saying instead of smothering it with a pillow, I should have drowned this thing in a bathtub?" Harry deadpanned. Luna laughed musically, which was a little worrying given how morbid the joke was. "Okay." Hermione said nervously, "But we'll need a large enough body of water to do it, even underwater. It's so loud it could damage your ears at close range, and I don't feel like jumping in the lake in January." Say, Mione, didn't the Sorting Hat say, "We have a swimming pool in the castle"? "Yes, but Fred and George said it's in the prefect's bathroom." Harry considered this a moment and grinned. "Hey, Cedric," Harry said, "what's the password for the prefect's bathroom?" "Why?" "Because you owe me for not telling me about the screaming." "Oh, yeah, sorry about that. The password's Pine Fresh. I've never been to a pool party before," Luna said excitedly. "It's not really a pool party," Hermione cautioned. She hadn't bothered protesting Harry's rule-breaking this time. "We're just trying to solve this clue. Still, it's very exciting. The prefects always talk about how wonderful their bathroom." They walked through the door, and the sight took her breath away. She whispered. It could have been a Roman bath of the highest class, all white marble, white linen curtains, and stained glass windows with a chandelier hanging overhead. The bathtub, currently empty, was small by pool standards, only about 30 feet by 20, but it was deep enough for a diving board. It also had about 100 taps around the sides, which made the only thing look distinctly odd. There was no doubt what the intended usage was, though, since there were boys and girls changing rooms on either side of the room. "This place is amazing," Harry said. "How come only the prefects get a pool?" "Put it on our list of things to complain to Dumbledore about," Hermione said. She knelt down by the side of the pool and experimentally tried one of the taps. Bloop! Water gushed out, but more noticeably, so did pink and blue bubbles the size of footballs. "Whoa," she said, jerking back. "That's a weird bubble bath." "Ooh, I've never had a magical bubble bath, either," Luna said. She started trying the taps in quick succession and was soon giggling like a girl half her age. Her laughter seemed even more infectious than usual. Many of the taps produced different types of bubbles, but here and there they created other effects. One produced perfumed purple clouds, and another emitted a jet of water that bounced across the surface. 2 large taps on either side of diving board were the only normal ones, apparently intended to fill the pool quickly. Soon, the whole thing was full of water and bubbles. "We'd best get into our costumes, then," Hermione said. Harry and Luna agreed and quickly took to the changing rooms. Harry was, predictably, interested in seeing Luna in a swimsuit. Of course, she was dressed in a mundane one-piece in Ravenclaw blue. Wizards weren't prudes by most measures, but their clothing did tend to the conservative side. He still thought she looked great in it. If the way she was looking at him was any indication, she appreciated his physique as well. Years of karate and Quidditch had done him a lot of good. The side opposite the diving board was open, with stairs for entry, and they descended into the hot water. Hermione wanted to get right to the clue, but Harry and Luna outvoted her by splashing her heavily, successfully getting her to lighten up for a while. It turned out that none of the bubbles were irritating to the eyes, so they had no trouble there, and Harry suspected that some of them were enchanted to scrub in lieu of soap, as he could feel a mixture of magics in them. It was only after they all had their fill of swimming, splashing, and dunking each other under the water, and Harry opened up the silver baton to listen to the clue. "So I just need to put it in the water," he said. "That's right," Luna replied. "If you listen to it under the water, it should sound perfectly understandable." "Okay, then," Harry said. He took a deep breath and spoke the passphrase, "As above, so below." As soon as the disc started screaming, he dropped it in the water, and it sank to the bottom. From above, it sounded muffled, but when he put his head under the water, he was amazed to hear beautiful singing. Hermione and Luna soon joined him. The song was long, and they had to listen to it several times through to get all of it. Once they'd heard the whole thing, Hermione wrote it down with a quill and parchment she'd charmed waterproof. "What is above still is below. So follow him, who far did go, to slay the beast of fearful name, and save the maiden bound in chains. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And follow well the path he took, to find out where you have to look. Choose now your maiden, prince, or knave, a princess, wench, or ally brave. A captive first, but aid in flight, send one who's ready for the fight. And choose the path of which you're fond, the hard, but short to find your wand, or keep it on the long way round, to find your way to higher ground." "Well, that was surprisingly informative," Harry said. He unfortunately was used to high-stakes games of riddles, but as riddles went, this one wasn't so bad. "I suppose so," Hermione agreed. "So, it looks like the task is definitely paralleling the myth of Perseus. And come seek us where our voices sound must mean the Mere people, so it sounds like it'll start at the lake. And I have to save a maiden from a sea monster," Harry reasoned. "It doesn't have to be a maiden," she corrected. "The song said a prince, knave, princess, or wench. That means it could be anyone, but it sounds like they have to help you fight your way back. And I have to choose someone. That's different. Will you do it, then?" "Me," Hermione said, wide-eyed. "Well, you're the only one who can compete with me in our year. It's probably you or one of the Weasley twins, if I want the best combination of clever, skilled, and someone I trust to have my back. No offense, Luna. It's all right, Harry, she said. I think you'll need more than third-year spells. Hermione thought. I guess I can't argue with your logic. I'll do it if Mum and Dad don't veto it. But you might want to add Neville to your shortlist. He can hold his own. He faced the basilisk with you, remember? Oh, right. I should have thought of that. So anyway, how do we think this is going to go? Well, if we follow the myth, you would first need to get some weapons to fight Medusa. Although I assume you won't be facing anything as dangerous as an actual Gorgon. Right. What were the weapons? A sword, a shield, and a helmet of invisibility, I think, Hermione said. There were winged sandals, too. Luna spoke up. There were... Harry said. Yes, so he could fly to the Gorgon's cave. Really? I thought Perseus had to tame Pegasus to find Medusa. Luna gave him a very confused look. No, Harry, Pegasus was born from Medusa's blood when he killed her. What? But I thought... Wait a minute, Harry, Hermione said. Are we following the actual myth of Perseus? Or are we following the Harryhausen film? Harry opened his mouth to speak, but then he smacked himself in the forehead. All right, Luna, you're the mythology expert. How does the real story go? She told them. Perseus's original quest was to bring back the head of Medusa. Athena sent him to the Grey Witches, who told him the route to the Garden of the Hesperides, where Hera's nymphs gave him his weapons. He then traveled to Medusa's lair and beheaded her by looking at her reflection in his shield. Pegasus sprang from her neck, along with a warrior with a golden sword who didn't really figure in the story, and he flew back home on the winged horse. On the way, though, he happened upon Andromeda purely by coincidence. She was being offered up to the Cetus as a sacrifice, so Perseus turned the sea monster to stone with Medusa's head, and this being a Greek myth, married the princess immediately. Okay, the fight on the way back doesn't really fit, then, but I guess they needed to do something for the teamwork part, Harry concluded. So I'll have to go upriver, probably find some hidden cave or something. Wait, why do you say that? Hermione said. What do you mean? You don't know that your teammate will be upriver, she said. The song just said, higher ground. They could be up in the mountains or something. He shook his head. Andromeda was chained to a rock by the sea, though. The most obvious place for that is in the ravine. Maybe it'll be somewhere else on the castle or river, but somehow I don't think we'll be going far from the water. Fair point, I guess. The last stanza's interesting, too. It sounds like at the beginning, you'll have a choice between overcoming some difficult obstacle without your wand, or taking a longer route with your wand. It seems really odd. I wouldn't have expected something like that. Well, it works for me. I can do wandless magic. I wonder what the obstacle is, though. They all thought about it for a minute, and then Luna had an idea. When Perseus was born, she said, his father set him adrift at sea in a wooden box. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, then looked at Luna. You think the first step will be some kind of escape act? Harry said, it seems possible, and the task is supposed to be about problem solving. And they can't force you to give up your wand, so they'd have to provide an alternate route, Hermione said. Not that you'd need it. Good thinking, Luna. When they had dried off and changed back into their robes, Harry walked Luna back to her dorm hand in hand. Well, that wasn't so hard, he said. I'm glad I have a friend like you, who just happens to know Mermish and Greek mythology. She smiled at him. I could teach you some Mermish if you like. Suddenly, she switched over to Parseltongue and hissed, I am still glad you taught me snake speak. Harry chuckled and smiled back at her. I'd like that if we can ever find the time, he said. But when he looked away, a sad and wistful look crept over his face. He didn't speak again until they were nearly at Ravenclaw Tower, where he stopped and turned to her again. Luna, could you keep a secret for me? He said softly. Hermione immediately tensed up and quickly pulled him away. Harry, what are you doing? She whispered. Mione, I just want to tell Luna about the Parseltongue thing. I trust her, and I think she deserves to know. It took her a minute to figure out what Harry meant, but when she did, she said, Harry, you mustn't. You remember what happened last time you told someone a secret. That wasn't my fault, he snapped. Dumbledore even said I was being responsible enough. It was just bad luck someone heard it, who could misuse it. Besides, I was going to make extra sure we were alone. Anyway, he motioned significantly at the portraits in the corridors. He knew full well that, at Hogwarts, the walls literally had ears. That's not the point. You promised you'd clear it with Mom and Dad before you told any more important secrets. It's not that big a deal. It certainly is. It's at least tied to some things we don't want getting out, and you know it. But he looked over at Luna, who looked sympathetic, and then back at his sister's glaring face. Finally, he sighed and hung his head. I'm sorry, Luna, he said. I really want to tell you, but I have family business to take care of first. It's fine, Harry. I don't want to cause any trouble, she said, giving him one of her slow blinks. You won't, I'm sure, he said, automatically blinking back, but wishing he felt more certain. I just need to make sure everyone's on the same page. Harry tried, but he didn't get a chance to tell Luna his secret that week. The more he thought about it, the more complicated it seemed to get. He didn't want to defy his parents, but he grew hesitant to talk to them as he considered the complications. Of course, he didn't want to hurt Luna either. It was so frustrating that he couldn't just tell her, even though it was making him nervous, wondering what she would think of him. He still spent time with Luna, though, studying with her in the library, sometimes sitting beside her or she inviting him to sit by her side for bearing the whispers and occasional jinxes over them being together. He admired her tenacity. He knew the whispers and unkind remarks hurt her, but she was determined not to let what anybody else thought control her life. He loved her laugh, too, usually a small giggle or even just a knowing smile, but when her emotions bubbled over, it turned into an uproarious squeal that lit up the whole room. She had a great sense of wit, herself, and he suspected she was maybe only a little, more self-aware about her fantastic creatures than everyone thought. All of that was what made it so hard for him to keep secrets from her. Eventually, he came up with a plan. Luna's birthday was coming up on the 13th, followed by Valentine's Day on the 14th, and the traditional Valentine's weekend in Hogsmeade on the 18th, 1 week before the second task. The timing suited him. He had already decided what he would do there. He would give her small tokens on the first 2 days and save the big gift for Saturday. He just needed to get his family to go along with it. He thought he could convince Dumbledore, though. That would work to his advantage if he could pull it off. Harry and Hermione dutifully returned to Professor Dumbledore's office with Remus that weekend for another round of pensive viewing, but the investigation into the tournament was not going well. They had exhausted all of the available memories of the Goblet of Fire from the time it was lit to when it spat out Harry's name, and they hadn't seen anything unambiguously out of the ordinary. This term, they had begun observing representative memories of suspected Death Eaters who had escaped Azkaban to see if any of them could spot any patterns or mannerisms that might betray an imposter. All three had animal intuition for that, though it wasn't foolproof, and Pettigrew proved. However, there was one new complication to this. After his date, Harry had mentioned Ludo Bagman's suspicious behavior to Sirius, who had wanted a full report, of course, and he had said Dumbledore should know. The three of them entered Dumbledore's office to see the old wizard standing over his desk, hands behind his back, with a solemn look on his face. Unusually, there were newspaper clippings in multiple languages spread across his desk. The ones they could read blared dire headlines like Hemorrhagic Fever Strikes Zaire, Dozens of Muggles and Wizards Dead, NG's Nundu Leaves Deadly Legacy. Ah, good afternoon, Harry, Hermione, Remus, Dumbledore said, putting a smile on his face that was slowly beginning to look false. Good afternoon, they replied. Hermione, in particular, looked over the desk with concern. More trouble in East Africa, Professor? She said worriedly. I'm afraid so, Hermione. I feared this outcome for some time. Nundus were disastrous in centuries past when they terrorized small stretches of forest. With the more connected Muggle world of today, the plagues they spread could be catastrophic. Is there anything you can do? Hermione asked. Is there anything you need to do? Remus said more pragmatically. The last time Dumbledore had had to spend an extended period overseas, it hadn't gone well. No, he said. For better or worse, there is little I can or must do for this crisis. I have confidence in the local healers who have dealt with such outbreaks before. Please sit. With a flick of his wand, the clippings organized themselves into one of his desk drawers. Now, Harry, he continued, I made some discreet inquiries into Ludo Bagman after your report of his suspicious behavior. The Auror who questioned him found no probable cause, but when I dug a little deeper, I found that he has accrued some rather alarming gambling debts, and it seems most likely that he is attempting to influence the outcome of the tournament to win one of his bets. That makes sense, Remus agreed. Bagman's a notorious gambler. It's exactly the kind of thing he'd do. Do you think he would have put my name in the goblet for a bet? Harry asked. If that was what all this was, it would turn the whole thing on its head. It is a distinct possibility, Dumbledore agreed. Perhaps even our most likely individual lead, so far. Not that that is saying much. Bagman may have bought into the boy who lived legend, or even if your winning was an unlikely outcome, a compulsive gambler would not worry about such details. It would almost fit. However, there is a very important piece of evidence that still suggests Voldemort's involvement. What? Harry said, the fact that your records were altered at Uluru in Australia. That would have required extensive planning, and probably multiple people. And Bagman does not seem devious enough, nor desperate enough to mastermind such an elaborate scheme. I think he was at most an unwitting dupe of Voldemort in this scheme, and he would still have needed a Death Eater contact to do it. Nevertheless, he continued, I think we should take a closer look at all of the tournament organizers. Igor Karkaroff, as you know, is a defector Death Eater. Ludo Bagman was also once accused of working with them. I do not believe David Monroe has any dark leanings, but then I also believed Madame Maxime was above the potential for blackmail, and given her reaction to Ms. Skeeter's article, I was forced to rethink that. although after a frank conversation, I still believe that no one had any hold over her and she was not involved. So what are we looking at today, Albus? Remus said, trying to get to the point. The trials of Igor Karkaroff and Ludo Bagman, both shortly after the end of the war. We must be on a closer lookout for any irregularities from those two in particular. Let us begin. Karkaroff's first trial was straightforward. He was caught red-handed by Moody and sentenced to Azkaban. The second trial had him brought back from Azkaban, as he had decided to sell out in exchange for clemency. He looked more frightened the second time. He showed a definite tremor, and he was dressed in prison rags. Remus shook a little, remembering how Sirius had been trapped there for so many years. Presiding at the trials was Barty Crouch Sr., the man who had first been disgraced after Sirius was freed, then murdered by robbers in his home. At the trials, he was a fierce and hardline judge, though not above making a deal. Karkaroff was clearly desperate to get out and grew increasingly frantic when he learnt that all the names he named were already captured or dead. Only Augustus Rookwood from the Department of Mysteries was news to Crouch, although that was still enough to release him. Bagman, then at the height of his career, was accused of passing information to Rookwood, but he claimed he had no idea he was a Death Eater, and his fans still supported him loudly enough that the Wisengamot let him off easily. Given how well Rookwood had disguised himself, Dumbledore suspected Bagman really had been a bit of an idiot and had not known, but they still had no certainties. So Bagman is definitely suspicious, Dumbledore concluded. I have been unable to conclusively rule out a connection with the Death Eaters, and there is still the matter of Bertha Jorkins, who for his department and has not been seen since last summer. I think it likely she did get mixed up with the Death Eaters, given the circumstances. I will speak to Amelia Bones to see if we can pry deeper into Bagman's life, but alas, my instincts tell me we are barking up the wrong tree. Harry, Hermione, and Remus all agreed. Their instincts were far from certain. Bagman just didn't throw off the Death Eater vibe the way Lucius Malfoy did. But I would urge you to be careful around him, Dumbledore added. Even if he is not a Death Eater, gambling debts to goblins are something best avoided. They all nodded to that, too. He didn't need to tell them twice. Now, are there any other concerns you have before we close? Dumbledore asked. Actually, Professor, Harry spoke up, we've been having a disagreement that we would like your advice on. For weeks, 2 back-to-back Ravenclaw Quidditch matches, and one of Grayson's wandless magic seminars after their previous date, Harry and Luna once again found themselves together in Hogsmeade. Harry's plan had gone well so far. On Monday, he had given her an emu feather quill for her birthday, and had the elves bake her a small cake. On Tuesday, he had given her a card and a box of Muggle chocolates, and officially asked her out to Hogsmeade. Today, they were taking a lovely stroll down Main Street. Their first stop had been the florist, where Harry bought Luna 3 roses. Normally, it was dangerous to leave Valentine's roses to the last minute, but Harry didn't have that problem because it wasn't the traditional red, pink, or white that he bought. The 3 colors he chose were true blue, the impossible and unattainable and a magical cultivar, striped Monday, variety and merriment, and lavender, enchantment. Luna stuck the 3 flowers in her hair and smiled broadly when he gave them to her. Once again, 3 aurors were noticeably shadowing them all morning, and that started to give Harry an idea. Luna, I think I may be changing my mind about Madame Pudafoots, he said. Luna tilted her head curiously and spoke to him with perhaps the most serious and normal voice he'd ever heard from her, none of her usual dreamy, ethereal quality. "Why?" she asked. "You said it was the most saccharine sweet place you'd ever seen, and I hear it's ever worse on Valentine's Day." Harry couldn't help but stare. Her sudden change was like flipping a switch, and he didn't even know Luna had a switch. "Harry, are you okay?" "What? Oh, yes. I mean, yes, the place is awful on Valentine's Day, but I thought it would make for a fun bit of people watching. Mainly, I want to see what Tonks will do." He looked to where he had spotted Tonks and winked at her. To her credit, her disguise was impeccable if you didn't know her. If one knew her mannerisms and her natural clumsiness, though, she was easy to spot. After all, she had aced deception and concealment in training, but she'd nearly flunked stealth and tracking. Meanwhile, Luna had resumed her usual dreamy tone, like nothing out of the ordinary had happened. I suppose that would be interesting," she said. "Shall we go, then?" They went off to Madame Pootafoot's at once, and Tonks, looking a little worried for possible pranks, followed. Just like last year, Madame Pootafoot's was trussed up in eye-watering pink lace and heart-shaped confetti getting into everything. Harry couldn't understand how Valentine's Day was so popular here when you couldn't drink your tea without getting bits of paper in it. Then again, most of the patrons on Valentine's Day weren't putting a whole lot of effort into drinking tea. Harry and Luna sat down and ordered their drinks without incident, but at that moment, Harry's little plan backfired when Tonks walked in. She had morphed herself to look younger, with long, golden hair. She had reproduced her violet eyes, and she put on an affected giggle reminiscent of lavender brown. And at once she draped herself across Harry and loudly exclaimed, "Oh, Harry, darling, you already got us a table." Of course, everyone stared at them. Fortunately, Luna knew what was going on and didn't look offended. But even so, Harry felt he had no choice but to respond in kind. "Nice to see you, too, cousin," he said. "Luna, this is my cousin. Her name is Nympha. What was the rest of it again?" Ow. Tonks scowled and whacked Harry in the back of the head hard, then slipped into the table next to him and Luna. "The name's Tonks. Or else," she said. "Come on in, Shaq." Her partner appeared, tall, dark, and looking uncomfortably out of place in the small tea shop. It wasn't often to see Aurors in a place like that, undercover or not. "That was below the belt, Harry," she grumbled. "You don't want to know how many awful nicknames I got called in school. Why do you think I go by Tonks? It's not because Nymphadora, it's over the top and flowery." "Oh," Harry said. "Sorry, I didn't realize." Funny thing, Mum and Dad never realized either till I was 13. And anyway, you started it coming in here. "It's Valentine's weekend," Harry protested. "So you're saying this wasn't a prank on the Aurors who are here to protect you?" Okay, I admit it wasn't the best idea. But I'm warning you, if this winds up in Rita Skeeter's next column, I'm sicking Sirius and Remus on you. Tonks thought that over for a minute and said, "Fair enough." They sat in an awkward silence for a few minutes. Harry held Luna's hand across the little table. Tonks wisely didn't try anything with Auror Shacklebolt, and the two of them got a rather large amount of stares, although Harry certainly didn't mind having the attention taken off of him. "I like your outfit, Luna," Tonks said eventually. Luna was dressed in her rainbow winter, wear again. "Thank you," she said, flashing Harry a smile. "I think Harry likes it, too." too. The winter needs a bit more color, Harry replied. Well, I'm glad you two are having a good time. Yeah, so am I. So does your boyfriend know you're here with another man? Harry said as he began to feel adventurous again. Or Shacklebolt rolled his eyes. Tonks arched an eyebrow at him. You mean Remus? I don't know if that's working out. Really? Harry said in surprise. To hear him talk, you were all over him last year. Tonks laughed. Well, Remus is kind of a biased source, she said. Really, I'm not completely sold on the schoolteacher thing. I'm looking for more adventure. Werewolf, Harry said, getting too mainstream. Harry and Luna both laughed loudly, disturbing the other patrons, not that Harry much cared. Only you, Tonks, he said. I hope he'll be all right, though. I think he'll be fine. The way I see it, I did my part getting him to open up to the idea of romance, but it might be coming time to set him up with someone more his speed. Personally, Harry, though Remus needed someone with Tonks's bubbly personality to balance him out, but then again, he was doing better now that he had productive employment and students like Colin and Demelza looking up to him. Well, he'd just have to keep an eye on things. I'm sorry about that, Luna, he said when they left the tea shop. That kind of got away from me. Oh, it wasn't so bad, Harry, she said. It was kind of fun. And I enjoyed spending the day with you. Yeah, I enjoyed it too. Would you mind getting a private room at the Three Broomsticks? I have some things I want to tell you about. Privately. Luna seemed puzzled, but she trusted Harry enough that she quickly agreed. They strolled over to the Three Broomsticks to request a private room. Sirius had had the presence of mind to realize that Madame Rosmerta wouldn't just give one to a couple of minors. So Harry produced a signed letter from Sirius giving him permission. She looked at them suspiciously, but she accepted the letter. Once in the room, Harry put a muffliato and an alarm charm on the door, and he cast Hominum Revelio to make sure they were really alone. It felt like overkill, since no one was likely to come back there, but his parents had insisted he make certain he couldn't be overheard. Probably don't need the cloak and dagger, he told Luna, hoping she wasn't starting to worry about his intentions. It's just that after last year, I need to be really sure. I understand. What did you want to talk about? She said. Harry slumped into one of the chairs. It was a refreshing change, finally being able to talk to someone frankly. He almost hadn't realized how much tension he'd been carrying. There were a couple of things. The first thing is, I just thought you should know. It's about my Parseltongue ability. I mean, you've been such a great help to me with it. So, over Christmas holidays, we met with Professor Dumbledore, and he said my ability isn't just because of what happened to me when I was a baby. It's because I have some kind of magical connection to Voldemort still. That was the part he really hoped she would be understanding about. If the idea really frightened her, he'd have to back off. However, Luna didn't look anything but curious. She was a Ravenclaw, after all. That's interesting, she said. Well, not very interesting for you. I imagine it's very unsettling, but I think that would make more sense. This way, the ability would be derived from a direct connection to you-know-who's magic, rather than a transfer of knowledge or blood or something similar that there would be no real reason for. Although I have no idea how such a connection could form. Well, Dumbledore said it had something to do with the killing curse burning partway through my mum's protection, and into my head, I don't really understand it. In fact, I doubt anyone but Dumbledore and Grayson do. The point is, it's not good because every once in a while I get a vision or something from Voldemort, and he could try to attack my mind through it. So Dumbledore and Grayson are trying to find a way to sever the connection safely. Ah, I see. If they do that, then you will probably lose your ability to speak Parseltongue. After 2.5 years, Luna could still surprise Harry with how quick she was on the uptake. Yes, that's it, he said. It's for the best, of course, she replied calmly. After all, it would be very bad if you know who figured out how to read your mind. I know, and if they figure out how to do it, I wouldn't hesitate. It's just that it sounds completely mad when I say it out loud, but I kind of don't want to lose the Parseltongue bit. Probably comes from living with Hermione for so long. I don't want to forget the stuff I know. That's understandable. She reached across the table and placed her hand over his comfortingly. But you know, I learnt Parseltongue from you just fine. We could practice it so you still remember all the words afterwards. Exactly. Hermione said the same thing. But you know the language better than she does. It would be better with you, and I wanted you to know why I wanted to do it. She squeezed his hand slightly. That is very good of you, Holly. I see clearly what you want to do, she said in Parseltongue. I will help you. Thank you, Luna, he replied. It would be nice if we could make a comprehensive list of the words. I know we sort of tried to put a dictionary together before, but it was never really organized. The problem is the dictionary's huge, and most of the words don't translate. Snake speak is simple. It doesn't have many words, she offered. The hard part will be figuring out which words it has, and which it doesn't. We could use the Mermish and Gobbledygook to English dictionaries for reference. Those only have the words the translators thought were important. Yes, that could work. There are simplified versions of English, too, that we could look up. Harry remembered hearing somewhere that Orwell had based his idea of Newspeak on somebody's attempt to invent a simplified English for second language learners with just 850 words. He could probably look into that. It would be nice if we had a clearer way of writing the words, too, Luna said. We just wrote the words the way they sounded before. Yeah, I've talked to Hermione about it a little. She thinks we should write it in IPA. What's IPA? International Phonetic Alphabet. It's a way of unambiguously writing all the sounds that can be made with the human voice. Oh, fascinating. I'll have to ask her about it. Right, but anyway, that wasn't the only thing I wanted to tell you, Luna. It wasn't. No, there was something more important. You see, this is one of my big secrets. There are a few other people who know, but I've only ever willingly told Sirius and Remus. Oh my, you don't have to. I know, but I want to, and it wasn't easy to convince my parents to let me. So, well, I'm glad you trust me so much, Harry. What is it? Harry took a deep breath. Let me show you, he said. You remember I ran away from my aunt and uncle when I was 5? She nodded. Well, this is how I did it. He pushed himself up with his hands and changed to cat form to land on the table. Absolutely not. Mum and Dad had said when he asked them about his idea. Enough people know about your ability already. We don't need any more. If you're going to tell all the girls you date, we might as well not bother. I'm not telling all the girls I date, he protested. I never told Cho. Yes, and you dated Cho for 8 months and never even mentioned it, Hermione pointed out. You've only been dating Luna for 2. I know, but I already like Luna more than I ever did Cho. She's a lot of fun to be around. She's kind, understanding. I trust her. Plus, Luna was a good friend we could rely on long before we started dating. Cho wasn't. Sirius started laughing at Harry's description. Oh, man, you've got it bad, pup. Harry sighed, not helping Sirius. The point is, I wouldn't consider this if I didn't know Luna as well as I do, apart from the dating. That's very nice for you, son, Dad said, but be that as it may, that doesn't make it a good idea to tell her. And it doesn't hurt anything not to tell her. You're not picking her to join you in the second task, and she's not involved with fighting Voldemort. She has no reason to know. I know she has no reason to, but I still want her to know. And it's not just that I don't want to keep it a secret. You know, in the abstract. Remember the first task? How we said I might have to reveal my ability in an emergency. Well, the same applies to the second task, doesn't it? And if I have to reveal it, I don't want her to find out that way. I really like Luna, and I don't want to be the guy who keeps a secret from her and then has that happen. His family thought that was very thoughtful of him, but it was still a very hard sell. Sirius, ever the ladies' man, was on his side, which didn't help his case much. What really sold Mum and Dad in the end was when Remus reported that Luna seemed like a trustworthy girl to him from having her in his classes, and to their surprise, he was also on Harry's side. Perhaps Tonks really had done him some good. Dumbledore himself had said it wasn't his place to interfere, but he hadn't vetoed the idea, and that was good enough for Harry. Ah, Harry, you're so cute. Luna squealed. Luna was obviously a cat person. She already had the slow blink down, which she used on him regularly, probably without even thinking about it, and she was so happy to see him that way that there could be no doubt. He padded over to her, and she started petting him down his back and scratching him behind his ears. He purred happily, making her giggle. It was ironic, he thought distantly. This was probably the most petting Luna would be comfortable with for a while. You're a beautiful cat, Harry. Your fur is better behaved, and it really brings out your eyes, she said. Harry jumped off the table and changed back to human form. Thanks, Luna. I'm glad you like it. I really wanted you to know. You've been able to do that since you were 5. How did that happen? Accidental magic. We think. It could be some weird boy who lived power, but there's no reason for it to be. You must have been an adorable kitten. Harry chuckled. Well, Hermione thought so. We've got a couple pictures hidden away somewhere. That's how I found my way to Hermione, too, by the way. I could smell her magic in cat form. Luna giggled again. Perhaps I should call you Furry Potter, now. Harry groaned. Please don't. Hermione wore that one out when I was 8. Oh, that's too bad. But still, I'm glad you told me. It's nice to know you trust me like this. Of course I do. Hermione, and I have always been able to rely on you. But I really wanted you to know just in case, because if there's an emergency, I might need to use it for the second task next week. I wanted you to know beforehand, if that happens. Thank you, Harry. She blushed. It really means a lot that you thought of me. Well, I really like you, Luna, he said, and he braced himself and continued. So, if you don't mind this, and if you can look past all my other baggage like the fact that Voldemort still wants to kill me, do you still want to be my girlfriend? Luna got a shocked look on her face, much like she did when he asked her to the Yule Ball. His question was sort of nonchalant, and she was frozen for so long that he almost thought she'd missed it. But a wide, giddy smile soon came over her face, and she said, "Yes, Harry, I'd like that very much." She stood on her toes and kissed him. Harry was grinning like a loon a couple minutes later when he undid the privacy charms on the door. "Madame Rosmerta," he called, "a Valentine special for 2, please, and some candles." Luna giggled a little. "You're spoiling me, Mr. Potter," she said. "Only the best, Miss Lovegood," he said with a smirk. It was more of a late lunch than a dinner, but it was Valentine's weekend, and they were going to have it by candlelight. He lit the 3 candles all at once, wandlessly, with a single snap of his fingers. "Can you teach me how to do that?" Luna asked. "Anytime, Luna," he told her. "Anytime." "Looks like someone had a nice date," Hermione said when they got back to the castle. "It was excellent. Thank you very much," Harry said smugly. "Luna officially agreed to be my girlfriend. I suspected as much. I'm really happy for you. But there's just one thing I want you to know." "What's that?" Hermione flashed a wicked smile. "Luna's a really sweet girl, and you know she's had trouble in her life. She doesn't have many friends. Most of her family is gone. She doesn't really have anyone besides her father, and let's be honest, he's not all there. So I'm letting you know right now, Furball, if you hurt her, I will make you regret it." Chapter 105. Hostages. Are you trying to get yourself sent to Azkaban, Bagman? "No, I can't do anything to him, just for suggesting it, Professor McGonagall, but I'll make sure to question him thoroughly on anything else I can. So, Mr. Bagman, tell me about these gambling debts of yours." I think that's a private matter, don't you, Madam Bones?" "Not if there's a conflict of interest with your job. I must say, I've never met such cooperative goblins before." "Oh, bloody hell. Welcome to the second task of the Tetrawizzard tournament," Dumbledore announced to the assembled students. "Before we begin, I must announce a change in the judges' lineup. I regret to report that Ludo Bagman was forced to resign as the head of Magical Games and Sports 2 days ago for attempting to fix the tournament, other unethical gambling, and mishandling of the Bertha Jorkins case. But not," he added silently, entering Harry in the tournament. Bagman had told Amelia under Veritasrum that he had nothing to do with that. Back to square one. A surprised murmur rippled through the crowd. There had been some news about Bagman being in trouble, but no one had expected him to be replaced so quickly. "Fortunately, Mr. Bagman's efforts have had no effect on the tournament so far," Dumbledore continued, "but we were hard-pressed to find a replacement judge in time for the task. And I see she has just arrived. Please welcome the new interim head of Magical Games and Sports, former Pride of Portree captain, and record 36-time Scottish national chaser, Catriona McCormick." Applause shook the stands. Catriona McCormick was a legend in the Quidditch world. Only someone positively brilliant and a little crazy would be willing and able to play for a national team 36 years straight. She looked easily a decade younger than her 60-ish years as she walked up to the judge's box and surveyed the crowd with a sharp eye. But no one was prepared when Professor McGonagall scrambled up the stairs, walked right up to McCormick, and hugged her. "Whoa, who are you and what have you done with McGonagall?" one of the Weasley twins yelled, to which their professor shot them a harsh glare. Whispers began circulating the stands that McGonagall and McCormick were longtime friends and had been on the Gryffindor Quidditch team together, as schoolmates. "Well, that's a side of Professor McGonagall I've never seen before," Harry said. As with the first task, he stood with his family in the judge's box, waiting for them to begin. We already knew she was a big Quidditch fan, Hermione pointed out. It's hard to imagine her as a student on the team, though. Yeah, it was hard to imagine 20 years ago, Sirius agreed. More so now. Will getting rid of Bagman change anything here? Emma asked. I won't have to deal with him trying to help, Harry said. Other than that, it shouldn't. Yes, welcome, Miss McCormick, Dumbledore's amplified voice called. Now that we are all here, Mr. Monroe will explain the second task. Unlike the first task, the second task was not held at the Quidditch pitch. Instead, a most unorthodox arrangement had been set up. Several hundred students, professors, the champions' families, and press representatives were lining the battlements of the castle, overlooking the ravine. The Grangers were surprised there was enough room for everyone, and it was tight, but between the east and west wings and all the towers and bridges, plus the judge's box being built on scaffolding above a section of the west wing battlements, there was enough room for everyone to have a clear look down into the ravine, and with a bit of shuffling, out at the lake and back along the river. Students were lined up with astronomy telescopes, binoculars, and omnioculars, ready to watch the action, and 4 large binocular telescopes were set up in the judge's box to follow the champions individually. David Monroe stepped to the railing and said, "Thank you, Albus. The second task has already presented our champions with several challenges and puzzles to solve. Hopefully, they got through them all and are ready to face the task we can now reveal. The second task is based on the myth of Perseus, but with a twist. Instead of rescuing a fair maiden, each of the champions shall choose a teammate." Harry looked around the judge's box, but none of the others looked surprised. They must have all worked that part out, too. The teammates are not subject to the OWL qualification requirement, but will be considered on a case-by-case basis, though they must still have the consent of their guardians to participate. Teammates may be any student from any school, but with this restriction, they must consent to be separated from their wands. A gasp rippled along the battlements. While technically legal, asking a witch or wizard to give up their wand was serious business, almost unheard of. The teammates' wands will be stored in a safe location for the champions to retrieve along their route. The plan of the task is this. The champions will begin at the lake. They must follow the path that Perseus took carefully to find their teammates. Clue will be placed along the route to guide them. They must first retrieve the 3 pieces of the key that will free their teammate from their shackles. Then, they must rescue their teammate, retrieve their wand, and face the final, terrifying challenge together to return to the castle safely. Also, in light of the first task, flying on brooms is not allowed. That sounds complicated, Dan said worriedly. I know, but we know the Perseus myth backwards and forwards. Now, Harry pointed out, we should be able to follow the clues. We wanted the champions themselves to also begin without their wands, Monroe continued, but under the ICW Convention on Wand Use of 1692, wizards have a right to carry wands at all times if they wish, so we cannot require the champions to give them up. Instead, we will offer a choice. The champions may choose to begin the task at the mouth of the ravine without their wands, which will be hidden somewhere nearby, but they will each be sealed inside one of these. He motioned to a box that looked suspiciously like a coffin. A perfectly mundane, non-magical wooden box. Or, the champions may keep their wands, but they must begin on the other side of the lake. That got another round of excited whispers from the crowd. Trapped in a coffin, without their wand, was about the last place any witch or wizard wanted to be. One of the reasons that the custom of burying witches and wizards with their wands came about was from the old days when, even for magicals, it was possible to bury someone alive by mistake. And yet, if they could find a quick way out, it would be an immense speed advantage. The school heads will now confer with their own champions to learn their choices. Monroe said, "To make it fair, during the task, each head will follow a randomly selected champion from a different school to assess their performance." Edward Grayson walked up to Harry's family while the other heads conferred with their champions. "Day, Mr. Potter, do you know what you're going to do?" "Yes, Ambassador," Harry said. "I'll hand over my wand and take the short route." Grayson nodded. "I expected as much. And your teammate?" "I choose Hermione." "All right, Miss Granger, you and your magical guardian will need to sign this contract to participate." He handed over a piece of parchment. Sirius read it over first as magical guardian before signing it, followed by Hermione. "Would have been nice to have that option for Harry." Emma grumbled. "Sorry, ma'am. I don't make the rules," Grayson said. With all of the arrangements made, the champions were escorted to their starting places, each by his or her own head, or, in Harry's case, by Grayson. He hugged his parents and Sirius and descended the stairs. He didn't really listen as Monroe rattled off all of their choices to the crowd. It seemed plain and unadorned compared with Bagman's showy style. As much as the tournament in general aggravated him, he had to wonder a little bit if they'd lost something by sacking the man from commentating. He caught a brief glimpse of Hermione and the other teammates as Catriona McCormick led, them upriver somewhere. He could only hope Dumbledore had vetted her properly. Grayson, he was pretty sure about. He could see the traces of Tasmanian tiger mannerisms in him if he looked closely. For the other teammates, Harry saw that Cedric had chosen his seventh-year prefect counterpart from Hufflepuff, and Fleur had chosen a competent-looking Beauxbatons girl. But to his surprise, the fourth teammate in the group was Astoria Greengrass, Victor's Yule Ball date's sister. Harry guessed he must be going for the small, light, and easy-to-carry strategy rather than the brute force plan the rest of them were following. "Don't worry, Mr. Potter," Grayson said. "There's nothing completely outrageous in this task, and worst comes to worst, the contract won't penalize you if you turn and run after trying your best." Well, that was reassuring. Only a little outrageous, then? Harry answered. Grayson sighed. "If you were any two other fourth years, I'd say the final challenge will be too much for you and your sister to handle. But I think you might get lucky." Harry didn't know what to make of that, except to be ready for anything. Fleur joined him by the lake shore, but Cedric and Victor both went to the other side. Apparently, without any special abilities, neither of them had confidence in their escapology skills. That was probably less exciting than the organizers had hoped. Two coffin-like boxes were set up at the shore. "This is where you'll start," Grayson said. "The boxes will be floated a short distance from shore, and at the sound of the cannon, you can begin your escape. Your wand will be stored at the mouth of the ravine. I'll take it now, please." Harry sighed and reluctantly handed him his wand. "Very good. Are you ready, Mr. Potter?" "Just a moment," Harry said. He knelt by the edge on his coffin, box, and ran his hands along the wooden side and out. He couldn't sense any magic, which wasn't a guarantee, but he could be reasonably sure it wasn't a trap, at least as long as no one cast some kind of magic on them after he was inside. He'd have to trust Grayson for that. All right, Ambassador. Climb in, please. Harry laid down in the box, and Grayson levitated a heavy wooden lid over top of him. Harry fought to stay calm. He normally didn't have much trouble with confined spaces, but the cramped and dark box reminded him a little too much of the cupboard under the stairs that he had been forced to sleep in all those years ago. The pounding as Grayson nailed it into place were far too like Uncle Vernon pounding on the door to wake him up. The lid, it turned out, wasn't completely sealed. There were small gaps between the walls and the lid that let in air and presumably were meant to aid in escape, but they reminded him too much of the crack of light leaking in under his cupboard door. "Oh, I don't like this," he murmured. His heart started racing. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. "I don't like this at all." "Just a few minutes, Mr. Potter," Grayson called. "I'm sure you won't have any trouble getting out." That was easy for him to say. Harry felt his magic swirling around him in his storm of emotions. He latched onto it and controlled it to give him something to focus on. The feeling of control over his surroundings eased his anxiety some, but he still couldn't get out of there fast enough. The lid was firmly nailed in place, and the coffin was floated out on the water. That felt weird. He felt detached from the rest of the world, unable to see or hear anything useful, even with his feline senses. All he could do was wait. Finally, the cannon sounded. It was time to go. Diggory begins running around the lake. The amplified voice of Karkaroff announced dispassionately. Krum is headed to the lake shore, Dumbledore announced. Oh my, he appears to be using partial self-transfiguration to swim across the lake faster. Very impressive. While the other champions were starting their runs, Harry gathered his magic in his hands and laid them flat against the lid of the coffin. Suddenly, he felt calm course through him. Wand or no wand, he was a wizard, and no mere locked box would hold him ever again. Depulso, he yelled. With a mighty bang, the lid was ripped off the coffin and flew high into the air and fell back down directly at him. Crap. Doing the only thing he could think of, he rolled the coffin over. The cold of the lake knocked the wind out of him. Crash! The lid struck and cracked the wooden boards and pushed him deeper into the water, but he avoided having his back broken. He swam to the surface and heard a distant roar of applause. He looked around and saw thin streams of smoke rising from Fleur's coffin. She was burning her way out with her limited Vila powers. He struggled to swim to shore while she fought her way out with smoldering, scratching, and kicking. He was about to search for his wand when he heard her shouting and saw her flailing in the water. He hesitated. She would probably be fine on her own, but he decided to go back for her out of an abundance of caution. Interesting. Potter has gone back to help Delacour to shore, Harry heard, and he realized for the first time that Madame Maxime was the one announcing his progress. He wondered what thoughts she was thinking that she wasn't saying out loud. Fleur probably did need a hand, even if she didn't want to admit it. By the time they got close enough to shore to wade out, Harry could tell she was shivering badly, and, if he wasn't mistaken, spitting mad. "Are you all right, Fleur?" he asked. Harry knew enough French to recognize her making comments questioning the ancestry of the tournament organizers that belied her fairy princess image. "If I get my hands on them, ugh, I'm a fire nymph, not a common water dweller." But just the same, she was able to dry off quickly. She used her ability to project heat from her hands and ran them over her body in a way that she couldn't quite avoid, making look very sensual. Harry tried not to get distracted and applied wandless drying and warming charms to his own clothes. Meanwhile, he noticed a disturbance in the lake. Krum was coming fast. Poor Cedric would be hopelessly far behind by the time he got there on foot. "Now, where are our wands?" Fleur said. "I don't know." Harry replied, "They have to be close, though. This is supposed to be the easy part. I wonder." He held out his hand and cast a wandless summoning charm, throwing as much power as he could into it. It was harder when it wasn't just across the room, and especially because he didn't know where it was, but he saw a flicker from the corner of his eye, and his wand flew directly into his hand from somewhere off to his left. "I'm guessing over there," pointed, and ran ahead. "Show off, Airy," Fleur yelled as she scrambled to get her own wand. Harry had gained a little bit of time on Fleur, but it was still set to be a challenging scavenger hunt. He looked around and saw nothing of note, nothing to point the way. Where was the first piece of the key? It couldn't have been where he'd summoned his wand from, since not all of the champions were going there. Did he miss a clue? He looked in each cave he passed for any hint and found nothing. He thought back to the original clue. He had to follow the myth of Perseus. Perseus was guided in some unspecified way by Athena to the Gree, and Athena's symbol was the owl. "Of course," he said. He ran faster, climbing his way out of the ravine. He wished he could change to cat form here. It would be easier to handle this rough terrain. Fleur noticed his move. Taking the chance that he was on the right track, she hurried to follow. She was fast. It must have been the Vila blood, because she actually caught up with him by the time he reached the Olary. "Are you going to follow me the whole way?" he asked. "Of course not. I'll have to get in front of you before the end," she said. "We'll see about that." They raced up the stairs and reached the owl's chamber at the same time. But to their surprise, there were more than owls there. A cloaked figure stood in the middle of the chamber amid all the owls. It looked like an old woman, and an ugly one at that, all warty and misshapen with an outsized nose, a pointed chin, and a high, bare forehead. Her fingernails looked like long, sharp claws, and she was eating a raw something that he really hoped wasn't an owl with pointed teeth. She was a hag. She grinned at them. "Greetings, Harry Potter," she said. "First to arrive, with your little Vila friend." She practically spat the word Vila. Harry heard Fleur hiss behind him. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Annis Black, no relation to the wizards." She bowed low to him and conspicuously ignored Fleur. Likewise," Harry said awkwardly. "I've never met a hag before." "Then perhaps you should expand your horizons. We're not just flesh-eating monsters, you know." The half-eaten creature in her hand wasn't helping her image. "Enough of this." Fleur spat, stepping in front of Harry. "Tell me how to find Z keys. AG? TSK. So impatient. Your keys are just behind me." For golden keys hanging on the wall suddenly shimmered into view. But to reach them, you must conquer the magic of the old hag. "I don't think that was in the story," Harry said. "Not my problem, Harry Potter. Stand there, for you are spell-stopped." Harry was about to say that especially wasn't in the story when he realized he couldn't move. A moment later, he realized he couldn't breathe. His body wouldn't respond. He couldn't even twitch his wand. He started to panic. Quick, what did he know about hags? They only looked old and frail. They could overpower a strong man. They ate raw meat. They dealt in poisons. The old hag was one of the old nightmare folk tales about a creature that would climb into bed and sit on your chest. Harry had heard the term sleep paralysis before, but he knew very little about it. It was only by luck that he hit upon the correct response to the hag's spell by first trying to wiggle his toes and then working up to the rest of his body. Once he could shift his balance, the spell was broken. He snapped his wand arm up and yelled, "Stupefy!" But Annis Black dodged and started muttering an evil-sounding spell. Before he could blink, a hurricane formed in the Ollery. The wind roared from nowhere. The owls panicked and flocked to escape, beating Harry and Fleur about the head as they fled. Harry was brought to his knees, and Fleur was knocked flat on her stomach as, in a flurry of hoots and screeches, the Ollery was emptied of birds. Harry tried to stand, fighting against the wind. He tried to cast a shield, but the increased wind force on it knocked him down again. How was he supposed to fight a hag? The only story of a hag he could think of was Baba Yaga. Remus had mentioned her in class. She was ultimately defeated by a wizard with a firebird, but he didn't think Fawkes would show up anytime soon. Screech. Or maybe he was thinking of the wrong kind of firebird. Fleur charged the hag with a savage cry. She was throwing all of her Quartervilla traits into the fight and was matching her tooth for tooth and claw for claw. Neither could seem to overpower the other, but Fleur provided enough of a distraction for Harry to crawl around behind Annis and get a spell in. She collapsed to the floor. Aie. Fleur. Fleur stopped moments away from slashing Annis's face off. She glared at Harry with fire in her eyes. Hags and Vila are natural enemies, she spat. They are jealous of our beauty, and we are jealous of their paralyzing power. That would be very useful for Vila among wizards. Okay, but you can't kill her, though. He walked to the far wall and examined the keys. They all look the same. All four looked like giant, golden skeleton keys with grooves carved out as if there were other pieces to fill in the gaps. Fleur joined him and took one for herself. That left the question of where the next station of the task was. The next stage of Perseus' journey was the Garden of the Hesperides, but that didn't have an obvious interpretation like the Ollery. He looked around the mess of feathers that the owls had left, but nothing obvious presented itself. He looked at the hag on the floor for a moment and pointed his wand. Renervate. Airy, why are you waking her? Fleur demanded. Do you want Victor and Cedric to walk right past her? Good point. And besides, she might know the next clue. Annis Black moaned. Ugh, I'd better get hazard pay for this. Psycho Vila was not part of the deal. Fleur hissed again, but Harry stepped between them. Sorry about that, he said. He carefully helped her up with one hand and showed her his key with the other. Can you tell us where to go next? Annis stared at him, as if staring into his soul. You know the path, Harry Potter. The eye will lead you on. The eye, he thought. The path of Perseus. 3 hags with only one eye between them that showed the way. But there was only one hag here, and she had 2 eyes. It must mean something else. He looked around. Owls had big eyes, but they were all gone. Was there a one-eyed owl still lurking around somewhere? Perhaps it was something else in the Ollery. There was little adornment in the tower, except for a sculpture of an owl in flight supporting the staircase. But the sculpture had two eyes, too. But wait. He looked at the sculpture. There was something different about it. He walked closer. One of its stone eyes had been replaced with a crystal orb. He never would have noticed if he weren't looking closely. He rushed up to it and peered inside. Nothing but a faint glow within. He turned around and determined the exact window the eye was peering through. He thought he saw a glint of gold in the distance, at the edge of the forbidden forest. On a hunch, he swiped the eye from the statue and looked through it. Sure enough, the view was magnified. He smiled. Got it. Garden of the Hesperides at 1 o'clock. See you later, Fleur. Pleasure to meet you, Annis. He tossed Fleur the eye and ran back down the stairs. Dan, Emma, Sirius, and Remus waited anxiously as the task began. Both Harry and Hermione were tied up, almost literally, in a dangerous task, and they would be on edge the whole time. They watched through omnioculars as Harry was floated onto the lake in a coffin. Hermione was deep in the forbidden forest, out of their sight. I hope he's all right down there, Emma said. That can't be pleasant. He'll be fine, Sirius assured her. Getting out of there is the easy part. The cannon sounded, and seconds later, the lid of Harry's coffin ripped off with a crack they could hear all the way from the battlements and flew 50 feet in the air. They gasped when it fell straight back towards him, and he flipped the coffin over. They only relaxed when he surfaced again. Dan and Emma were surprised, but pleased when Harry went back to help Fleur out of the water. That wouldn't help him in the task, but it was good that he was looking out for his fellow champion. Do you think the two of them are teaming up? Sirius asked. It's possible, Remus said. It would give him an advantage, but I don't think she wants to. Nonetheless, Fleur followed Harry closely, and they reached the Ollery together. They couldn't really see what was going on, but David Monroe explained it. For the first obstacle, we've hired Annis Black, the Hag of Deadmarsh, to duel the champions. They must overcome her hag magic to acquire the first pieces of their keys. A hag, Dan said. How bad is that? Not that bad, Sirius said. Harry can probably take her. A couple minutes later, there was a massive flurry of hooting as all of the owls fled from the Ollery, which was suddenly engulfed in a hurricane. Granted, the one I dated that one time was pretty nasty, Sirius corrected. Everyone in earshot turned and stared at him in disbelief. You don't want to know, Remus said. While the crowd watched the Ollery, Dumbledore spoke up again. Ah, I see that Krum has reached the near shore of the lake. We'll see if he figures out where to go. Karkaroff chuckled deeply as he reported. Diggory still has a long way to go. He seems to be at a great disadvantage. Most of the Hogwarts crowd was in a bad mood because of that. The storm at the Ollery suddenly stopped, and silence fell. For several minutes, there was no sign of movement. In whispers, the audience speculated on what had happened. The Weasley twins started taking some impromptu bets. Finally, they saw it. Harry was the first to emerge from the tower. The Gryffindor section of the crowd roared, and all of Harry's friends cheered. Excellent, Monroe said. Once all 4 champions have passed through the Ollery, we'll call Annis Black over here to report what happened inside. That was all they knew at the moment, except that by the time Fleur emerged from the Ollery, Victor was close enough to see her. Harry stopped short at the Garden of the Hesperides. The garden itself consisted of a single golden tree surrounded by a low fence. But Harry was more preoccupied with the small dragon curled around its trunk. Oh, bloody hell, they didn't. The dragon didn't attack him on sight, didn't even seem to notice him. In fact, he crept forward slowly, carefully, ready to change to cat form and bolt at the slightest sign of trouble. It would be the organizer's fault for bringing in that monster. When he reached the fence, he felt what he had suspected. The fence marked out powerful wards confining the beast to the garden. His hesitation meant that Fleur soon caught up with him. She looked at the garden and then looked at him, standing there very tense, with sweat running down his face. Then she laughed. "What's wrong, Harry? Scared of a little lizard?" Then, to his astonishment, she leapt over the fence and charged in, wand drawn. It was only when the dragon uncurled itself and stood up that Harry saw what should have been obvious before. Only 2 legs. It was a wyvern. The wyvern was smaller than a dragon, slower, less powerful, and less magic resistant. That meant it was only the size of a Siberian tiger, and barely downgraded to class 4X. He hopped over the fence. "But it still sodding breathes fire," he yelled as he dodged a blast of flame. The battle was swift and fierce. It helped that there were 2 of them, even if that wasn't the organizers or their own intent, but the wyvern was no pushover. It struck back with slashing talons, snapping jaws, and bursts of flame that nearly caught both of them on fire. In the end, it was a matter of grinding it down until Harry's stunners and Fleur's sleeping spells finally put it under, leaving them a bit singed and out of breath, but still standing. "Congratulations," an accented voice called. They spun to look. A woman stepped over the fence and into the garden. Harry was certain she was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Her skin looked like carved marble, her hair like spun gold, her eyes like sapphires. None of those were poetic license, though Harry had no shortage of that either at the moment. They actually were those colors. She also wore a revealing dress that seemed to be made entirely of bright green leaves. Fleur couldn't hold a candle to her. "Eurydice!" Fleur exclaimed. She rushed over and kissed the woman on both cheeks. "I did not know you were coming." It was a surprise for the task. "It is good to see you, Fleur," she replied in French. Harry stood slack-jawed. Why you know each other?" he stammered. "But of course. Eurydice is the finest lyrist in France. She is a wood nymph, if you couldn't tell. Her band plays at all the feasts at Beauxbatons." That explained it. The wood nymph's allure must be as strong as a full-blooded Vila's. God, how do the boys at Beauxbatons get anything done? Harry thought, I can barely take my eyes off her, and I know a clemency. But he wisely didn't say that. Instead, he said, "So we defeated the wyvern. What's next? Look well at the tree. Harry Potter. There, you will find both your key and your path." Harry and Fleur both looked, and they found that instead of golden apples, golden keys hung from the tree. Harry snapped one together with his other piece. Together, it looked like an old, warded key, but the bit was still too small, and there was clearly room for a third piece. The path was less obvious, but they soon saw a map carved into the tree. Harry recognized it as it pointed to a certain location in the Forbidden Forest. "Thank you, Eurydice," Fleur said. "You must hurry, Fleur. I see that Crumb is catching up." She looked over her shoulder and spotted him. Any chance you can distract him? She said with a wink. Sorry. They said I couldn't interfere. I'm only here to watch. Oh, well. Interesting, Grayson said. Miss Delacour has charged straight into the garden. Oui, Madame Maxime said. Perhaps Meester Potter did not realize it was only a wyvern, but he has joined the fight now. The announcements weren't very necessary at the moment since the Grangers could see what was happening through their omnioculars, but they were on the edges of their seats as they watched Harry and Fleur battle the beast. It took a few minutes and a few close calls before they subdued it. Most of the crowd was following the two frontrunners, but Dumbledore and Karkaroff kept them apprised of the other two champions. Victor had successfully defeated Annis Black, and was making his way to the garden when Harry and Fleur left. Cedric had figured out to go to the Ollery once he finally got around the lake, but he still had a long way to go to catch up. What do you think's in the forest, Moony? Sirius said, I have a suspicion, and if it's right, it'll put Harry in the lead, but I'm not certain yet. Nothing too bad, though, I think. Let's hope so. He needs a break after the last two challenges. Harry and Fleur raced through the woods, each trying to outrun the other. It wasn't easy. The brush got thicker as they went further in, and the spot they were looking for wasn't clearly marked or easy to see. But finally, Harry found it, a little ahead of Fleur. He came to a small outcropping of rock that seemed to have a cave or den dug underneath it. But to his surprise, standing outside, it was Hagrid. Harry, you're in the lead. Good to see ya. Yeah, barely, he said. Fleur is bloody fast. I didn't know you were part of the task. Dumbledore said I was the man for the job, he said proudly. I'm as posed to watch how ye all do and report back to the judges. Great. So the last piece of the key is here. Yep, right in the den. I got an interestin' critter to show ye in there. Don't think it'll give ye no trouble, though, he added conspiratorially, knowing that interestin' to Hagrid could very well mean deadly. Harry proceeded with caution, slowly creeping into the den. Lumos, he whispered. He peered into the darkness and strained his ears. He thought he could hear the hiss of quarreling voices in a very familiar language. He backed up a little. Hagrid, this thing can't turn me to stone, can it? Nah, o' course not. Might bite, mind ya, but ya just gotta tell it who's boss. That didn't sound very encouraging coming from Hagrid, but he didn't have much choice, so he pressed on. They couldn't very well get an actual Gorgon. After all, when he was fully inside the den, he saw glints of gold on the walls and the glints of orange on the floor. The quarreling grew louder as the light fell on the beast, and he knew it at once. Orange and black stripes, though bigger than it should have been. Figures, he thought, and speaking Parseltongue with its 3 heads. A runspore. Intruder. Begone. 2 of the heads hissed. The middle head seemed to be resting idly. Harry remembered that the heads of a runspore had different personalities. The right head was the most dangerous, but was that his right or its right? He was pretty sure it was its right. Right? I mean you no harm. Harry hissed at it. It speaks. The middle head awoke. How amazing. 2 legs almost never speak to us. I am, touched by Dark Lord of Snakes. Harry improvised. I do not want to disturb your nest. I was compelled here by other humans. It's a trap, the right head said menacingly. Harry stayed still. This was a delicate situation, especially since an average runespore was 6 or 7 feet long, but this one must have been the size of a Burmese python. It must have been one of the few that managed to live to a great age. I am not a snake predator. He noticed the keys hanging on the wall. If you give me one of the shiny yellow things, I will leave. It lies. Enough, the left head said. I will do it. If it lies, you will bite it. The right head acquiesced, and the left head reached out and took one of the keys from where it hung. Slowly, it reached forward. Harry held his hand under the head, and hesitantly, it dropped the key into his hand. Thank you, noble serpents. I will go now. He started to back away. 2 legs, the middle head hissed. Come speak to us again. Tell us what it is like to have legs. Strange, but probably best not to antagonize it, he thought. If I have time before they send you back to Jungle Land, I will. He quickly backed out and saw Hagrid and Fleur standing outside. You were right, Hagrid. Parseltongue solved it straight away. Parseltongue. Fleur said worriedly. Yeah, it's a runespore. Very agreeable if you talk to it politely. So where do I find Hermione? Hagrid. Well, same place Perseus did, Harry. Except on higher ground, you know? Same place, he mused. Chained to a rock by the sea, except on higher ground. Then the only place is the waterfall. Great. He turned to go. Airy. Fleur called. Aren't you going to help me? She batted her eyelashes at him. He smiled at her. Come on, Fleur. You didn't think I'd make it that easy, did you? Potter, as got past the runespore very fast. Madame Maxime reported unhappily. Of course, being a Parselmouth. He would. Miss Delacour is going in now, Grayson added. Well, that wasn't so bad, Dan said. Snakes are easy for Harry. Uh-huh. We'll see if he's up for the final challenge, though, Remus muttered. The champions were getting closer together. Now, Victor was fast approaching the Runspor's cave as Fleur went inside. A couple minutes later, Cedric, who had made great time with the hag and the wyvern, left the Garden of the Hesperides. But even now, it looked like he was still impossibly far behind and doomed to a 4th-place finish. Then, something even stranger happened. Huh, foolish Diggory, Karkaroff cackled. He must have read the map wrong. He is going in the wrong direction. Indeed, the crowd watched as he ran the wrong way along the woods, away from the Runspor's cave. Most of the Hogwarts students groaned in dismay and wondered what he was thinking, but Dumbledore merely said, We will see, Igor. We will see. My arms are getting really tired, Astoria Greengrass complained. My ears will be ringing for rest of Z Day, said Fleur's teammate said. The 4 champions' teammates were chained up to the rock face behind the waterfall upriver from the castle. It was loud and uncomfortable, but at least they were staying dry thanks to some minor wards they'd asked Catriona McCormick to set up. Hey, it could be worse, Hermione pointed out. How? The French girl demanded. In most of the classical depictions, Andromeda was chained to the rocks naked. Ew. Astoria said, If they tried that with me, my parents would curse them into next year. There's still a problem, Cedric's teammate said. We're supposed to help our teammates when we're freed, but we'll be useless with a wand after holding our arms up this long. Astoria smirked. Well, that's not my problem. Victor said he has enough power for the both of us. The French girl smirked back at her. Fleur told me she found a healing spell to help with circulation. You see, she already thought about that part. Okay, Enough bragging, Hermione grumbled. "ETS, not my fault, Eve. Harry did not think of that. I am sure ES trying is best." That didn't reassure Hermione, though more because she herself hadn't thought of that problem. "Well, however it works out, we can all consider ourselves lucky that they gave us a choice," she said. "Remember the Christmas play? In the old days, they used to take hostages for the tournament." "Mon Dieu," the French girl said. "That would be terrible. Can you imagine if they took Gabrielle?" "Huh, there'd be a riot. Everyone loves Gabby," Hermione agreed. They waited a long time, but finally a small figure darted into the shallow cave through the waterfall. "Harry, it's about time. Where are the others?" "Greetings, Harry Potter." Harry stopped short when he saw the unexpected fifth occupant of the cave, half man, half horse, with a bow and quivers slung across his back. He knew these were proud and temperamental creatures, so he proceeded with caution. "Greetings, noble centaur," he said. "Am I to take it that you are the watcher for this part of the task?" "I am Harry Potter. My name is Firenze. Albus Dumbledore asked me as a personal favor to watch over the young here and protect them from the dangers of the forest." "Ah, in that case, thank you for watching over my sister and the others. I guess we'll be going right away, then." He held up his completed key and unlocked Hermione's shackles with it. "Oh, thanks, Harry," Hermione said as she shook out her hands. She massaged her right shoulder and pushed a warming charm into it, which she kept up as she ran her hand down her arm. Hopefully, that would get her circulation going better. "So where are the others?" Astoria said. "I left Fleur at the Runspor's cave," Harry said. "I think Victor wasn't too far behind her, but Cedric was hopelessly behind him." "Runspor?" Hermione asked. "Yeah, that was the easy part. I just asked it nicely for its key. Before that, I had to fight a hag and a wyvern, but Fleur helped me." "She did. Only because we got there at the same time." "Oh, what about the sea monster?" "There wasn't one. I figured that was the final challenge or something. Like, we'd need two of us to face it." Speaking of which, where's my wand?" "I don't know. I thought there would be a clue here." "No, McCormick didn't tell us anything. What's next in the Perseus myth?" "Nothing. He marries Andromeda and goes home." "Look to the stars, Harry Potter," Firenze interrupted. "The stars. The same stars that have guided you this whole time." "Of course. The constellations." Hermione said. "The constellations for the Perseus myth are Perseus, Andromeda, Cetus, Cepheus, Cassiopeia, and Pegasus." "Brilliant, Hermione. Where are Madame Maxime's horses?" Hermione frowned. "Right by the castle." "That can't be right. Where's the final challenge?" Then, "I don't know unless it means the Thestral stables." "That could be. But do you know where they are? Neither of us can see them." "No, but the stables are marked on the Marauder's map. And they're not far from the river, either. Let's go." With that plan in mind, they started to leave, but there was a rush of wind and a loud thump outside. A shadow passed across the falling water, growing closer and closer. Firenze raised his bow, clearly not expecting this, and Harry drew his wand, but when the shape broke through the curtain of water, it was the last thing they expected. It was Cedric, riding a hippogriff. Bloody hell, why didn't I think of that? Harry shouted, smacking his palm to his forehead. Cedric just grinned at him. Sorry, Harry. You can't win 'em all. Great. Come on. Hermione, we need to hurry. Riding a hippogriff. Karkaroff exploded. That's cheating. I demand your champion be disqualified, Dumbledore. Now, Igor, Dumbledore replied. If I recall correctly, the rule was no riding of brooms. It made no mention of other methods of flight. Mr. Diggory clearly recognized that he was at a great disadvantage and found a loophole to rectify it. Karkaroff fumed some more, but he couldn't refute Dumbledore's point. Well, I think Cedric's going to have it locked up. Sirius said, Too bad for Harry. But Cedric was in 4th place last time. Remus reminded him. I think it'll come out pretty close by the end. Need I remind you that we don't care how Harry does? Just that he comes out in one piece. Emma said. True, he admitted. They're certainly not out of the woods yet, and not just literally. Cedric must have needed longer to figure out where to go next because he and his teammate didn't reach the Thestrals' paddock until shortly before Harry and Hermione got there. They found their missing wand and flew away. Hermione was just about to climb over the fence when Harry stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. She turned to him questioningly. Are you a witch or not? He said. She nodded in recognition and held out her hand. Within seconds, her wand flew into it. That's better. He looked at the pen that to them looked empty, though they could hear the animals. If we hitch a ride, we might be able to catch them. Harry James Potter, I am not riding back on an animal that neither of us can see. All right. We'll just follow the river. Then, following the river seemed to work fine at first. They were far enough ahead of Fleur and Victor that 2nd place seemed assured, though they were still wary of the final challenge still to come. All was fine until they exited the forest. The castle came into view, and the way seemed unobstructed. And then it happened. A monstrous head as big as a man's torso on a long neck emerged from the river. With a mighty roar, Harry froze, and Hermione ducked behind him, ready to bolt. Eep. Please tell me that's not a basilisk, Harry, she whimpered. If it were a basilisk, we'd be dead already, he said. She chanced to look up and saw Harry staring the beast in the eyes. Some kind of sea serpent, I think, he continued. I don't know how they got it up here, though. He raised his wand and took a step forward. The serpent roared again. Hermione's eyebrows rose. Harry? My parcel tongue must be getting rusty. Did that thing just say none shall pass? Yep, Harry groaned. If it says it's just a flesh wound. 2. I'm hexing everybody. Maybe it'll let us go around, she said hopefully. They tried it, but the serpent was faster. It lunged its long neck out of the water and cut off their path with a hiss. Not wanting to be completely surrounded, they backed up. Let me try something, Harry said. He switched to Parseltongue and shouted, I am great snake talker, touched by Dark Lord of Snakes. I command you to let us pass. To both Harry's and Hermione's surprise, that got a reaction. The beast seemed to debate with itself. Harry heard it mutter things like must obey and must stop intruders. Finally, it decided, only the snake talker may pass. What was that? Hermione asked nervously. It's only going to let me pass. Harry, maybe we should go back for a Thestrals, she suggested. That thing looks like a Class 5X. They really shouldn't have brought it in at all. I don't want to fight it if we don't have to. Harry sighed and thought feverishly. There had to be some other way. Could they outrun it on 4 legs? Maybe he could, but Hermione probably couldn't. Wait, that was it. "I've got a plan, Mione," he said. "I'll cast a smokescreen and lure it away from the river. You change to otter form and swim downstream. No one will notice anything unusual if you stay in the water. When you get to the ravine, crawl into the first cave on the right-hand side and change back. I'll meet you there." "Are you sure about this?" "Yes. It'll let me through, no problem." "Okay, but this had better work." "It will. Get ready to move." He cast smoke around them, shrouding them both before he moved away from the river again on his own. "Now," he yelled and charged forward. "Zissy ES-odd," Madame Maxime said. "Potter EES running towards Sea Castle without his teammate. I wonder if something EES wrong." "The Selma is dangerous beast," Karkaroff said with a little too much glee. Dan jumped up and lunged forward as if he wanted to deck the man one, but Remus held him back. "Calm down, Dan," he said. "I'm sure Hermione's fine. They probably used the smokescreen for the same reason as last time." "Harry doesn't look too concerned," Sirius said as he watched his godson run towards the castle with omnioculars, "and we both know he'd never leave Hermione behind." Emma anxiously scanned the river as it flowed from the forest back to the castle. It was hard to see in the rippling water, but she thought she finally spotted a flash of chocolate brown. "Dan, I think I see her," she said. "Where?" Dan took the binoculars, and she pointed her out. He was pretty sure it was Hermione, but they couldn't be certain until she changed back. He lost her again when she reached the ravine. Meanwhile, Fleur had reached the Selma with her teammate, and Victor finally caught up with her properly with Astoria on his back. He could run very fast, and the crowd had to wonder if he'd done another transfiguration on his legs. The 4 of them together fought the Selma, but all eyes slowly turned back to Harry as he reached the castle without Hermione by his side. He didn't climb the stairs, though. Instead, he climbed a short way down into the ravine and stopped by a small cave. As the crowd watched from above, he pointed his wand to his throat, and his amplified voice echoed up. "And now for my next trick." He pointed his wand into the cave. Alakazam. He reached inside and pulled Hermione out by the hand. She waved with a flourish like a stage magician's assistant, and the crowd went wild. A few minutes more, once they defeated the Selma, Fleur, and Victor started on the home stretch to the castle at the same time. But Victor must have done something to his legs because he beat Fleur back, even with Astoria on his back. While they waited, Harry and Hermione climbed up to the battlements, where they fended off all questions about how they had pulled off that trick by Harry insisting. A magician never reveals his secrets. Finally, after an emotional reunion with their family and another reunion for Victor, Fleur, and their teammates, the judges presented their scores. Fleur Delacour was 4th to return with her teammate, David Monroe announced. She got off to a fast start thanks to some impromptu teamwork with Harry Potter and showed a competent command of magic, but she faltered when confronted with later challenges alone. Therefore, we award her 46 out of 60 points. There was some polite applause, but Fleur crossed her arms unhappily. "You deserved more," Harry said to her. "I barely beat any of the challenges head-on." "You did." She shrugged her shoulders at him. Victor Crumb returned 3rd with his teammate and made excellent use of self-transfiguration at several points, but was slowed down searching for several of the waypoints. Monroe continued. His score is 49 points. Cheers went up from Crumb's fans. Harry found the score a bit surprising. Victor was pretty smart. You had to be a world-class seeker, but it was more street smarts. Perhaps riddles weren't his thing. Harry Potter returned second with his teammate, and he showed excellent command of wandless magic, quick thinking, and concern for the well-being of others whilst under pressure, as well as another excellent piece of showmanship. His score is 52 points. Loud cheers from Gryffindor, as well as Sirius and Remus. And finally, Cedric Diggory returned first with his teammate, exploiting a loophole in the rules to make up for a slow start by riding a hippogriff to the Runspor's den, the waterfall, and back to the castle. Most of us, he glanced visibly at Karkaroff, feel this outside-the-box thinking is deserving of full marks. However, since he bypassed the challenge of the Selma entirely, Mr. Diggory's score is 55 points. All of the Hogwarts crowd roared. Gryffindor for Harry, and the rest for Cedric. Oh, bloody hell, I'm still in first place, aren't I? Harry groaned. Only you could be unhappy about that, Harry. Fleur told him. I told you I'm not supposed to be in this, he insisted. And if the judges were fair, I'd be in second place, and you'd be in third, not first and fourth. Seriously, both Karkaroff and Monroe seemed to be biased, and Bagman was too, before he left. Fleur gave him an exaggerated scoff. Well, you have to admit, I beat you fair and square on this one. She glared at him. The third task will be held on Saturday, the 24th of June. Monroe said, the champions will be given information about the task 4 weeks prior. Thank you all for coming. Good show, Cub, Sirius said. Just one more to go. Then we can rest easy. Oh, sure, Harry groaned again. Then I'll only have Voldemort to worry about. Tetra-Wizard tournament scores. First task. Fleur 50, Harry 50, Victor 48, Cedric 45. Second task. Cedric 55, Harry 52, Victor 49, Fleur 46. Total. Harry 102, Cedric 100, Victor 97, Fleur 96. Chapter 106. I see that Lord Potter used the same smokescreen trick as before, Mr. Barnett. The Queen said to her royal court magician after watching the second task is a pensive. Do you believe it was the same method? It seems most likely, ma'am, although I'm surprised he was able to do it with his sister, Maxwell Barnett replied. Really? Yes, ma'am. I had thought that was a unique talent of his. If Miss Granger did what I think she did, it's beyond what even I thought her capabilities were. She sounds like an extraordinary girl. That much is true, ma'am. And Lord Potter seems to be much more of a showman than you described before. She continued. Teenage narcissism, perhaps? Barnett laughed. That was certainly a different perspective on Harry Potter. I don't think so, ma'am, he said. At least, there's more to it than that. Lord Potter is continually resentful of what he considers to be undeserved attention, particularly the adulation he receives for being the boy who lived. However, when it comes to ordinary teenage accomplishments, be it dominating on the Quidditch pitch or writing a book about his life, he seems just as hungry for praise as any other teenage boy. Ah, then I can see how he would revel in his lead in the tournament. The Queen reasoned. Not exactly, ma'am. Even there, I think it's a little more complicated. Lord Potter is still resentful of being forced to compete against his will. When I talked to him, he said that he was hamming it up to poke fun at the whole process. The Queen considered this thoughtfully, It bespoke a certain amount of maturity on one level more than many teenage boys would show, and was more in line with how Barnett had always described him. Yes, Lord Potter was a very intriguing young man, and a surprisingly good writer. How is Dumbledore's investigation into who entered Lord Potter in the tournament proceeding? She asked. I'm afraid he still hasn't turned up anything, ma'am. His best lead was Ludo Bagman, who was sacked for illicit gambling this week, but they managed to prove he wasn't the one who entered the boy. I think Dumbledore is still searching through old cases. Certainly, a lord of the Wisengamot would not stoop to such repugnant tactics as murder and torture. Lucius Malfoy lied his arse off in the memory of his trial. Now, I admit that my political leanings left me more vulnerable to the influence of true believers like my unfortunate sister-in-law, more exposed to attacks by them. That was how I came to be placed under the Imperius curse, just like so many others in this chamber. I'm not proud of it, but it's the truth. Ugh, how he could say that with a straight face I'll never understand. Remus grumbled. Who placed you under the Imperius curse? Barty Crouch Sr. asked. Was it your sister-in-law? No. I'm sure she will tell you exactly what she did when you catch her. It was her friend from her school days, Evan Rosier. And Rosier was conveniently dead, Remus commented. Honestly, Albus, we've been doing this for months. I understand it's the only lead we have, but do you really think Lucius Malfoy would have come in person to enter Harry in the tournament? I merely wish to be thorough, Remus. Dumbledore replied. Harry, Hermione, have you noticed anything interesting? Not really, Professor, Harry said. He was only half paying attention and seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time glaring at Crouch. He was the one who had locked up Sirius, after all. I'm with Remus on this one. Me, too, Hermione said. There's no way Lucius Malfoy would have done it himself, not when he could have bribed, blackmailed, or imperiused someone else to do it. And you did not see anything suspicious to your feline senses, Harry? Dumbledore said. Huh. Oh, no, Professor. He'd gone back to glaring at Crouch. Refresh my memory. Wasn't Crouch's son a Death Eater? Remus gave him a concerned look. Yes, but he's dead. The entire family is dead. Junior died in Azkaban ages ago. His mother died of an illness, and Senior was killed in a robbery. He lived alone. Harry asked, might have had an elf or something, but why is it important? Nothing. I just don't like the guy. Well, neither do I, to be honest, but he's dead and buried, so we should probably move on. Harry sighed as Dumbledore called up another memory. He and Hermione had become intimately familiar with half the suspected Death Eaters in the country, but they were no closer to any clues as to who was working with Voldemort today, and if they were honest with themselves, they probably wouldn't find anything by grasping at straws like this. But what else could they do? They continued their futile work. Even with all they had to do, the days became blissfully normal after the second task. It was nice when the most they had to worry about was which ghost was teaching next in History of Magic. As it happened, that ghost was Lord Draben, a cavalier from the mid-1600s. Well, my century was a mess, Draben told the class. Look at me. Here I am, a wizard cavalier fighting for a witch-hunting royalist regime, but what choice was there? Those Puritans and those round-head Republican ruffians were even worse. Lupin coughed softly, reminding the ghost not to get too political. Excuse me, what were we discussing again? Draben floated back to consult Lupin's syllabus. Draco Malfoy rolled his eyes. This ghost didn't seem particularly good at lecturing. Granted, anyone was better than Binns, but still, Draco didn't know the phrase unreliable narrator, but he understood the concept, and this ghost had it in spades. Right, the witch hunts. So, while the witch hunts could and did sometimes round up actual witches, they had little to do with actual witchcraft and were deeply rooted in Muggle politics and religion, which at the time were, in many ways, the same thing. You probably heard from the friar how the Catholic Church began persecuting what it perceived as devil-worshipping witches in the late Middle Ages, even as it tried to curb the worst excesses, like the Malleus Maleficarum. But the wave of religious fervor that gripped Europe after the Reformation drove the hysteria to new heights. Indeed, the worst of the witch hunts occurred at the same time that Muggles and wizards alike were killing each other over which church was the correct one. So, the witch hunts were about religion, one of the girls asked. Yes and no. Religious fanaticism, superstitious paranoia, personal feuds, money-grubbing opportunists, any of them could fuel a witch hunt. But it was the religious strife of the Reformation created the environment in which they flourished. The first great wave of persecutions in the British Isles began in 1590 and was instigated by King James VI of Scotland, later King James I of England. You see, James and his new wife were nearly killed by storms while sailing home from their wedding in Oslo. James's brother-in-law, the 12-year-old King of Denmark, insisted that it must have been witches. James took this to heart and began persecuting alleged witches in Scotland with an obsessive vengeance. Draco started at that revelation. He'd never looked into the story that deeply. The whole mess had been started on the word of a 12-year-old boy. And the mudbloods thought wizards were the irrational ones. And yet, he still had to check himself. There might well be much more to the story. Was it really the King of Denmark himself, or some regent or advisor? And why did the supposedly more mature King James obsess over it just as much? King Christian set up trials in Denmark, and King James did the same in Scotland, Lord Draben said. Eventually, he rooted out and burned at the stake the witch he believed had cursed him, Jelly Duncan, who was indeed a true witch, but whose only crime was being a little too free with her healing magic in her village. Being a king, and therefore having connections to the magical world, King James was able to investigate far deeper into the affairs of witches and wizards than the Muggles ever suspected. Yet for all this, he never wavered in his crusade against us. A few years later, he went on to write one of the two great witch-hunting tomes in the English language, Demonology, which in its original form was far more accurate and extensive than the version now known to Muggles. King James was regarded as so dangerous that when he took the English throne in 1603, it was the direct impetus for reforming the ailing Wizards' Council into the more powerful Wisengamot. And the first act of the newly formed Wisengamot was to purge all record of the magical version of demonology from Muggle society. Good to see we had our act together, Draco thought smugly. He looked around subtly and saw Potter and his sister exchanging a mouth conversation and jotting down a couple of notes. He wondered what that was about, but he decided it wasn't important. The other great work of the witch hunters, of course, was the discovery of witches by the Witchfinder General. Draben continued. Many in the class shivered, and Draco didn't blame them. The Witchfinder General was almost as much of a bogeyman as the Dark Lord, especially to the younger kids. Potter and Granger, he noted, were looking around in confusion. Yes, I see many of you have heard this story. During the English Civil War, Matthew Hopkins, a squib cast out by his family and raised by a Puritan clergyman, forged a qualification as Witchfinder General, and in the space of 14 months hanged more supposed witches than all the other witch hunters in the history of Britain put together. His reign of terror crossed the Atlantic and led directly to the Salem witch trials a generation later, and was a major impetus for the statute of secrecy, which goes to show how dangerous squibs are, Draco thought, or rather, that was the standard line. But then again, he thought there had been a dozen or more wizard dark lords in British history, but only one squib. And would Hopkins have been as dangerous had he not been cast out by his family? If he had that much influence over muggles, what if his family had tried to use him instead? Okay, he was definitely losing it. Even in the best of circumstances, a squib child was a disgrace to a family and a sign of a poor bloodline. That was perfectly clear. Wasn't Granger's grandmother? No, stop that right there. The fairest thing, Madame Hooch decided, was to have the Slytherin Bosbatons Quidditch game the week after the second task, since it was the only game left on the schedule that didn't involve any of the Tetrawizard champions. The tournament organizers said that they would need the pitch from late May onward, so the schedule for the rest of the season was announced with one game every other week until mid-May, and the final a week later, leaving the champions the final month to prepare for the third task full-time. The Slytherin Bosbatons game was close, but Draco Malfoy proved his flying skills in the end by winning the game for Slytherin. Harry then proceeded to do the same for Gryffindor 2 weeks later. Hermione was excited because Angelina let her play that game. She needed to build up her skills on the reserve squad. At that point, it was clear that the final winner would come down to Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Durmstrang, and the betting took off around the school. Meanwhile, as spring began its slow march into Scotland, interest in outdoor activities besides Quidditch began to rise. Harry wasn't at all surprised to see that Luna was one of the first to catch the bug. The first reasonably dry day in March, he found her out by the lake at the edge of the wards, giggling uncontrollably. "Luna, what are you doing out here?" he said with concern as he pulled her out from the influence of the wards. Luna grinned breathlessly at him, kissed him, and flopped into his arms. "Are you all right?" "Hello, Harry," she said as if she hadn't heard the question. "Luna, are you okay?" he said more clearly. "What were you doing?" "Oh, I was just practicing wandless magic." She started to come to her senses and stood on her feet again. "Wandless magic? Luna, don't you remember what Professor Grayson said? You shouldn't try this without a spotter. The wards make you, loony," she suggested. "High on ecstasy, more like with as long as she was standing under them." He thought. "I was going to say intoxicated. I don't know what long-term exposure does to you, and I'd rather not find out. Merlin, I'm sorry. I should have talked to you sooner. You told me you wanted to work on wandless magic more." "It's all right, Harry. You were busy with the tournament. I was doing fine on my own." She was? How long has she been doing this? Harry sometimes forgot how strong Luna's independent streak was. But still, you'll be able to learn it faster if you let Hermione and me help you, and you won't have to worry about getting whammied by the wards. "Thank you, Harry. I appreciated it," she said. "It's just that there are so many things to learn about. I hardly know where to start." We already started that Parseltongue dictionary, and I know you and Hermione wanted to learn Mermish, and you still need to worry about the tournament. Luna. He stopped her with a finger on her lips. She still seemed a bit giddy. You are such a Ravenclaw. Look, we can't do everything every day. I don't have much to do for the tournament right now, so let's just pick 2 days a week for each of the other things. Maybe only 1 day each if it gets to be too much, just a half hour before my daily workout. All right. Okay, we can do that. Great. Actually, Luna, do you want to join in our workouts? Hermione, Neville, and I always exercise for half an hour before dinner on the 7th floor. It helps us keep in shape for dueling or any other trouble we get into. Luna smiled at him. That does sound nice, Harry. And I should probably learn to be more athletic if I want to be a world-traveling naturalist, although I suppose Newt Scamander wasn't much of an athlete either, now that I think about it. Trust me, Luna. Around me, you're going to want it. Luna wasn't as conditioned as Harry, Hermione, or even Neville by this point, but she enjoyed working out with them, although she requested they do it outdoors once the weather improved. The Parseltongue dictionary actually came along fairly well once they got hold of a word list for Ogden's Basic English and a few other simplified languages. It was trickier to rigorously work out the grammar, and it didn't quite capture all the nuances like the 4 different words for slither, but it was a good start. Mermish was a much more difficult language than Parseltongue. Parseltongue had very few words and almost no grammar, and since it was really a magical way of interacting with snakes, it was still, in some strange way, a human language. Mermish, on the other hand, had developed almost in isolation from human languages, and thus had a completely alien grammar. It had also developed in a completely alien environment, and thus had a very different vocabulary. It even had a base 6 number system. And worst of all, since Mermish sounded like a dolphin coughing up a hairball, Harry insisted the description was accurate no matter how much Hermione protested that it made no sense. It was extremely difficult for the human ear to distinguish the sounds of the language. Both of them were impressed that Luna had learnt in it all, and they agreed this would have to be a longer-term endeavor. Meanwhile, Luna proved a quick study in wandless magic once Harry and Hermione started teaching her one-on-one. Neville joined them part of the time, too, and made some good progress, though he didn't have as keen an interest. They used similar methods to how they taught themselves when they were little, helping them call forth their magic on command and focus it enough to do little things like lighting matchsticks and levitating paper clips. They made them keep at it until they could do it consistently before moving on, but both Luna and Neville were patient and were pleased with their own level of progress. In sports, Harry hadn't forgotten his conversation with the other champions at the Yule Ball, but on that, he was biding his time until the weather warmed. The Quidditch season continued at a breakneck pace. Durmstrang flattened Ravenclaw at the beginning of April, and it was around then that Harry told Hermione his idea. They soon roped in Neville and Luna and a very enthusiastic Dean Thomas and Justin Finch-Fletchley, and even the bookish Natalie MacDonald plus a few others, and set a date. Harry decided they would approach the champions and other possible recruits after the next Gryffindor match against Hufflepuff in mid-April. This match went similarly to how it had gone last year. Even with Hermione playing rather than Alicia, Cedric was good, but Harry had him solidly outclassed, and Hufflepuff's chasers weren't strong enough to overcome a snitch catch. The rankings were unchanged, and although Hufflepuff had one more match, There would be no surprises as to who would get into the final. "Good game, Cedric," Harry said as he shook the older boy's hand after the match. "Same to you, Harry," Cedric replied, albeit with an edge of annoyance. After beating me out twice like this, I'd better see you win for a national team, or I'm going to feel cheated." Harry chuckled. "I'll see what I can do." He still hadn't given much thought to Victor's suggestion that he fly in the next World Cup. He'd have to decide by the end of 5th year whether he wanted to withdraw from Hogwarts and switch to private tutoring to free up his time, and probably decide sooner than that, maybe even this summer, whether to contact the English team for tryouts. He pushed the thought aside. "Say, Cedric, are you interested in learning a Muggle sport or two?" he asked. Cedric was surprised, but he thought it over. "You don't mean for competition, do you?" he clarified. "Oh no, just for fun. So people have more options for games to play on sunny days." "Huh. Sounds interesting, I guess. Are you trying to organize something?" "Yeah. A bunch of us are getting together tomorrow afternoon to try to start a football club. You and Cho should come." "Football, that's the one that's kind of like Quidditch played on the ground, right?" I think Quidditch plays more like basketball, but I guess it has a lot in common with football. The point is, it's the most popular sport in the Muggle world, so we can get the most people to come out." "Ah, sound interesting, then. When is it?" 4 o'clock tomorrow. On the Quidditch pitch. We asked Hagrid to set up some goalposts. Hopefully, he'll be able to rig something up." "All right, I'll ask Cho if she wants to come," Cedric agreed. "Great. See you then." Before their football club, though, Harry and Hermione once again had to join Remus in studying old memories of trials with Professor Dumbledore, and after months with no leads, they were about ready to call it quits. "This isn't getting us anywhere," Harry complained. "Say, any chance Barty Crouch was behind it before he died? I think I've learnt more about him than anyone else." "No, Harry," Dumbledore answered, pointedly ignoring the sarcasm. "The tournament was not even proposed until after Crouch's death, and it was not finalized until last summer, after the capture of Fenrir Greyback. This is starting to feel like theater, Professor," Hermione agreed. "I think we have to accept whoever did this covered their tracks too well to catch them." "Yeah, I didn't get a vibe from anybody I looked at," Harry said. "And if Pettigrew is any indication, I might not. Anyway, I have to go with the kids on this, Albus," Remus said. "And we've hit the bottom of the barrel with these trials. Anyway, I doubt we'd learn anything more if we tried to go over them again." Dumbledore sighed. "Alas, I fear you are right, Remus. For all our efforts, we are no closer to an answer. Harry, Hermione, I take it you want to close the investigation?" "Yeah, I think so, sir," Harry said. "We've got nothing on any of these people besides the Carrows. And that Spanish-sounding woman definitely wasn't a Death Eater. So unless someone He stopped. "Yes, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. Stupid question, sir. Is it possible any of the other Death Eaters faked their deaths, like Pettigrew did?" Hermione, Dumbledore, and Remus all blinked in surprise. "It's certainly possible," Remus conceded. "But that's getting into the realm of wild speculation." "It wasn't speculation with Pettigrew," Harry pointed out. "Or could some other Death Eater have framed someone else for their crimes, like he did? You think if we looked at the trials of the ones who are still in Azkaban," Hermione started, but Remus cut her off. No. The Ministry went over those with a fine-toothed comb after Sirius was freed. We won't learn anything there. Still, someone faking their death. Harry suggested. Dumbledore stroked his beard and weighed the idea. It is a long shot, Harry. Much more likely is that we have already seen the person who entered you in the tournament in these trials and did not know it. But if you feel it is worth including the deceased Death Eaters, it may be wise to trust your instincts, which have usually proved good. I can easily get memories of Wilkes's and Rosier's deaths from Professor Moody, though as they were no doubt graphic, I think I will examine them privately, and I will look around for what others are available. For now, though, I think this investigation is provisionally closed. I will call you again if I find anything worth watching. Cedric led Cho out to the Quidditch pitch at 4 o'clock, wondering what he would see. He had only a vague understanding with what a football pitch was supposed to look like, but what they found wasn't radically different, just a rectangular area about 2/3 of the length of the pitch marked off with fence posts at the corners. 2 of what he assumed where goals were set up with additional beams at either end of the rectangle. Hagrid was watching the group with interest from the stands. There were 20 or so students who had come out for the club, though a disproportionate number were Muggle-borns. Harry, Hermione, and one of their housemates, a black boy he didn't know but thought was also Muggle-born, stood up at the front of the group. "All right, people, listen up," the black boy said. "My name's Dean, and I'm here to tell you about the noble sport of football." Well, that was quite an introduction, he thought. "This is a football," Dean said, and he held up a black and white ball that was a little smaller than a quaffle. "Any Muggle on Earth will know one of these on sight, unless they're American, but probably even then, so it's a good thing to know. Football is played a lot like the chaser and keeper part of Quidditch, except for 2 things. Number 1, it's on the ground, obviously. And number 2, in Quidditch, you pass the quaffle with your hands. But since the name of this game is football, you don't use your hands. You use your feet." "Well, you can use more than your feet," Hermione clarified. "You can use your knees or elbows or even your head." "Yeah, like this," Dean said, and he proceeded to bounce the ball off his forehead, to the surprise of the audience. "Definitely not a Quidditch move," Cedric whispered to Cho. "It's made different from a quaffle." Cho said. His girlfriend didn't play football herself, but she'd seen it on Muggle television. "It's treated, so it's more rubbery and bouncier. And the keeper is the only player who's allowed to use their hands," Dean continued. "Otherwise, you could just kick it over their heads." "Makes sense, I guess," Cedric muttered. The 3 fourth years explained the game in a quick overview. Cedric had only a vague idea what basketball was, but he thought football sounded a lot more like Quidditch if it didn't have bludgers or a snitch or brooms. There were 11 players on a football team, which seemed a little excessive, but Cho whispered to him that you needed more players to cover the pitch on foot. The rule allowing up to 3 substitutions for injured players sounded pretty good. Many people had been pushing for that rule for years in Quidditch, where an injured player was far more crippling in a match. The lack of a snitch was confusing to some, though. "But how do you know when the game's over?" one of the younger students asked. "You buy a clock," Harry said. "The match always lasts 90 minutes. What if there's a tie?" "Same as Quidditch. You leave it as a tie unless it's a tournament." "Yes," Hermione said. "In a tournament, they add extra time to resolve a tie, and if that doesn't work, they have a penalty kick competition." "Huh, odd," Cedric thought. Ties were rare in Quidditch, but in a tournament, whichever team caught the snitch got the tiebreaker. Adding extra playtime was an alien concept. The most confusing part of the game, however, was that there was a whole complex system of different kinds of fouls. A penalty kick was only one category. There were 2 different non-penalty kicks that could be awarded, and even more ways to put the ball back in play when it went out of bounds, which apparently happened frequently. Besides that, after 1 or 2 instances of serious misconduct, a player could be sent off the pitch entirely. The rules for misconduct were stricter than in Quidditch, too, and the referee had a surprising amount of leeway in enforcing them. When they actually started playing, Cedric found the game fun, though not as fun as Quidditch. There wasn't as much going on, and several of the players quickly declared it boring, but he enjoyed it. Plus, it was an interesting insight into Muggle sports. It was similar in broad strokes, but when it came down to the details, they had a very different way of going about it. He also found football to be more of a workout than Quidditch usually was. He knew Harry and Hermione were uncommonly fit, and here was a glimpse into why. The club, however, was a flop. It technically kept going, but the people who showed up were mostly Muggle-borns, and they never had enough for 2 full teams, even at the start. It soon became less of a club, and more a few people who hung out and played a pickup football game every so often, not enough to make a big impression on the school. "I really thought that would work," Harry complained after he saw the football club all but fall apart. "Well, it's a small school, and wizards are pretty well obsessed with Quidditch," Hermione said. "I don't think it's a big surprise." "I guess not. It's just that so many Muggles love football. I was hoping we could start several sports here to give people options like at Muggle schools. Maybe we should try a tennis club. We wouldn't need as many people." Hermione shook her head. A tennis court would be a lot more complicated to set up than a football pitch. Badminton might work, but I don't know if there'd be much interest. "I don't get it," he griped. "Not everyone can play Quidditch at home. It takes a lot of people. You'd think wizards would have one-on-one games like tennis." Hermione stopped and thought about his words. It wasn't a distinction she considered a lot. How many players were on a team in Muggle sports? It was 11 for football and cricket, 13 for rugby league, and 15 for rugby union. Basketball had only 5, but netball had 7, and she couldn't think of any other team sports with teams smaller than 6. But there were plenty of individual sports, and a few that included doubles. And yet, wizards didn't seem to have an equivalent. "It does seem odd," she said. "Wizards only seem to play Quidditch. Well, and dueling, but that's on the ground. As much as we love flying, you'd think there'd be a place for an individual broom sport." I suppose there's technically broom racing," Harry pointed out. "And Swivenhodge, but nobody plays that here. The wizarding world seems kind of deprived." Harry said, "I wouldn't say that. We've always said it's like a small town, right? Well, it's like a small town where there's nothing to do. Besides, we still have actual Muggle leagues if we really want to play. So do they if they cared to. That doesn't explain why no one plays any individual broom sports. I feel like we're missing something obvious." "True," Hermione conceded. "Why don't we play Swivenhodge here?" According to Ron, no one really plays it. It's a lawn game for when you can't get enough people for a 3-a-side Quidditch. Plus, he says it's boring. Yes, but we both know Ron's biased. Maybe we should try it. Really? You think? Sure. Why not? Yeah, this is boring. Hermione conceded before the game was even finished. Swivenhodge was probably more similar to badminton, than anything else. It was played by batting a lightweight ball, a pig's bladder in the old days, across a hedge with the bristle end of a broom. Harry and Hermione, of course, used school brooms rather than their expensive Quidditch brooms. A modern Swivenhodge ball was round instead of oblong and was made of rubber, but it was the right weight and thickness so that it behaved the same as the original pig's bladder. Harry and Hermione weren't really sure what to expect, never having worked with pig's bladder or any similar material. It was light, but to their surprise, not as light and floaty as a latex balloon, probably more like a miniature beach ball than anything else. It had enough weight to actually fly across the net, but it still had to be light enough to be batted with broom bristles without damaging them. Unfortunately, being so light, it made the game very slow, and as Cedric had said at the Yule Ball, too easy if you were over the age of 10. It wasn't quite as easy as it would be with rackets, but it couldn't hold their interest any more than football could for wizards. And playing to 50 points rather than 21 or fewer for similar muggle sports was just tedious. Wizards have done a lousy job of inventing broom sports, Harry said. I hate to say it, but I think you're right, Hermione replied. Sometimes I still can't believe Quidditch even works, and I've been playing it for 2 years. You know, Harry, if we used tennis rackets instead of broom bristles, we could use a tennis ball for this. Harry raised an eyebrow. Tennis on brooms? Not exactly. You couldn't have the ball bounce in the air, but other than that, I wonder if it could work. Yeah, maybe. I wonder if it would be more interesting if we strapped the rackets to the front of our brooms. Then we could pass it off as a new form of Swivenhodge, and people might play it. We could try a few different versions and see what works best. Harry, do you really think we could invent a new broom sport? Sounds a bit half-baked to me. Can't hurt to try, can it? There's definitely a niche to fill. I think we should try and ask Ron, Cedric, and Victor to help out. Oh, what for? They've been flying longer than we have. Plus, I don't feel like becoming the boy who lived and started an international sports sensation. Hermione whacked him in the back of the head. Ow, I'm serious. She whacked him again. Ow, watch your head, Harry. It's getting overinflated. Too much Quidditch will do that to you. Hey, I resent that. Don't you think people will want to play it just because Harry Potter invented it? In Britain, maybe, but not internationally. You know how Fleur scoffs at your fame. And Victor cares a lot more about your Quidditch skills than fighting Dark Wizard. We'll still have to win people over on the game's merits. But you're right about getting people who've been flying longer. Oh well, maybe it's worth trying. They started asking around, and while it took some convincing, the Quidditch players they asked were interested in their idea once they explained their reasoning. Their half-baked plan was on. Dumbledore didn't call them back into his office until early May. It had been good to take a break for a while. Harry, in particular, was much more relaxed. Getting to spend a lot of time with Luna definitely helped, including the occasional Hogsmeade date. And there was the fact that he had something genuinely fun and engaging to work towards that didn't involve someone trying to kill him, namely his impeding showdown with Victor on the Quidditch pitch. But it was time to shift back to serious matters for a little while. Have you found something, Albus? Remus asked. Sadly not Remus. As was expected, I reviewed Professor Moody's and other Auror's memories of Death Eaters who died in the war. I see no reason to trouble you with them, Hermione. By way of example, I saw very clearly Evan Rosier torn to pieces after he cursed off part of Professor Moody's nose. There is no chance that he survived, and no need to review it. Many of the other memories are similarly graphic. However, I elected to show you one group of memories, merely for completeness, since you wish to be included. These are the trials of those Death Eaters who have died in Azkaban. Hermione cocked her head in confusion. Do you think some of them could still be loose, Professor? She'd never really bought Harry's theory. Almost certainly not, Hermione. Azkaban has never had an escape, after all. However, for an inmate to supposedly die in Azkaban, when they in fact never reached the island in the first place, would be just barely possible for a high-ranking accomplice to pull off, and would be an ironclad alibi for their actions. Well, that was a little worrying, but Dumbledore further assured them that the Death Eaters who had avoided Azkaban had no inclination to further Voldemort's plans at the time. There were just enough proud, admitted Death Eaters like the Lestranges to make the Imperius defense sound plausible for many of the others, and they didn't want to take any chances. They all agreed it was a long shot, but they sat through the memories of the trials anyway. Naturally, they didn't notice anything unusual until the last memory, the last major trial after the war, the trial of the three Lestranges and Barty Crouch's own son. You could tell the date of this trial from the fact that the Moody in the memory had collected all of his scars by now. There were 4 prisoners on the floor, which seemed odd, not really normal procedure. Perhaps the Wisengamot wanted to have the war over and done with. All 4 had very different expressions on their faces. Rodolphus Lestrange looked nearly catatonic. His brother, Rabaston, seemed very nervous. Bellatrix Lestrange was one scary-looking woman. She carried herself like a queen and radiated an evil power and confidence. Come to think of it, Harry could see some definitely similarities with the foreign woman who was working with Voldemort now, but the Aurors could verify that Bellatrix was still in her cell, so that couldn't be it. Barty Crouch Jr., however, was the most terrified-looking prisoner they'd seen in the courtroom. He must have been barely out of school, and he spent the entire trial pleading with his father for mercy. With as many probable Death Eaters who had got off on the Imperius defense, it seemed ridiculous to send this scared boy to prison on such flimsy evidence, but Barty Sr. was so angry that he wouldn't acknowledge his son in any way. The other usual sight in the courtroom Harry noticed when he looked at the wispy and sickly-looking woman who sat sobbing beside Barty Crouch Sr. She was, of course, his wife and the boy's mother, but he also saw a pair of bat-like ears poking up behind the bench, the Crouch's missing elf. Harry's eyes narrowed. House elves were so rarely seen in public that it was definitely anomalous. He waded through the intangible memory to reach them. The elf stood beside, Mrs. Crouch tending to her, as a nursemaid. "Is that normal?" he asked. "Definitely not," Remus said. "I'm not sure I've ever seen anything like that in public." "It happens rarely," Dumbledore said. "Usually when a witch or wizard is too ill to leave the house, but must appear in public for some unavoidable reason, such as this." I suspect Mrs. Crouch was known to be terminally ill at this point, although I'm not sure what her affliction was. Hermione was more focused on Barty Jr. "He looks so scared," she said. "Do you think he was really guilty?" "That is a complicated question, Hermione," Dumbledore told her. "He was definitely with the Lestranges when they attacked the Longbottoms. However, the Aurors never confirmed that he cast an unforgivable curse. He was a new inductee to the Death Eaters when Voldemort fell, and was likely very reticent. He may not have been deserving of a life sentence. Remus had a different view, though. You may not believe this, but my gut says he was. He was 2 years behind me in school, and he could put on an act like nobody's business. The Marauders kept track, and we were pretty sure he was responsible for a lot more attacks by Slytherin House than ever got pinned on him. Alas, we will probably never know, Dumbledore said. At that moment, Harry gave a shout of, "Oh, my God," and fell over when he tried to navigate the intangible steps in the memory courtroom. "Harry, what is it?" "Professor Dumbledore." "Professor, play that part again," he stammered. "What part, Harry?" "Like, the last 20 seconds. Come over here and pay attention to the elf." They huddled around the projection of Mrs. Crouch and the elf. Dumbledore played back some ranting from Barty Sr. and continued sobbing from his wife. But Harry pointed to the little elf when she said, "Please be staying calm, Mrs. Crouch, ma'am." "That's it. Play that one more time." Harry ordered, "Please be staying calm, Mrs. Crouch, ma'am." Again. Harry shifted to cat form to listen more closely. "Please be staying calm, Mrs. Crouch, ma'am." "Harry, what is this about?" Hermione demanded. He turned back to human in a blink and exclaimed, "That's definitely her. She's gotta be." "Who's her?" Hermione said, "That elf. That's the elf who was with Voldemort. I recognize her voice from the vision. She's Barty Crouch's elf." The others fell silent. This could be big, or maybe nothing. It was hard to tell. "I don't think it's that surprising," Remus reasoned when he came to his senses. "The most likely explanation is that Amicus and Alecto Carrow murdered Barty Crouch Sr. and stole his elf along with the rest of his valuables. I seem to remember his murder was never solved, and the Carrows were unaccounted for at the time. Correct me if I'm wrong. Albus?" "No, you are correct. Remus," Dumbledore confirmed. "The Carrows have always been my top suspects for that murder. They could easily have acquired the elf that way." "Can you steal a house elf, though?" Hermione asked. "They have pretty powerful magic to find their masters. What happens to a house elf after the last member of their family dies? Ownership-wise, I mean, if no one claims the inheritance, and you'd have to check the records if anyone did, an elf would be sold off in the estate sale. But that's only if she got that far. Sadly, most elves in that situation would die of grief. And if she was stolen, the matter is moot. But the Carrows couldn't formally bind her, could they?" Hermione remembered what they had gone through with Dobby and Creature. "There's a transfer tax." Remus shook his head. "They could if she was unclaimed." Hermione, "If someone claimed the inheritance, they could call her. But if she was a free elf, the Carrows could have performed the binding ritual without paying the transfer tax. It's illegal, but that wouldn't stop them. That's awful. If the elf was dying of grief and desperate for a master, she might have accepted anyone. It's a thorny situation. The real question is, could someone claim the inheritance and call her? If we could pull her away from Voldemort to a legitimate master, she could tell us everything." Dumbledore thought about this for a minute. "It is possible, if unlikely. If someone did claim the inheritance, or if she is still unclaimed, and if we could find an acceptable heir, since the Crouches are extinct in the male line, then it might be doable." "Could we try it, Professor?" Harry asked hopefully. If they could solve all this with such a simple solution, it would be a miracle. "I will look into it. I will need to check for inheritance claims, trace the bloodlines, and find out the name of the elf, but I believe I can do that before next weekend." "Neville, they said in shock. He is, indeed, Dumbledore said. Neville looked around Dumbledore's office nervously. What's going on here? Well, we think we finally found a lead on the person who entered me in the tournament, Harry said. Oh, that's great. Harry, but why am I here? Mr. Longbottom, Dumbledore said, we have found evidence that the late Barty Crouch's house elf is currently serving the person who entered Mr. Potter. However, when I traced the bloodlines, I found that your father is the first in the line of succession to inherit Crouch's estate and his elf as a member of your father's household for the purpose of inheritance. That is, you may have the stronger claim, in which case you could call the elf to your side. I could. Yes, the elf's name is Winky. You need only call her name to see if she will come to you. Okay? Neville said. Winky. Nothing happened. Well, it was worth a try, Neville, Hermione said. Indeed. Most likely, Winky has undergone an illegal binding ritual and no longer serves her former family, Dumbledore explained. But thank you for your time just the same, Mr. Longbottom. Professor, Harry spoke up suddenly. This is going to sound crazy, but what if Barty Crouch Jr. is still alive? Still alive? Remus said incredulously. He died in Azkaban. We think he died in Azkaban, Remus. Professor Dumbledore, you said it was possible someone could have been smuggled out of going to the island, didn't you? Indeed, I did, Harry. He thought it over for a few minutes. I won't say it's impossible, but it still seems very unlikely. After all, we would still have to explain whose body was found in Crouch's cell a year after he entered. But it would explain Winky's situation. If she were still bound to Barty Crouch Jr., she could not respond to Mr. Longbottom's call. I'm not buying it, and my instincts don't either, Remus countered. It's too far-fetched. It sounds like a conspiracy straight out of the Quibbler. Then he realized what he said and added, no offense to Luna, Harry, but you know what I mean. The illegal binding is much more likely, although, he mused, if it is true, then you need to be even more careful, Harry. If somehow Barty Crouch Jr. is still alive, he'd be incredibly dangerous. He is smart. I mean like Hermione smart. He'd be a far greater threat than the Carrows for sure. If you meet him, don't underestimate him. I'll remember that, Harry said uneasily. Hundreds of miles away, a battered and downtrodden house elf felt a shiver go down her spine that had nothing to do with the terrifying snake she was milking for venom. She'd felt something, like a distant whisper, like someone from some far-off branch of her family had become aware of her existence. It was crazy, impossible, even, but it gave Winky hope to carry on a little longer. Chapter 107. The tiny homunculus form of Lord Voldemort held council with his Death Eaters in Riddle Manor. It is time to begin setting our plan into motion, he said. Our first order of business is the task itself. Barty, what is the status of your part? Master, I influenced Bagman before he resigned to design a task that will easily hide the champions from view, the straw-haired man said. He meant to use a projection system to make them visible to the audience, but not to each other. With my continued input, I have arranged for ample opportunities to sabotage it. I have also influenced the organizers to make the Triwizard Cup into a portkey to the maze entrance, to which I will be able to add an intermediate destination undetected. A sleeper Imperius curse to make the other champions turn on each other will ensure Potter reaches it first. You realize, of course, that your plan requires 3 separate things to go right, the Dark Lord tested. Yes, Master. That is why I have been making small adjustments throughout the tournament, and am laying the pieces early. By the day of the task, enough of them will be in place to be sure of. Very good, Barty. You see, all of you, how my faithful servant has been careful to address these contingencies. Such competence will be rewarded. The plan is indeed complex, but necessary. Dumbledore is a shrewd opponent, and he has guarded Potter jealously. The boy has not been left unprotected in a location known to us for a single hour in the past year. It would be a great victory, in addition to being our best option, to swipe him from under the old meddler's nose. Now, for the second matter, we have a new guest with us tonight. Ori Axley, I see you have finally seen fit to join us. The Auror stepped forward and bowed his head. He was more collected than the others thanks to his job, but clearly still nervous. I apologize, my lord, he said. It has been difficult to find time to slip away this year, with so many irregular events happening. Yes, I'm sure it is very taxing, Voldemort said sarcastically. But you have come in due time, so it is no matter for now. Now, I called for an inside man in the Auror department to present himself for one reason only. I will be staging my return to power soon, and I must be fully equipped. Until now, I have been using the wand of the late Barty Crouch Sr., but it will soon be inadequate for my needs. Tell me, Yaxley, what has become of my own wand? Yaxley paled and trembled noticeably. My lord, he said, I regret to inform you that, after Pettigrew was arrested, the DMLE confiscated your wand from where he had hidden it and destroyed it. Voldemort hissed in anger, but he pressed on. I, of course, tried to stop them, Master, he said quickly. I recruited several unspeakables to petition to study it. I tried to insert myself in the team that retrieved it, and I attempted to replace it with a decoy once they had it, but Madame Bones acted too quickly for me to stop her. She said she was afraid of ruses of just that kind. I could not have done more without losing my cover. Voldemort stared into the man's eyes, sifting his thoughts carefully. After an agonizing minute, he relaxed. You speak the truth, Yaxley, he said, and I am pleasantly surprised too. See, you have made greater efforts to support me than most of my erstwhile followers. Your dedication will be remembered. Yaxley. Thank you, Master, he said and bowed low. I want you to join me on the day of the third task. Yaxley. Make the arrangements with the Auror department. Lady Pantera, if for whatever reason Barty is unable to aid you in the ritual, Yaxley will be your substitute. Got it, the tall witch said. Yaxley glanced at her nervously. He had been shocked when he first saw a well-known dark lady from another continent working with the Dark Lord, and he really didn't like the way she was eyeing him, especially when she said, I'll just need some measurements, and approached him with a tape measure and a knife. But this is most unfortunate, Voldemort continued, ignoring Yaxley's predicament. Most unfortunate. That was a powerful wand. I shall need a new one to face Potter again, one more worthy of my power. What say you? He addressed all of them. How might I acquire such a wand? The Death Eaters all looked at each other nervously, each hoping someone else would have an idea, or, failing that, would be brave enough to break the truth to him. They had no idea how to get a quality wand for the Dark Lord. Most of them had got their primary wands from Ollivander, and no one else in the country could hold a candle to him. Finally, Lord Not took the chance and spoke up. My lord, none of us are wand makers here. None of your followers were ever master craftsmen. You could fall back on an underground wand maker from Nocturne Alley, or we could take the chance of searching out Gregorovitch. He is retired and may not be missed as Ollivander would be. Voldemort considered it. That plan would be far easier if we had access to Karkaroff. Have any of you made contact with him? Lucius stepped forward again. My lord, I have, with difficulty, wormed enough clues out of Severus Snape to determine that Karkaroff fears your return and intends to flee if the mark burns. I see no reason to doubt this, since it is well within Karkaroff's character, and I believe approaching him directly would tip our hand to Dumbledore. If he flees, he will be killed at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, this complicates matters. What of Severus himself? He implied to me that he is staying close to Dumbledore to resume his position as your double agent. I see. He would be useful. Perhaps I will allow him to present his case. Now, we must consider our options for finding Gregorovitch. Or, La Pantera interrupted, for the right price, I could summon my personal wand maker. Voldemort turned to her. You have a personal wand maker? I told you, Voldemort, religion lends a legitimacy that your radical political ideology does not. Yaxley had to wonder what surreal world he'd fallen into this dark, which had interrupted his master, and was now debating the merits of political strategy. And the Dark Lord let her. Clearly, the rules had changed, and that seldom boded well for the followers. Summon your wand maker, then, Voldemort ordered, and inform them that their best work will be expected. He always does his best work, Voldemort. You won't be disappointed. Good. Now, for the final order of business. Lucius, I am placing you in charge of procuring the ingredients for Lady Pantera's ritual. You may use any of the Death Eaters we have contacted and any of your connections, but be discreet about it. I've made a list, La Pantera said, and handed him a scroll. Lucius read it and blanched when he saw what she was demanding. 300 pounds of lye, 10 gallons of undiluted Bundemann secretion, 150 gallons of concentrated Acidium salis, 75 pounds of blueberry paste, a gallon and a half of Srenson's brew, 13 European adders, quote, the largest anaconda I can find, and a live unicorn. That's just for the base. La Pantera grinned. It's a big batch. Big was an understatement. This was the largest potion Lucius had ever heard of, equal to 1,000 lesser brews. This ritual would either bring the Dark Lord back to life or wipe out all of Hangleton Valley. I trust this will not be too great a strain on your resources. Lucius, Voldemort said. Lucius conspicuously did not answer the question when he said, It will be done, my lord. I note that Lady Pantera has not requested a cauldron. He took a chance for some initiative points. This will require one much larger than the standard sizes. You don't need to worry about that, Malfoy, the woman informed him. If the Skrewts keep growing like they have been, I already have that taken care of. Hermione was still skeptical, but the intellectual challenge of inventing a new sport that was both playable and fun intrigued her, and she soon found herself taking charge of Harry's broomstick tennis project, just like Harry hoped she would. She put together a plan to build the various aspects of the game from the ground up and optimize them for a broom-mounted sport. After some back and forth, they formed a committee of 7 to do it, though they discussed it freely with their other friends and solicited advice from them at times. One of the biggest questions has how high to put the net. There was a general consensus that it should be well off the ground, higher than a Swivenhodge net, and much higher than any Muggle sports, though probably not as high as the 50-foot Quidditch goalposts. With a heavier ball than Swivenhodge, there would be a lot more vertical play, and for that, they would need a higher net. There was some discussion of whether to have a net or a simple bar at that height, too, but that was a minor issue. Harry continued to be an advocate for strapping the rackets to the front ends of the brooms, and he wasn't the only one, but it soon became apparent that this wouldn't work with the vertical play. Without the round bristle ends of flying brooms from Swivenhodge, players would have to roll sideways to hit the ball significantly up or down, and that would be much more awkward than back and forth. Cedric, who had healed some of his wounded pride by pulling off a win against the Beauxbatons Seeker, took the lead, transfiguring different sizes and shapes of rackets to see which one handled best on a broom. He seemed to prefer a long-handled racket, but with a larger head than a badminton racket. Ron wound up helping Cedric with the task after some convincing from Harry. Being a keeper, he was the best at the kind of high maneuverability flying that would be needed for this sort of game, and so he could best combine the flying with the racket handling. As seekers, Harry and Victor were trying out different kinds of balls to see how they flew and how good their visibility was. The tennis ball was definitely out. It had to be pressurized, and the felt surface came off as weird to wizards. Instead, they eventually settled on a thick-walled rubber ball similar to an American racquetball. The color would be red, but more of a flame-colored red, brighter and more orange-tinted than a quaffle, making it easily visible. Fred and George were tasked with figuring out the dimensions of the court, since they were already the best at smacking balls around. The court would be large, owing to the mobility of brooms, at least tennis court-sized, and maybe even basketball court-sized. Once they had some dimensions they liked, they asked Hagrid to build a large, high bar to take the place of the net for testing purposes. Harry and Hermione worked on the actual gameplay, since they were already familiar with tennis and badminton. That was the tricky part. The game itself was similar, but the dynamics were very different. I'm telling you, it's not going to be exactly like badminton. Harry, Hermione insisted as they organized their notes. I know the design looks the same, but I think it's going to work differently because we're not using a shuttlecock. The ball's going to travel a lot faster, and that means it can fly in flatter trajectories like in tennis. And the large three-dimensional court means there could be a lot of plays where one player is above or below the other, and that's completely different to sports we've played on the ground. Okay, I get it, Harry conceded. But the scoring's going to be the same as badminton, isn't it? Point if the ball hits the ground inside the court. There's still the question of the short service line, and whether to have left and right service courts, and whether to award a point on every rally or just on a player's own serves. Oh, right. I guess we'll have to go out there and play a few games to work it out. Exactly. What about the score? Do you still think we should use a different number of points? Most games based on rallies of this type were scored to 11, 15, or 21 points, although tennis technically only went to 4 points. Since wizards couldn't even use normal numbers for their money, Hermione figured their new game should be scored to a different number. I think so. Numerologically, I think 17 would be best, she argued. It's already a significant number for wizards. Wizards come of age at 17, and there are 17 sickles to the galleon, and a match of 3 would equal the length of one Swivenhodge game. I don't know, Harry disagreed. I still think we could get away with 21, 7 times 3, or even 14. It doesn't have to be an odd number, right? And there's got to be some cool symbolism about making 13 the game point. I don't know if people would go for that, but we're really not the most qualified to answer this. We should ask the others who were raised in the wizarding world. Yeah, good idea. Harry wrote the question down in their scattered notes on the game. So we think we're pretty close to what we want on the court and equipment. Hi, Harry. Hi, Hermione. 2 small first-year girls interrupted as they passed them in the common room. Harry looked up. Oh, hi, Demelza. Hi, Natalie, he said. He looked back down at his parchment, but he got an idea. Hey, Demelza, I have a question for you. Demelza Robbins turned to face him with wide eyes. You do? Yeah. If you're making up a new game, what do you think is the best number of points to play to between 11 and 21? Natalie MacDonald gave Harry and Hermione a what the heck look while her friend tilted her head in a wolf-like gesture and tried to process what she'd just heard. I think I'd go with 17, she said. All right, then. 1 vote for 17, Harry said, making a note. Natalie looked at them all like they were mad. Why not a normal number like 15 or 21? She asked. What's so normal about that? Demelza asked. Natalie opened her mouth again, but thought better of it and changed the subject. What are you working on? We're trying to invent a new broomstick game, Hermione said. That got both girls excited. A flurry of questions poured out of them. Really? What kind of game? Is it like Quidditch? Why don't we have more broom games? Okay. Hermione cut them off. Demelza, Harry, and I were trying to play Swivenhodge a couple weeks ago, and we decided it was boring. And there are so few broomstick games that we wanted to try to create one that was more fun. Oh, cool, Demelza said. What's Swivenhodge? Asked Natalie. It's closer to badminton than anything else, Harry said. But we're trying to redesign everything. Victor, and I have been figuring out what kind of ball to use. Cedric and Ron are designing the rackets. Why don't you just use tennis rackets and balls? Said Natalie. Because snobby purebloods will be more interested if it's not so muggly, Demelza said without missing a beat. Natalie stared, but Harry and Hermione laughed. Yes, that's exactly right, Demelza. Hermione agreed. Yeah, Harry agreed. And it's not just the snobby ones. Even Ron thinks muggle games are weird curiosities. Plus, things work differently on a broom, so we figured it'd be better to start from scratch. Cool, Natalie said. Have you played it yet? Not a proper game. We're still sorting out the rules, but we're going to go out to the pitch soon to test it out. You can watch if you want. Wow, that'd be great. By the time Harry and Hermione and the others on their committee got to playing their test games, they had a significant audience. They faced off against each other on their brooms across the bar that served in place of a net. Each half of the court was currently a 40-foot cube, although they thought they might go bigger. Harry took the first serve. For this game, they had decided to allow a very free-form serve, so he tossed the red ball high in the air and hit it hard down into Hermione's court. She dropped down to hit it back over the bar, just clearing it. Harry surged forward to hit it back to her, and she was able to hit it long enough that it went over his head, but still landed in the court, giving her the first point. A few people clapped. Hermione served from a little higher to gain some altitude advantage on Harry, but he was able to recover, and after a couple more hits, he took the point. On his next serve, he also flew higher, and she matched his altitude, but she soon realized her mistake when he hit the ball below her and took the next point without her even having a chance of returning it. It soon became clear that this was a mere example of a larger problem. Hermione dropped lower to return the next serve, but Harry was getting better at smashing the ball. He could hit the ball down from above, and when she hit it back up to him, it didn't have the speed to get past him, and he would just smash it again, and she couldn't rise from her lower position, or she wouldn't be able to hit it. Finally, she called a stop, and they rejoined their committee back in the stands. "It's no good, Harry," Hermione said. "I don't have a chance once you get the high ground. You can keep smashing it, and I can't get it back above you." "Yeah, you're right," Harry agreed. "We need to stop one player from getting an advantage that big. What if we said you have to serve from below a certain altitude, like level with the bar or something? That would take care of the serve, but how easy would it be to force your way back into that position?" "Depends who you're playing against," Fred pointed out. "Yeah," said George, "if they were just as good getting you in a tight spot as you were them, it could be a pretty tough matchup. But then the whole game would turn into trying to get above the other player," Cedric observed. "It wouldn't be any fun that way." "Would a maximum height be any help?" Ron suggested. "Nyet," Victor argued. "You could then hit ball over dare head. What if you give people more than one hit to get it over the net?" Natalie asked from the row in front of them. Everyone stopped and stared at her. They'd hardly even noticed she was listening in. "You know, like in volleyball?" The purebloods were all confused, but Harry and Hermione stared at each other in understanding. "That is brilliant," Harry exclaimed. Soon, the game was going a lot better, and the small crowd got more and more excited as first Harry and Hermione, and then some of the others under their instruction, hammered out the rules. It took several sessions on the pitch to work it all out, but they thought they had a pretty good setup before the second-to-last Quidditch game. "We still need a name," Harry told the group at their final meeting. "Any ideas?" Quidditch was named after where it was invented, Ron pointed out. "The Hogwarts broom game," Harry said. Ron shrugged. "It's just an idea." "No, it worked for Eton, but I don't think it'll work here. Most other broom games seem to be plain descriptions of the game in medieval dialects," Hermione said. "Same for a lot of Muggle sports, for that matter, if they don't end in ball. Racquetball," Fred and George said in unison. "Taken," Harry and Hermione replied, also in unison. "What about racketswiven?" Cedric suggested. "A bit unwieldy, maybe," said Harry. "Swiven bar or raquetkabar might be better," said Victor. "Certainly shorter." I'm not sure we want it to sound too similar to Swivenhodge," Hermione said. "We wouldn't want it to be tied to an unpopular game. And sorry, Victor, but I don't think naming it in Russia is such a good idea, either. You know, the ball moves pretty fast, even by Quidditch standards," Fred said. "You could call it lightning ball." "Fireball," George offered. "Blitzball. Thunderball." Maybe, and that's a James Bond film," Harry said. "Oi, we don't see you making any suggestions, do we?" George replied. "Honestly, I haven't been able to think of much that doesn't sound like a Muggle game, or like a Muggle tried to name it. Things like broom tennis or broom swat. That's why we're asking you," Hermione added, "to get a wizarding perspective." "Well, I'm sure we can come up with something," Cedric said, but after brainstorming for a while, no one had come up with a concise name that really captured the spirit of the game while still distinguishing it from other sports, both magical and muggle. They tried place names, too, like Hogwarts, East Tower, and even Scotland, and names related to the Tetrawizzard tournament, but nothing seemed to fit. Fred's Blitzball was one of the best they'd come up with, but Harry wasn't really happy about it. It's a tough question, Hermione concluded. It needs to be awfully esoteric in some ways, but still relatable. Suddenly, Harry smiled. Hey, I know someone we can ask for esoteric, he said. He jumped down a couple rows to join Luna, where she was watching the group in the stands. Are you serious, Harry? Ron said. Ronald, be nice, Hermione whispered at him. Hey, Luna's great for esoteric, Harry defended her. Luna, do you have any ideas? Luna enjoyed casual flying and watching Quidditch, but wasn't much for actually playing sports, so she hadn't got strongly involved in this project. But now, she tilted her head and thought seriously about it. What do you think of Narglebane, Harry? Harry frowned, and he heard Ron whisper, told ya, at Hermione. He could tell the others weren't impressed, either. Narglebane, Luna, he asked. Well, a ball bouncing around that fast would sweep a lot of Nargles out of the sky, she said seriously. She thought for another minute. I suppose you could call it something more normal, like Ricochet, if you wanted. The whole group's eyes widened, and smiles began to creep onto their faces. Ricochet, Harry repeated. I like it. He kissed her quickly. What do you guys think? He asked the others. Sounds edgy, and actually kinda tells you what it's about. He saw several people beginning to nod. The eyes have it. Ricochet it is. Told ya, Hermione whispered back at Ron. All right, we've got a game, Cedric said. How do we get people to play it? Exhibition game, right before the Quidditch final, Hermione said at once. That's how Muggles start new sports, more or less. Right, said Harry. Cedric and Hermione. You two are the only ones who aren't playing in that game, so I thought maybe you two could do it. But I'm not on Hermione's level, Cedric said. You've both played that Muggle tennis. You should probably at least get a beater to play. Hermione considered this. We don't know the beaters from the other teams that well. What about you and Cho? You're both seekers, so you're on about the same level. Yeah, I think I can get Cho up to speed by then. Cedric agreed. Wow, I wasn't expecting us to come this far, but I'm glad we did it. We might actually have something here. Yep, at least some good came out of this year, Harry said. The penultimate Quidditch match of the Northern European Academic League's season was fast and fierce. Seeing as it was Slytherin versus Durmstrang, both sides played rough, although Krum insisted his team not use dirty tricks, and Snape ordered Montague to hold his team to the same standard. Nonetheless, it was still the roughest game both sides could get away with without excessive fouls. Draco swerved through an aerial chaser battle as he tried to stay in the air and search for the snitch. Krum was running a fast circuit of the pitch, his sharp eyes scanning the whole arena for the slightest glint of gold. Slytherin weren't making it easy for him, though. Their strategy was to turn most of their defense to blocking Krum to give their chasers time to score and give Draco a fighting chance. The beaters were after Krum almost nonstop, while the chasers were practically playing the role of human bludgers to try to keep a lid on Durmstrang's squad. Krum was definitely a step up from Potter as an opponent. Draco wasn't sure he could ever reach the level of the superstar's stunt flying, and he liked to think he could reach his level as a seeker if he flew full-time like Krum did, but he really wasn't sure he had that level of talent. The outcome of this match was honestly a foregone conclusion, but he wasn't about to roll over by any means. Draco saw that Crumb was keeping one eye on him. 2, no doubt trying to find the right moment to catch him flat-footed, so to speak, when he finally went for the snitch. If he spotted it first, which was more likely than not, he could afford to let it lie and watch from a distance for a little while. If, on the other hand, Draco was lucky enough to spot it first, he was lighter and might be able to push his firebolt faster. Crumb spotted it first, but Draco was ready for him. He tore off in the direction Crumb seemed to be going as fast as he could, hoping he would spot the snitch in time to aim properly and catch up. If he guessed wrong about the distance, he would end up way off course. He only had a couple of seconds, but he spotted the sun glinting off the snitch's golden wings as it sped away from them. Lying flat on his broom as Potter had done in their first match, he pulled neck and neck with Crumb. He thought his higher speed might win out, but at the last second, Crumb swerved in a kind of barrel roll without even looking at him. Draco reflexively jerked his broom to the side, losing his lead before he could recover. Crumb grabbed the snitch with Draco sweeping through half a broom length behind him. The Slytherin team was disappointed, but at least they didn't complain like when Potter beat him. They shook hands with the Durmstrang team civilly. "That vast good game, Mr. Malfoy," Crumb said when he shook his hand. "You definitely have potential." "I'm glad to hear it, Mr. Crumb," Draco replied. "Perhaps we'll have the chance to compete again in the future." He felt quite a bit better after that. There was no shame in losing to Victor Crumb, after all, and hearing such praise from him was a big deal. He hadn't thought that much about playing professionally. It wasn't exactly a Malfoy thing to do, but if he was good enough at it, why not? His annoyance returned, however, when he saw Crumb talking with Potter a few minutes later. He'd been spending a lot of time with Potter, Diggory, and the Gryffindor team lately, and the Slytherin team had been feeling a little snubbed. "Bet you enjoyed that, Potter," Draco sneered after Crumb had left. Potter looked confused for a moment, but he replied quickly, "You getting beat by Victor? Can't say I'm disappointed. I meant getting to play the final," he said. Hooch was so sure it'd be you Gryffindorks and Durmstrang that she gave you the last match from the start. It was a good guess the way the points were 3 games ago. Malfoy. "And you're the ones who chose to play a Seeker's game," Potter replied. "As a team, the better strategy would have been to push a Chaser's game to get more points." "We weren't about to let Crumb take the snitch in 5 minutes, Draco objected. "He might not have. Remember the World Cup? Victor didn't catch it till 17 goals in." Oddly, Draco found he couldn't refute that. It would have been a gamble, but they probably would have had a better chance of elbowing their way into first place on points. Naturally, he changed the subject. "Well, I guess you get your moment of glory, Potter. At least I'll have the satisfaction of seeing you lose. We'll see, Malfoy. I've got more chance than you do." "Huh." Draco scoffed. "You wish." "Perfect, Potter. I suppose you're going to play for the national team next." "I'm thinking about it," he said smugly. "And if I do, I look forward to kicking your arse there, too." "You wait, what?" Draco said. "Oh, you mean you're not going to play for a national team, Sparrow?" he said. "Shame." What was that? Harry Potter had just suggested he play national, in the most condescending way possible, of course. Merlin, he hated that nickname. It didn't even make sense. "I didn't know you thought so highly of me." Draco said whilst forcing an equal smugness. "Oh, come on, Malfoy. We both know how good you are. I may have gone 13, and not, but do you think I haven't noticed that every time I've beaten you, it's literally been by inches? No one else in this school has come close. You could play for a national team. We both live in England, Scarface. What? You're filthy rich. Just buy a house in Wales and join their team." This might be the weirdest conversation Draco ever had at this point. Was Potter actually trying to be helpful? Had he actually complimented him and given useful Quidditch advice? They were supposed to be arguing here. Although, come to think of it, Potter's attitude always seemed a lot different on the Quidditch pitch than about his other famous exploits, more sportsmanlike if he were honest. Well, whatever he was thinking, that was a good idea. "Maybe I will, Potter. And then we'll see who has the last laugh." "I'll look forward to it, Malfoy," he replied, and he walked away, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Chapter 108. A hedge maze? How will the audience see what the champions are doing? I was thinking we could set up some kind of magical projection system to show where they are above the maze. That could actually work. La Pantera's personal wand maker was a little man who spoke Spanish, Aztec, and Mayan, but only a few words of English. The language barrier caused some trouble in letting him in to see Voldemort, and if there had been more Death Eaters at Riddle Manor, it might have got ugly, but he made it to the inner sanctum without any bloodshed. "Voldemort, this is Master Chickamaustock Kokihani," La Pantera introduced him. "He is the finest wand maker in Latin America and does all of my important wand work. I trust he will be adequate to your needs." "Shall I translate for you?" she said. "That will not be necessary, Lady Pantera," Voldemort replied in perfect Spanish. He was pleased to see a flicker of genuine surprise flit across her face. "Did you think I have been idle these 11 months? I see you have not been. I will leave you to it." Then Chickamaustock Kokihani walked up to Voldemort and peered at him closely. Barty and Artemis Crouch flanked the high-backed chair, preventing him from getting too close. "A homunculus," he said. "I've read about them, but I've never seen one in person before. Very interesting. Very interesting. I would see the wand you are using now, Lord Voldemort." Voldemort didn't hand his wand over directly. He handed it to Barty, who handed it to the wand maker. He examined it carefully, running his fingers along its length. Wand lore was not a subject Voldemort had ever felt a great need to learn, so he could only guess what the man was doing. He turned to the side and cast a couple of innocuous spells and handed it back. "Custom wands are more complicated than merely finding the correct materials and putting them together," he said without preamble. "We cannot possibly try enough combinations for one of them to choose you. Instead, we need to choose materials that are approximately right for you and have you assist in the crafting process to infuse the wand with your magic. Wands bond to your soul and magic alone, so the homunculus body won't matter. And you will be able to use it just as well after going through this ritual the High Priestess is planning." "I should hope so," Voldemort replied. "It would not be worth the cost otherwise. Begin when you are ready." Kokihani opened a briefcase, showing various core samples. "A man of action, I see. What was your original wand?" "Yew and phoenix feather, 13½ inches. Curious. A powerful combination, no doubt. Since you used phoenix feather before, you will definitely wand Thunderbird." He set aside his other materials and examined several feathers to find one the right length. I can use phoenix feathers, of course, but I'm more familiar with these. And 33 centimeters, I think. That's almost exactly 13 inches, both significant numbers. Now, the wood is the tricky part. I've brought several wand-quality branches for you to examine. He opened a second compartment, revealing a number of fine, straight twigs of different woods laid out on a velvet cushion. Let's try redwood. Voldemort knew of redwood wands. They were said to bring good fortune, but more accurately were attracted wizards who were good at adapting and landing on their feet. It would be a reasonable fit, but as it was not an actual wand, he felt nothing special when he ran his fingers over the wood. Wand quality, wood did hold a tiny bit of natural magic, which he could sense, but didn't expect it to be enough to detect an affinity for a particular wood. No, not that one, I think, Kokahani said. Another popular wood, well-aged bristlecone pine. It was another good guess. Ancient woods would be more powerful, having drawn energy from the earth for longer, but Voldemort again felt almost nothing. No, something else. He tried black locust, yucca, mesquite, and a couple of woods that the wand maker didn't bother to identify. But suddenly, Voldemort felt an unusual tingle from one of the branches. Even without a core, it seemed to sit better in his hand. Perhaps he ought to take a closer look at nature magic. It seemed there was more to it than he realized. The wand maker smiled. Ah, yes. I thought it might be that one. Calmia latifolia, Appalachian mountain laurel. Voldemort hissed and set the branch back in its place. Laurel, he said. Laurel is a wand for quests and heroics and foolish notions of honor. The wand maker shook his head. Same name, completely unrelated plant. Calmia is a part of the heather family, elegant but hardy, thriving in cold weather and acidic soils, and deadly poisonous. It has a few uses in topical potions, but anyone who consumes it will die painfully within hours. Ah, I see. Then that is more my style. Then let us begin. Harry was on a hair trigger the day of the Quidditch final. This was sure to be the greatest athletic challenge of his life. He was going up against the world's top seeker. And if he was less anxious now than when he faced Voldemort himself, it was only because no lives were at stake today. He was as prepared as he had ever been for it. He had practiced all week to replicate the maneuvers he had seen Victor fly against Malfoy. He'd even asked Dumbledore to borrow his pensieve, but the headmaster had thought that might not be fair. Hermione was aggravatingly distracted by a newspaper article their parents had sent by post, not from the Prophet, though, but from the Times. Outbreak of Ebola viral hemorrhagic fever. Zaire, the headline crowed, and his sister was thoroughly engrossed in analyzing it and looking through today's Prophet for any mention of it. Maybe they haven't had time to print it yet, she muttered. Surely they're taking some action if the Muggle governments are noticing. Hermione, can it wait till after the match? Harry said. Harry, this is serious, she said. Hundreds of people have died, and they're worried about it spreading outside the region. And a wizard started it. Yes, Mione, it's tragic, but there's nothing we can do about it right now. I doubt there's anything even Dumbledore can do about it right now. And I can only take one thing that's about to make me sick at a time. Hermione huffed, but she said, Sorry, Harry. We can look at it later. And I'm sure you'll fly great. whatever happens." "Thanks, sis," he said. But before he got to fly, he had a little exhibition game to watch, and when the crowds assembled at the pitch, the commentators announced themselves to the school and to the radio audience. Good morning to Hogwarts, and to all of you listening at home on the Wizarding Wireless. Lee's enthusiastic voice boomed over the stadium. "I'm Hogwarts star Quidditch commentator Lee Jordan, and with me today is my special guest. You know her from Pride of Portree and the Scottish national team for the past 4 decades, and she is now Director of Magical Games and Sports, Catriona McCormick." The crowd cheered, and McCormick took the microphone. "Thank you, Lee. It's good to be here at Hogwarts this morning. This may be the most anticipated Quidditch match of the year, the final of this year's Northern European Academic League tournament, and we have 2 stellar teams competing today. Gryffindor House featuring undefeated seeker, Harry Potter." The crowd roared, and the Gryffindor section sang out, "Harry Potter is our king." And the Durmstrang Institute, featuring the World Cup runners-up seeker, Viktor Krum of Bulgaria. A large minority of the crowd cheered Durmstrang, and many of Viktor's fans started chanting, "Krum, Krum, Krum." It took some time for the noise to die down enough for Lee to start again. "Thank you, Catriona," he said. "Yes, it promises to be a big day today. Everybody is here. Before we start, we'd like to welcome our other special guests, Minster for Magic Cornelius. Fudge, polite applause. Former Director of Magical Games and Sports, Ludo Bagman. More applause, but also some boos. And Daily Prophet correspondent Rita Skeeter. Feminine-sounding cheers, and a groan from Harry. Miss Skeeter has taken a break this year from her regular gossip column in order to cover sports, in a move some are calling highly irregular. When asked why, she replied that she merely wanted to cover the major social events of the year, which many would consider a likely story. And let's get to it, shall we? Harry laughed as McCormick grabbed the microphone away from Lee before Rita Skeeter realized he was mocking her. There's an extra addition to our schedule today. Before we get to Quidditch, we have a special treat. As part of the Tetrawizard tournament festivities, the teams have agreed to host an exhibition game of a brand new broomstick sport designed by a group of 7 students here at Hogwarts. That's right, Lee said. Welcome to the first ever game of Ricochet. If the rumors are true, it should be pretty interesting. Playing today will be Hufflepuff seeker Cedric Diggory and Ravenclaw seeker Cho Chang. Hermione Granger of Gryffindor will be refereeing the game. Cedric, Cho, and Hermione took their places on the court that Hagrid had set up. They met on the ground, and Hermione flipped a coin to determine the first serve. Cedric won it, and they rose into the air. All right, so Fred and George Weasley explained the game to me, so assuming they weren't messing with me, here's how it works, Lee continued. Each player has a court 45 feet square, separated by a bar 35 feet high. They have these funny-looking rackets, and they need to bat a small red ball back and forth over the bar. And they said that if you think that sounds like Swivehodge, you aren't paying attention. Diggory takes the first serve, McCormick said. Whoa, definitely faster than Swivenhodge. They're batting it back and forth. Hold up. Chong hits it up, and then down hard at Diggory. Yes, in Ricochet. You're allowed 2 hits to get the ball over the bar, Lee said. That's so no one can get the high ground and shut the other player out. 1 not Diggory. He serves again. So on each rally, if the ball hits the ground in your opponent's court, you get a point. Huh. Chong fakes Diggory and hits it over his head. 1 all. Okay, If you're listening at home, I honestly don't know how to describe this properly, McCormick said. That ball is going faster than most bludger shots, and it is taking some serious aerial acrobatics for Diggory and Chong to... Wow. Diggory flips over to save that one. Chong slams it down past him. Point. He overreached on that one. 2-1 Chong. I'm told that move is called a smash. Lee said, hit the ball down at an angle into your opponent's court as hard as you can, so they can't reach it. Well, whatever you call it, it works. Some of those shots must be breaking 100 miles an hour. This isn't your granny's Swivenhodge. I can tell you that. Ricochet is a whole new animal. We're at 3-all now. The first player to 17 points wins, but you have to win by 2 points, so it could extra long. And Diggory hits it about 50 feet in the air. It's an easy hit for Chong. She nails it, Diggory returns. Yikes. Nearly hit her in the head. 4-3 Diggory. The crowd grew more and more excited with each point as they started to get into the game. Lee and McCormick did their best to commentate it whilst explaining the rules at the same time. They explained how a serve had to clear a service line for it to count, and how normally a match would be played to 2 out of 3 games. And all the while, they struggled to convey the excitement of the game to an unfamiliar audience on the radio. Meanwhile, on the court, it was close, but Cedric slowly pulled ahead. It's getting heated. Chang's flying sideways. Oh, out of bounds. 11-8 Diggory. Lee called. Some of the crowd groaned, and others cheered. He was pretty sure the radio listeners could hear the enthusiasm by now. Keep in mind these two have only been playing this game for a couple weeks. I'm kind of surprised they haven't gone out of bounds more. Not to mention they're both seekers, and that's the wrong skill set for this, McCormick agreed. It's not an easy game. It takes the swinging skills of a beater and the agility of a keeper. But they're both doing pretty well. And that's 12-8 Diggory. Ricochet really took even more agility than a keeper needed because the ball was faster and a smaller target. And it required good aim, too. Maybe not better than a beater, but they did have to estimate where the ball would land on the grass so it wouldn't go out of bounds. And that was an added layer of complication. Cho fought hard, but she couldn't close the gap, and Cedric had soon won. And that's the game, folks. Lee announced. Cedric Diggory wins 17-13. That was some exciting stuff. What do you think, Catriona? That was a lot of fun to watch, Lee. I haven't seen a new sport played in a long time, and I don't know if I've ever seen one that fun to watch. I think I'm going to have to try out Ricochet for myself. Yeah, I'm with you there. Might not be much time right now with the third task and the dueling tournament, but I think there just might be a Ricochet tournament in the cards for next year. All right, well, that was the opening act for you. We'll now take a short break while the Quidditch teams get into place. Now, it was time. Hagrid hauled away the bar and court markers from the Ricochet game, and the two teams marched to the center of the pitch. Madame Hooch was waiting for them, and they shook hands across the center circle. May best team win, Harry, Victor said. Same to you, Victor. This should be good, Harry replied. The whistle sounded, and 15 brooms rose into the air. Harry was much less aware of Lee's commentary while he was flying. He was on high alert, his cat-like reflexes primed. He had to shut out all the other movement on the pitch and in the stands to watch for the golden snitch and for any moves Victor made and not get hit by bludgers or other players. He had to be able to spring into action instantly, for he wasn't about to give the world's best an easy time of it. Let's face it, Harry, your odds against Crumb are low, and mostly based on luck. Angelina had told him when they were planning their strategy. You said yourself Slytherin made a mistake playing a Seeker's game. If we want to win the cup, our best chance is to push a Chaser's game hard and try to pull an Ireland. I get it, Harry had replied. Do what you have to do. Okay, but that means you're going to be on your own more than usual. You don't need to run. Interference for us. The twins will take care of that, but you won't have much support either. Just do whatever you can to slow Crumb down, and try not to get pummeled. The good news for Harry was that Durmstrang also seemed to be operating under the assumption that Victor would very likely catch the snitch, and they weren't giving Harry much grief, instead focusing on trying to stop the Gryffindor chasers from running up a big lead. Thus, both Seekers were left relatively to their own devices. Harry knew Victor wouldn't tolerate him shadowing him, so he adopted a strategy of trying to get in his way as much as possible, flying a relatively fast patrol pattern at right angles to Victor's and repeatedly cutting him off. Victor scowled as he was forced to adjust his own flight path again and again. It was a sort of cat-and-mouse game. Victor would move to a more favorable position, and each time, Harry would move across his path and get in his way again. It was normally a bad strategy, and an unsatisfying one to the audience, except when there was one very asymmetric player like Victor. It slowed Victor down by distracting him, but it distracted Harry even more, so the only reason to bother was Victor's superior skills, although Harry hoped his natural hunting instincts would give him an edge to make up for it. And Potter's not letting up, he heard Lee announce distantly. He's not giving Crumb a chance to sit still and watch the pitch at all. Tricky strategy. You've got to be kind of an arse to pull it off, but desperate times call for desperate measures, you know? It might just work to slow Crumb down. And Bell scores. McCormick called. That's 60-20 Gryffindor. Harry was surprised. Were they really that far in already? At this rate, the game might still be in play, she added. Gwenod Jones, take notice. The Gryffindor chasers are a well-oiled machine. That much was true. Fred and George had started a pool that had a lot of money riding on all three of the girls going to the Harpies. Crumb took the offensive, trying to throw Harry off with a series of feints. He didn't lead with a Wronski feint, knowing that Harry would follow, but would be too cautious to be tripped up until he was sure it was for real. Instead, he tried several more conventional feints at intervals before diving into the Wronski with extra gusto. But Harry had seen the final of the World Cup and had vowed to do better than Lynch, who had face-planted twice. He knew exactly how fast he was going, and when he needed to pull up. He followed Victor even after he could see it had been a trick and finished with such precision that his feet brushed the grass for show. He reflected that it was a good thing his parents weren't there to watch, or he would have been totally grounded. Holy moon calf! McCormick exclaimed. Harry Potter just matched Crumb's Wronski feint perfectly. I've never seen a kid his age dive like that. He really looks like a pro flying out there. That's our Potter. Lee agreed. Best flyer this side of Glenmore, present company excluded, of course. Portree was also on this side of Glenmore. Harry, how long have you been practicing that move? Victor called to him when they leveled off. Ever since I learnt I'd be facing you, he grinned. A perfectly executed Wronski feint was probably Victor's most powerful tactic, since it could knock out an opposing seeker in one stroke, but he had plenty of other tricks up his sleeve. After all, this was a man who could do handstands on his broom when that wasn't even part of his required skill set. Harry hadn't even tried stunts like that. "Let us see what else you can do," Victor taunted. He flew at Harry, narrowly missing him and pushing him towards the boundary lines. The penalty for straying out of bounds was a quaffle turnover, and Victor was doing his best to force him over the line. They soon found themselves on a merry chase around the edges of the pitch at top speeds. The hard part was at the scoring areas. At those speeds, the firebolt couldn't handle the tight turns at the ends of the pitch that, well, even though tight, still meant well over 100 feet in circumference. Harry could feel the G-forces threatening to throw him off his broom, but he kept up. Victor tried a few more stunts to try to shake Harry, but he kept up with him, predator-like, albeit with a couple of shortcuts. This was slightly dangerous since cutting across the inside of a curve gave Victor a chance to give him a shove from his blind spot, but he got a clear view of his opponent with the same barrel roll Victor had used against Malfoy and was safe. The pair broke off, but this time, Harry took the initiative by attempting a feint that took both seekers straight through the path of the bludgers. What Victor didn't know was that he had prearranged a hand signal for Fred and George to break off from their chasers game for a minute and attack Victor with everything they had. They nearly nailed him, too, but Victor was used to tricks like that. "Nice try, Harry, but I have seen better from Japanese team," he called. "Don't worry, I'm just getting warmed up," Harry said. At that moment, Durmstrang scored, and Angelina yelled at Fred and George to get back in line. Rounding on Harry, she said, "All right, I gave you your minute. We need the twins on offense." "It's all right," Harry assured her. "We'll get them back." He did just that for her not long afterwards. After a little back and forth, he pulled a feint that comprised a vertical dive straight into the Durmstrang chasers. Victor followed, and, before he realized the trick, managed to block his own teammates from scoring. "Did you see that?" McCormick said. "That was a Gagawala gambit. That's a tough move to do right." Harry hadn't even realized that move had a name, but he was proud of himself. It worked out even better when Alicia grabbed the quaffle, took it all the way the other end of the pitch, and scored before anyone could stop her. That made the score 220 to 150 for Gryffindor. "Well played, Harry," Victor said, "but now I must defeat you." Like lightning, he took off, and Harry flipped his broom over and followed. This time, it was no trick. He saw the snitch fluttering up ahead. He pressed himself to his broom, relying on his smaller body mass to gain more speed. Victor tried to roll to push him out of the way, but he was ready and rolled to match. Victor rolled the other way, but Harry was ready for that, too, and avoided a collision without losing speed. They were nearly on the snitch when it took a sharp turn left. Harry slowed and pulled his broom left as hard as he could to follow, nearly sliding off from the G-forces. But then Victor did something with his broom that Harry had never seen done before. That he didn't think the firebolt could do. He pulled a crazy Ivan. Harry couldn't believe his eyes as Victor somehow kicked his broom, and it flipped around 3/8 of a turn, deliberately overshooting and pointing back in the direction the snitch was going. Harry had only a split second to take in the image, but his Quidditch frenzied mind put the pieces together instantly. Victor was hugging his broom tightly with his feet braced on the stirrups up near the shaft, putting the G-forces along the line of body, so he could turn tighter. The firebolt's overpowered propulsion charm acted like a muggle rocket, killing his forward speed, and putting him where the snitch was a full broom length ahead of Harry, where the Bulgarian swiped it out of the air. Then, they nearly collided. That was the crazy part of the crazy Ivan. Victor predictably had no control in that position, and Harry was turning so tight that he couldn't correct in time. So he was lucky that Victor didn't kick him in the head as he stabilized himself. But few people noticed because at that moment, the crowd went wild. "Oh, Crumb did it!" Lee shouted. "Crumb got the snitch. The king of the lions has been dethroned. Durmstrang wins the cup 300 to 220. That was a game for the history books, folks," McCormick agreed. If anyone could stop Crumb, it was Harry Potter, but he didn't quite have the skills to win it. But I'll tell you, Potter is one of the best I've seen. Give them a rematch in '98, and it could be a very different game. Harry flew back down to the pitch, feeling the sting of his first ever loss, but he was still happy about his performance. He had got closer than Lynch had, and that at 14 years old. Plus, he was pretty confident he'd flown better than Malfoy. "Good game, Victor," he said breathlessly as they shook hands. "Very good game, Harry," he replied. "You are worthy opponent. Since when can a broom do a crazy Ivan? I've never heard of anyone doing that before. My friend Shadalov on Russian team figured it out. It is bad for broom and has no control, but it works well in pinch." Harry nodded and would have continued the conversation further, but both teams were called up to the teacher's box for the presentation of the cup. Harry's teammates and housemates congratulated him on his performance despite his loss, and both teams were making a great show of sportsmanship. Hermione gave him a big hug when he reached her and promptly shouted at him not to scare her like that. Catriona McCormick presented the Northern European Academic League Cup to Victor and his teammates, and Fudge and Dumbledore congratulated all of the teams on a fine season, and with that the season was over. But Harry was glad to have made some new friends and improved his skills beyond what he had ever thought possible. So despite his record now standing at 13-1, it was a good day. The 4 champions were called down to the Quidditch pitch 4 weeks before the third task. It had been completely transformed since the final Quidditch game. Low hedges, about a foot high, were growing in every direction out of the grass. David Monroe met them there to explain. "We're telling you what the third task is now, because it will soon become obvious to everyone," he said. "As you can see, we're bringing back an old favorite and growing a hedge maze, but fortunately for you, there will not be a cockatrice in it. The Tetrawizard Cup will be placed at the center of the maze, and the first champion to touch the cup will win." What about the points?" Cedric demanded. "The champions will enter in order according to the number of points they've accumulated. Mr. Potter, you will get a 6-minute head start over Mr. Diggory, who will enter 9 minutes ahead of Mr. Crumb, and Miss Delacour 3 minutes after him. We've estimated this will give the stronger champions a significant advantage, while still leaving the others a fighting chance." Harry thought that was a really bad way to do it, but this tournament was so messed up already that he didn't bother saying anything. "The maze will be filled with dangerous creatures, traps, and enchantments, so you must be prepared for anything," Monroe continued. "And we're using space-distorting charms, so don't bother trying to map it from above. The layout won't be finalized until the night before the task. How will the audience see what's going on?" Harry asked. "The stands wouldn't be high enough to see down into the maze if the hedges were 20 feet high." Part of the space-distorting charms will be a magical projection system that will bend the light so that the audience can see you, but you won't be able to see each other. Any other questions? No. Then good luck to all of you. Harry and Hermione spoke with their parents and Sirius on their mirrors that night, but without knowing exactly what was going to be in the maze. All they could do was to prepare Harry with as broad-based a defensive spell repertoire as possible. It wasn't much to go on, but he would still be as ready as he could be. It would be a long shot, but maybe it would be worth trying after all. Voldemort held his new wand lovingly in his tiny hands, running his fingers along it. Whatever doubts he had had at the beginning of the process were gone. It was truly a work of art. Infused with his own magic, the wand had bleached from its original pale yellow-brown to bone white like his old one, but it was much more ornate than his old one, thicker and carved with an intricate skull-zan snake's design in the style of Mexican art, with a handle of 3 finger bones hollowed out and slipped around the wood. The bones were actually those of a lowland tapir, human bones being too thin, but they looked acceptably like a stylized human finger. "A fine wand you have crafted, Senor Kokihani," he said. "Perhaps even superior to my original. Your reputation is well earned. Bring in the prisoner," he called. The prisoner, in this case, was a poor muggle tramp from the village, someone who would not be missed. He wasn't picky in this case, and discretion was his main concern, for now. The quaking, ratty-looking muggle was led into the chamber with prods from a wand, looking around fearfully, trying to process what he was seeing. Voldemort didn't give him any time to understand, though, as he pointed his new wand and christened it in the best way possible. Avada Kedavra. The muggle dropped to the floor, and he waved for the Death Eaters to drag him away. "Yes, this will do very nicely," he said. "Now for our plan. Barty, your measures are in place." "Yes, Master. I've worked my sabotage into the projection system unnoticed, and Crumb will seek out and attack Delacour, and Diggory rather than the Tetrawizzard Cup. I will alter the port key when it is placed in the maze." "Very good, Barty. Lucius, what about the ingredients?" "I have nearly assembled them all, my lord," Lucius said anxiously. Acquiring the mundane ingredients in such large quantities proved to be easy once I discovered that I could compel Muggle suppliers to provide them. I, of course, personally tested their purity. I am still working to acquire more Bundaman secretion, but I will have no trouble assembling the required amount before the day of the task. Only the live unicorn is proving difficult. My contacts believe I am not trustworthy enough to convince a legitimate breeder of my motives. Of course, that was entirely true. It may be easier to capture one in the wild, but they can sense ill intent. "Well, if you do, just remember I need it in one piece," La Pantera cut in. "It breaks the aura of purity if its blood is spilt. Yes, it is a very sensitive part of the ritual," Voldemort said. "Do not forget. Artemis, do you know anything about hunting unicorns?" Artemis was surprised to be addressed, but she answered, "They're fast, Master. Faster than werewolves. We chase them sometimes, but we never catch them." "Then perhaps a lure would be more useful. Lady Pantera, would subduing one with a sleeping draught be acceptable?" "It wouldn't mess up the ritual, but the hard part would be getting the unicorn to drink it. They can sense all manner of potions and other dangers. They're almost more spirit than beast. That's why nothing can touch them unless they want it." "I see. McNair, your thoughts?" Voldemort asked. You want me to catch it without making it bleed, my lord, the tall Death Eater said. Not my department, but maybe we're hunting the wrong thing. What do you mean? Find someone innocent who has a reason to go looking for unicorns, like a wand maker, and hunt them instead. Follow them invisibly at a distance. Then, when the unicorn gets close to them, stun them both and bring the beast here. Interesting. Will stunning it work? It will with good aim and a lot of power, McNair said. I could do it. Very well, McNair. See to this plan, and consult Lucius if you need assistance. The rest of you are dismissed. Barty, I believe you have earned some time off with your lovely cousin for your work. Barty didn't even flinch at the implication of indecency. He just grinned and said, Thank you, Master, before taking Artemis by the hand. Oh well, Voldemort thought. The eccentric ones often prove specially useful. Soon, Potter, the Dark Lord said, looking at his new wand. Soon, you will face your death. Chapter 109. Harry stood with his family at the entrance to the hedge maze. For most of the school, the third task was an exciting day, and it didn't hurt that it was also the last day of the term. Minister Fudge was there, as was Rita Skeeter, and for some reason, a brass band. But for the Granger family, it was an anxious day. Stay alert today, Cub, Sirius said. We still don't know what Voldemort is planning, but it would make sense for him to make his move today. Yeah, I know, Sirius. But he can't get here, can he? Harry asked. Not with Dumbledore around. Remus said. Our best guess is that he's going to make a move tonight, while everybody's distracted, celebrating the end of the tournament. Or he'll use the task itself as a distraction and attack somewhere else. Do we have any idea why he entered me in the tournament yet? I wish we did. Maybe it's part of the distraction or just a show of power, but honestly, it still makes no sense. Just remember, son, you don't have to win it, Dan said. Just come back to us in one piece. I'll do my best, Dad. But I do have to put in some effort, though. The contract says so. We know, but be careful, Emma said. Remember, caution is a strategy, too. Yes, Mom. Sirius quickly changed the subject to try to keep things lighter. So, how are the Slytherins liking the new book? Harry grinned. Oh, they've been bickering all week about it. Harry's new book, Harry Potter and the Heir of Slytherin, was much anticipated, especially being released only 6 months after the last one. Several students had received copies by owl order on Tuesday, and by Wednesday it was all over the school and the rest of magical Britain that Harry was accusing Voldemort of being a half-blood. A bunch of them have tried to hex me, but the other Gryffindors have been helping protect me. They don't want their champion getting hurt. He rolled his eyes. It's not funny, Hermione said. They've been awful all week, and they were so mad a bunch of them got disqualified from the dueling tournament for fighting dirty. Malfoy? Sirius asked. No, Malfoy wasn't any worse than usual, Harry said. He's been quieter this year. Might be finally learning some Slytherin subtlety. But I wound up facing Pusey in the worst found of the 6th-year tournament, and I won by default because he tried to use an illegal spell against me. What? Emma gasped. You didn't tell us that. It was a fire whip curse, Remus said grimly. Dumbledore had to step in himself. Pusey was suspended for the rest of the term. I was okay, Harry protested. But you could have been badly hurt. We should have thought of that before we published. No, Remus. I'm the one who insisted on publishing before the third task. Harry insisted. I just didn't consider the dueling tournament. And anyway, the rest of it worked out. The dueling tournament had otherwise been fun, but also good practice for the champions. Harry, in particular, had dominated the fourth-year competition, taken second among the fifth years, and landed in the middle of the pack among the sixth years. Cedric was the all-school winner for Hogwarts, but he lost out to one of the Durmstrang boys who had already been on the professional circuit last summer. On the bright side, Remus said some of the Slytherins were literally hopping mad when they heard about Voldemort's heritage. Yeah, Theo not looked like he was having some kind of episode. Harry offered. Even Malfoy looked pretty unnerved, Hermione said. He just had the sense to keep quiet about it. What do people think outside the castle? Harry asked. It's one of the big things people are talking about, Sirius said. One of them, besides the tournament and stuff. A lot of people are convinced Dumbledore fed you that line, but a lot of other people believe it. And the brave ones had a laugh about it. Hard to say if it'll slow Voldemort down, though. Anyway, we should get ready for the task, Remus said. Harry, did you bring the Marauder's map? Right here, Moony. He handed it over. Good. I'll watch for anyone who isn't supposed to be here. You stay alert, too. Champions, it is time to begin. Dumbledore's voice sounded over the Quidditch pitch. As the judges had said, the field was covered with a maze 20-foot hedges with menacing sounds emanating from within. The third task was held immediately after dinner instead of in the morning, apparently so that the creatures would be more active, although sunset in June was so late in Scotland that there was still plenty of light. Welcome, everyone, to the third and final task of this year's Tetrawizzard tournament, the headmaster announced. And a special welcome to Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge. Fudge waved to the crowd from his place with the judges in the staff box. David Monroe, though he had previously announced the tasks, was sitting quietly, staring intently at the pitch. The champions will soon enter the maze in order of their scores, Dumbledore said. Inside the maze are numerous hazards and traps, animal, vegetable, and magical. The champions must navigate these hazards to the center of the maze, where we have placed the Tetrawizzard Cup. The first champion to touch the cup will be the winner. And so there is no question of who won. The cup has been made into a portkey that will return the winner to the entrance of the maze. A portkey? Harry and Hermione gasped in unison. Moony, could that be a problem? Harry said quickly. He knew well that unregistered portkeys were one of the dangers they'd been trying to protect him from all year. Only Dumbledore can make a portkey on school grounds, Remus assured them. It should be fine, but I'll still keep an eye out regardless. Feeling mostly reassured, Harry turned his attention back to Dumbledore. In order to give the audience a clear view of the champions, we have placed additional charms and enchantments on the maze in order to form a rather ingenious magical projection system, like so. He waved his wand, and distorted images of magical creatures of various sorts appeared above the maze. They stood at odd angles, as if they were climbing on very steep hills just below the hedge tops, but they were clearly visible. The enchantment must have been bending the light coming up out of the maze horizontally towards the audience. Harry was dismayed to see one or two of Hagrid's blast-ended scroots wandering around. The beasts had grown to 10 feet long over the year, and they were a menace to anything that came near them. Dumbledore waved his wand again, and the images vanished just as quickly. With this projection, The audience will be able to see the champions and vice versa, he said, but the champions will not be able to see other parts of the maze from inside it. And now, Mr. Ollivander will inspect the champions' wands for the task. Most unfortunately, while Ollivander checked their wands, Rita Skeeter made her way onto the pitch. "So, Harry," his least favorite reporter said, "it's been a big week for you this week. You've made a lot of buzz with that new book of yours. What made you decide to release it now? Maximizing the publicity, perhaps?" "I'm just trying to focus on the task for today, Miss Skeeter," he said. He noted again the odd quality of her face, the slightly dumpy visage, the small, searching eyes offset by large jeweled spectacles. "Oh, of course, she said, but she naturally didn't let up. "You've certainly set high expectations for yourself, killing a basilisk, winning the first 2 tasks. How do you feel about your chances for tonight?" "I'm just trying to get through the task in one piece," he said. Rita's movements were swift and furtive as she scribbled some probably slanderous notes on him. Seriously, where had he seen her face before? She looked almost like "and we all hope you do. Are you worried about what dangers you may face?" "Beetle," Harry whispered to himself. He didn't think Skeeter would even notice, but instead, she turned deathly pale. What did you say?" she stammered. "Nothing," he said honestly. He finally remembered when he had seen her, or someone like her, rather. But it was in his mind's eye between the pages of Orwell. Short, stout men and women with scuttling movements and unreadable faces, and a penchant for ratting out their neighbors. Beetle-like men, the author had called them. Skeeter seemed, oddly, to fit the bill, but it was certainly nothing of importance, and yet the woman quickly left him and moved on to the other champions after that. Harry shrugged and was just thankful she was gone. Meanwhile, Ollivander spoke to him quickly as he checked his wand. "Good job with the new book, Mr. Potter," he said. "That was a brave move, revealing he who must not be named's secrets. I was nearly certain myself, of course, but I had no evidence. Just trying to win in the arena of public opinion, Mr. Ollivander," he replied. After that, the champions lined up at the entrance, with their families giving final words of encouragement. Harry heard Amos Diggory clearly say, "Good show, my boy. All-school dueling champion. This little maze should be no problem after that." Fleur's and Victor's families were speaking in French and Bulgarian, respectively. Harry's parents hugged him and said, "Good luck in there, and stay safe." They all took their places, the cannons sounded, and Harry entered the maze. From the moment he stepped inside, his view of the sky above changed. Instead of the clear blue above, he could see the audience peering down at him, as if he were at the bottom of a large bowl. He turned around once for a better view. It was intimidating having so many people appear to literally look down at him as he attempted the task, but he knew that to them, he appeared to be walking just above the tops of the hedges. The sound from outside seemed to be muted, presumably so he couldn't hear the commentary and get clues from that. It was strangely isolating to see the crowd watching him, but not be able to hear anything. He knew he had 6 minutes before Cedric entered the maze, so he tried to cover some ground from the entrance before he did. He could keep his bearings with his view of the audience, but that wouldn't help him get to the center quickly. Well, he might as well check the obvious shortcuts, he thought. He tried cutting and then blasting through the hedges, but they were spell-resistant and closed up too quickly to pass. He laid down flat on his stomach to see if he could crawl or dig his way under them. He probably could as a cat, but he had no way to hide his transformation. No, he'd just have to search. Harry moved quickly, but took care, looking around each corner. One of the first brought him to a section where the hedges closed over in a canopy covering a large plot of Devil's Snare. Fortunately, a few fire spells easily got him through that. His next encounter, he wasn't so lucky. He rounded a corner and found himself face to, whichever end it was of one of the blast-ended Scroots. The surviving hybrids had grown so large that Hagrid had, reluctantly, given up on having even the 7th years handle them weeks ago. Harry uttered a word he hoped the audience couldn't hear as he dodged a massive fireball that the Scroot blasted at him. He jumped back and considered high options a moment, but when he had to dodge a deadly stinger, too, he decided discretion was the better part of valor and ran back to take the other path at the last fork he'd passed. Over the course of 18 minutes, the other 3 champions entered the maze. Harry didn't see any of them, but he heard the sounds of increased activity in the neighboring aisles. He did encounter several beasts, most notably a troll, and it was a good thing it was a wild one, too. From what he heard, security trolls could be pretty nasty. This one, however, was stupid enough that he was able to knock it out with its own club and a levitation charm. He came across a very cleverly disguised pit trap that he only refrained from stepping in thanks to feline instinct. He decided to try to climb the hedges to get past it rather than expend the effort to make a bridge. This proved to be a mistake because the hedges started shuddering as soon as he pulled himself off the ground, and vines whipped down to knock him loose. Of course, the organizers didn't want anyone climbing over the hedges, but he found that if he crouched down and shuffled quickly, he could stay clear of the vines. Around that time, he noticed that his view of the audience was gone. It was all clear, blue sky again. "What's the matter? Where'd he go?" Emma asked as their view of Harry flickered out. "Something's wrong with the projection system," Remus said. "I thought it might be overcomplicated. I don't know if they'll be able to fix it fast enough." "Remus, I've got a bad feeling about this," Hermione said. "Now, don't panic, Hermione. I can still follow him on the map. Look here." Soon after the projection disappeared, Harry heard a blood-curdling scream. Since the maze was still silenced to the outside, it could only be Fleur. He shuddered at the thought of what she must have run into. He still moved on at first, but then he heard loud bangs and shouting amid the screams. "H! Victor! Stop! AIE! What are you? Boom! Doing? No. Ah." Victor was attacking Fleur, and that didn't sound like a mere duel, even for the sake of winning the tournament. He sounded like he was trying to kill her. Harry had to help. They had to be close by, from the sound, but how could he get there in time through the maze? Then he realized the audience couldn't see him. He changed to cat form and squeezed under one hedge, then another, and then he saw an awful sight. Victor was standing over a banged-up Fleur, trying to curse her into the ground. She held out behind a shield, but she was injured and pinned down and couldn't strike back. Victor was fighting like a demon and probably using dark curses. What had come over him? Harry leapt before fully thinking and climbed up Victor's back in 2 bounds. Once he had purchase, he applied the lesson he'd learnt from Fenrir Greyback last year and went straight for the eyes. This might have been a bad move. Victor whirled around and flung Harry into the hedges before he could get a good scratch in. He raised his wand, but before he could cast a spell, there was a weak call of "Stupefy" behind him. and Fleur nailed him square in the back. Victor dropped to the ground, unconscious, but before he did, Harry thought he saw a glazed-over look in the man's eyes. The Imperius curse, he wondered, or had he just imagined it? An irate Fleur sat, still pointing her wand at Victor, but she didn't seem to notice Harry watching from the shadows as a cat. She flopped down to lie on her back. It looked like her leg was injured, and she apparently decided she couldn't continue because she shot red sparks into the air, probably hoping to attract the organizers' attention for help. Oh no! What happened? Is Harry hurt? Hermione cried when she saw the sparks. I don't know, Remus said. He watched the map intently. No, wait, he's still on the move. It's Fleur and Victor who are hurt. Harry's still going through the hedges. He's headed almost straight for the cup. Harry wasn't quite as lucky as Remus thought. His mind was racing, and he wasn't fully paying attention. Victor's actions put a whole new perspective on things. Was he Imperiused? If so, why attack Fleur? To knock her out of the running? It was possible Karkaroff had Imperiused him to be more aggressive and do anything to win, but what if someone else did it to fix the tournament? To fix it so Harry would win? But then what was the goal? Who benefited? He was so lost in his thoughts as he crawled to the center of the maze in cat form that he almost got himself killed when he took a moment too long to notice the bloody giant spider the size of a horse that appeared right in front of him. This was not a job for a cat. Acromantulas were sentient, so outsmarting it would be tough, and he probably looked like dinner to it. He changed back to human in a flash, and realized at once that he probably still looked like dinner to it. Stupefy, reducto, impedimenta, defindo. He threw any curses he could think of at the monster as he backed down the path as fast as he could. But the thing was magic resistant and kept coming. It was only when he heard a loud voice far past the spider shout, Aranea exumai, that it finally went down. And when his view cleared, he saw Cedric staring at him. Phew, thanks, Harry started to say, but Cedric started running straight at him. Harry was confused for a moment, but then he put 2 and 2 together and turned around. There was the Tetrawizzard Cup, not 30 yards away. He ran for it. Cedric was faster, but Harry had a big head start. He raced to the cup, reached out to grab it, and hesitated. Cedric skidded to a halt about 10 feet away and stared at him in confusion. Harry, why'd you stop? You got here first. Something's wrong here, he said, half to himself. What's wrong? He said. Is this about the spider? You had a clear path. You probably could have made it. No, it's not that. It's not. Oh. Realization dawned on Cedric's face. You saw what happened to Fleur and Victor, didn't you? Victor tried to curse me, too, but I got away. I don't know what was up with him. Victor was trying to kill Fleur, I think, Harry said. He attacked her with everything he could throw at her. I think he would have done if I hadn't stopped him. I didn't get that good a look, but I think he might have been Imperiused. Imperiused, he gasped. How? Why? I don't know, but I think it might be connected to the mess I've been mixed up in all year. Okay, but why didn't you take the cup? You won fair and square, or close enough. I just have a feeling if I touch it, something really bad's gonna happen. You really think so? He said. Yeah, with my luck, it's practically certain. They stood in silence for a minute. I'd offer it to you if you wanted it, Harry added. I still wasn't supposed to be in this thing from the start. You deserve it, but I'm worried something bad will happen to you. Then Cedric considered this for a moment and said, "We'll take it together." Then, "That's the fairest way, isn't it? And if something bad does happen, there'll be two of us to face it." Harry raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure?" "Yes. We can't just stand here all night and wait for the others to find us. And if we send up sparks, it's a forfeit. They can't have no winner." "All right, then. God help us," he muttered to himself as Cedric stepped beside the cup. "On three, then. 1, 2, 3. They each grabbed one handle of the cup. They felt the familiar hooking sensation behind their navels, and they were gone. "Oh, God!" Remus gasped. "Remus," Sirius said worriedly, "they're gone." "What?" Harry and Cedric both disappeared from the map. "What?" "They're gone. Padfoot." They were both standing by the cup for over a minute, and then they disappeared, but they're not. He pointed to the maze entrance, which was still conspicuously bare. "Oh, God," Sirius said. "Albus." He grabbed the map and scrambled over to where Dumbledore was standing over a runestone, still trying to get the projection working again. "Albus." Harry and Cedric are gone. They grabbed the cup and disappeared from the map. Dumbledore paled noticeably, and he took the map and examined it with wide eyes. "Both at the same time?" he asked quickly. "Yes, it had to be the portkey. They'd already made it to the cup. But the portkey was only to bring them back to the entrance of the maze," he said. Sirius could tell from the flashing in his eyes that Dumbledore was livid and was racing through possibilities in his mind. "Is it possible to tamper with a portkey's destination?" Sirius asked. "Not as such," Dumbledore said. "I've heard that it's possible to add an intermediate destination, but I've never seen it done. But the cup did not leave my sight from the time I laid the portus to the time it was taken into the maze." "Who put the cup in the maze?" "Well, it was," but Dumbledore was shocked when he turned to see an empty seat beside him. Sirius and Dumbledore looked at each other in horror, and then turned their eyes back to the map. Looking a bit further afield, they saw a lone figure running to reach the castle gates. David Monroe. Harry and Cedric landed hard. Harry blinked once and didn't need 2 seconds to assess his situation. Buggering hell seemed to cover it. They were not at the entrance to the maze. They weren't even at Hogwarts anymore. The falling light had grown noticeably darker, and the air seemed warmer, which strongly suggested they had gone a long way southeast, well into England. They were also standing in a graveyard. Harry took in all these facts in the time it took him to say, "I knew it. I knew it. Someone tampered with the portkey. Quick. Wands." He dropped the handle of the cup that Cedric was still holding to pull out his wand. Cedric drew his own as well. It was then that they heard a rich, melodic, and supremely creepy woman's laugh. It was low-pitched and seemed to have an accent to it. The laughter was echoed around the graveyard, and 6 or more robed figures stepped out of the shadows. All but one were wearing skull masks. "Death Eaters," he hissed, and then he heard a voice that he was already half expecting, but that made his blood run cold. A high, sibilant voice that he had rarely heard outside a nightmare. "Very astute, Potter. Kill the spare." Harry only had time to turn. "Avada!" Thunk. "Cedric!" Harry screamed, but it was too late. Cedric looked down with wide eyes, as if he couldn't believe what had happened, at the bone-white knife handle sticking out of his chest before he collapsed to the ground. Harry was tied to a headstone. When had that happened? The last thing he remembered was Cedric collapsing. Frantically, he looked around. Was there still time? But no. He saw Cedric lying outside the circle of robed figures, the knife still in his chest. Bright red blossomed across his yellow robes, and his eyes still open. His wand was still sitting loosely in one hand and the Tetrawizzard cup in the other, making a mockery of what should have been his proudest moment. How had the portkey brought them here? He was still in the graveyard, but there were more Death Eaters than before, a couple dozen of them. Vaguely, Harry began to remember a burst of searing pain in his scar just after Cedric collapsed. He must have been knocked out for a few minutes. Now, they had him bound in ropes and pinned to the headstone by the scythe of the Angel of Death. Fitting. None of it would budge for his wandless magic. If he twisted his head far enough, he could just make out the name he already knew would be there. Tom Riddle. He's awake, Voldemort. Harry's head whirled around. Had someone just called Voldemort by his name to his face? When he saw who it was, he knew it was the woman from his vision, tall, olive-skinned, with an accent from Latin America. She was also the woman who had thrown the knife, who had murdered Cedric, faster than a Death Eater had been able to cast, almost faster than even Harry's seeker eyes could follow. She had been the one figure who was unmasked before, but she had changed her outfit in the few minutes he was out. She now sported an indigo shawl, a large, gilded collar, and a huge headdress made of green feathers. "Ah, excellent," the high, cold voice said. "So kind of you, Harry Potter, to join my rebirthing party. As you can see, I have been very busy preparing for it." And Harry was dead. He was sure of it. Almost perfectly protected for a year, and all for naught. 14 years old, and barely old enough to get a steady girlfriend, and he almost certainly wouldn't live through the night. Even his animagus ability wouldn't get him out of this one. It was hopeless with this many Death Eaters watching him. And strangely, all he could think of at the moment was that he wanted some damn answers already. "This was your plan, then," he said. "You went to all the trouble of entering me in the tournament just to get me to touch a portkey? But you were so well protected, Harry," Voldemort said. Harry couldn't see him at first, until he remembered that his current form was very small, and he spotted one of the Death Eaters carrying a bundle. An enormous snake was coiled around the same Death Eater's feet. Harry could hear it hissing in unusually cogent Parseltongue. Dumbledore was very thorough. "This was the easiest way available," Voldemort said. Suddenly, Harry heard a pop outside the circle. "Excellent. My most faithful servant has been able to return, the only one outside of Azkaban who did not hide from me, but was held against his will in his own home. I have, Master." The man's voice sounded out of breath, but Harry's blood somehow ran even colder when he realized he recognized it. It was close. "Dumbledore nearly caught me. Lupin had a map that spotted when the portkey activated, but Dumbledore will not be able to track the portkey." Voldemort pressed. "No, Master, not without the physical object. He will know there was an intermediate destination, but not where." The man stepped into the light, and Harry's fears were confirmed. He was David Monroe. "You," Harry shouted. "Me, Potter," Monroe said with a grin, but Harry soon saw that he wasn't Monroe. He quickly drank a small phial of potion that must have been a polyjuice antidote, and his appearance began to change. Within a minute, Harry was staring at a dead man. "Barty Crouch, Jr.," he gasped, then coughed as the ropes were crushing him. But that's impossible, he coughed again. You showed up as David Monroe on the map. The man grinned wider. I see you've been doing your homework, Potter, he said, but Barty is more of a nickname these days. You see, I had my name legally changed in the Muggle world, thanks to my lovely cousin, Artemis. He walked up to a slim, female Death Eater, lifted her mask, and kissed her on the mouth. That will do, Barty, Voldemort hissed while Harry tried not to gag. We are ready to begin the ritual. Suddenly, everything fell into place. David Monroe had taken an interest in Harry from the start of the tournament. As head of International Magical Cooperation, he had altered Harry's records Uluru in secret to enter him. He had offered him advice for each task, and he had scored him highly on the first 2 tasks. He'd fixed the whole thing from the start. But of course, it was never the original David Monroe at all, not while he was at Hogwarts. It was the newly renamed Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise. Remus was right. He was Hermione smart, smart even to fool even the Marauder's map. Crouch Monroe moved to the middle of the circle, where Harry saw that the apparent Aztec priestess had taken her position beside an enormous cauldron. It was the largest cauldron Harry had ever seen, in fact, and yet it was not a normal cauldron. It was an oblong boat shape about 6 feet long and 3 or 4 wide and deep. The shiny gray texture of its outer surface seemed familiar to Harry, and in the fading light, he thought he could see segments to it. He tilted his head as far as he could, and he gave a lurch when he saw it. The cauldron was made from the carapace of a blast-ended scrut. I hope you appreciate the work that went into this ritual. Harry, Voldemort went on as the Aztec woman waved not a wand, but a black dagger with a white handle that seemed to work just as well for her. The vault beneath Harry's feet cracked open, and fragments of bone flew out and into the cauldron. The woman began chanting, "Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." We had to dissolve a live unicorn whole in a vat of lye for this, and that was only the first step, Voldemort boasted. That was quite possibly the sickest thing Harry had ever heard in his life, and it didn't help his stomach when the woman took Crouch Monroe's hand and sliced it off with her black knife in one stroke. He wondered if it would hurt the ritual if he threw up on the grave. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. And I shall have to thank Hagrid when I see him. He has again proved useful. His scruts make for excellent cauldrons. It was even good enough for me to improve my ritual, the woman said as she approached Harry, while a smile as deadly-looking as her knife. Up close, Harry could see it was chipped black stone with a bone handle, but longer than any stone knife he'd seen in a museum. The scrut carapace will give Voldemort's new body greater strength and resistance to fire. Is she kidding? She's making the bad guy more bad. But Harry's thoughts were interrupted when she stabbed the knife into the crook of his elbow and drew out a phial of his blood, which she poured into the cauldron. That was even worse than the other parts. Blood magic was nasty stuff. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. The potion inside the cauldron glowed a blinding white. The woman then began chanting in what Harry could only guess was Aztec, and the bundle in the Death Eater's arms began to float. The swaddling fell away, revealing Voldemort himself, looking like a deformed, stillborn baby, and then he dropped into the cauldron. Please let her have messed up, Harry thought. Please let her have messed up. Please let her have messed up. But there was no mistake. A burst of red flames erupted from the cauldron, and within the flames was the outline of a man, tall and skeletal. As the flames died down, he became clearer. White, hairless skin, glowing red eyes, and no nose, but mere slits for nostrils. He raised a hand to one side and wandlessly summoned a robe. Then he raised his other hand and wandlessly summoned a wand, and he seemed to float up and out of the cauldron to land almost delicately on his feet. Lord Voldemort had risen again. "Ah, much better," he hissed. His voice was less high now, but no less sinister. "It has been 13 long years since I have been able to feel my own skin, Harry," he said. "Do you know what that feels like? The pain of being ripped from one's body, of surviving only by possessing the frail bodies of beasts. The agony when you forced me from Quirrell's body." Harry felt a shiver pass through him against his will. "Yes, you remember that, don't you? You felt then a small fraction of the pain I felt for those 13 years. But now, you see how futile your efforts to thwart me have been. I have returned." He made a gesture, and red flames leapt up from the ground and licked their way over his body without harming him, and vanished just as quickly, more powerful than ever. "Not even your mother's sacrifice could stop me. Yes, I know about that, too. One of my rare miscalculations. I should have seen it before. But no matter. You wonder why I went to such lengths to acquire you for this party, but you were the most important ingredient in the ritual. Thanks to your contribution, I can touch you now." Voldemort touched a finger to Harry's scar, and this time it was only Harry who felt the pain. He screamed, unable to help himself, while Voldemort laughed. The Dark Lord stepped back, and Harry tried to recover his wits. "I can touch you now, indeed." He suddenly felt the need to vomit again, and before he could think better of it, he spat, "If you're going to kill me, can you at least not be creepy about it?" The Death Eaters gasped indignantly, but he immediately heard the Aztec woman burst out laughing. "El Chico has cojones," she said. "He's tougher than he looks." "Enough." Voldemort glared at him. "You must learn respect. Harry, even now at the end, it is important to have good form, is it not?" Harry wasn't about to give him the satisfaction. "Did your followers know you're a half-blood?" He coughed. "Crucio." Pain. There was no thought to it, no brain power to spare to articulate it. He felt like he was on fire. The pain was crushing. He was sure, in some subconscious way, that he was dying. He actually wanted to die in some equally subconscious way. It was over. It was a strange feeling when the curse stopped, a split second of rushing relief that seemed better than anything he had ever experienced just by comparison. But he barely even had time to register it before it gave way to numbness, and he barely had time to register that before he realized that every muscle in his body was aching like he'd just been run over by a lorry. He was lying on the ground, panting for breath. Voldemort must have untied him. In retrospect, taunting the evil wizard was probably a bad idea. "Stand, Harry," Voldemort said, the false congeniality gone from his voice. "Clearly, you are untrainable, a typical Gryffindor, naturally. Your report has spread far this week. It is true, but we know where true power lies, you and I. True power lies only with those who are strong enough to seek it. Nonetheless, you have shown great power and skill with magic, so I will grant you the dignity of dying as a proper wizard, wand against wand, a noble death, and a true proof of my strength. No luck nor sacrifice to save you this time. Harry, look well, all of you. he said to the Death Eaters. Harry Potter is known for an accomplished duelist at Hogwarts, dueling 2 grades above his age. Very impressive. But you will see now which of us is stronger. Go on, Harry, you know what to do. Summon your wand to yourself, and we will duel. Harry staggered to his feet. He rubbed his chafing wrists and briefly considered refusing, but he discarded the idea at once. A wand was better than no wand. He held out his hand and concentrated, and a few moments later, his wand flew into it. Most impressive. It is a fine wand, Voldemort said. A brother to my own, I believe. Unfortunately, that wand was lost. But I contracted a master wand maker to make me a new wand just for this occasion. It has paid off very well. It is even better than my old one, I think. I'm sure you will appreciate it. Harry had only seen Voldemort's old wand once, when the Aurors retrieved it from where Pettigrew had hidden it in Salisbury, and he didn't remember much about it. All he could see of his new wand was that it was intricately carved and seemed to have a skeletal finger as a handle. It did seem to suit him, but Harry had more important things to worry about right now. Voldemort bowed, slightly, not taking his eyes off Harry. Harry didn't bow in return. Despite the still smarting pain, he wouldn't give him that satisfaction. Come, now, Harry. You have been taught your manners. The niceties must be observed. Bow to death. The Death Eaters laughed, but Harry still stood upright. Voldemort scowled. I said bow. He jabbed his wand, and Harry was bent double by a spell that was not the Imperius curse at all, but instead physically pushed his body, as if he were a puppet. Very good, Voldemort said mockingly. This is a good death. There is no shame in this. A wizard's death. A wizard who has done fine works. And now we duel. Harry guessed that Voldemort's first move would be another unforgivable, or at least something he couldn't block, so he tried to dodge. Unfortunately, Voldemort's silent crucio was faster. Harry was writing on the ground again, screaming his lungs out. When he came to his senses again, he ached worse than before. His throat felt sore and scratchy, and he was worried about being able to speak spells properly if this went on. When he forced himself to his feet, he found his sense of balance was off, too. That hurt, didn't it? Voldemort said. You don't want me to do that again, do you? Harry said nothing. Answer me, he said softly. Harry kept his mouth shut. I said answer me. Imperio. The Imperius curse Harry could handle. It even felt good. His aches all but vanished. He felt a bit numb, perhaps, but he wasn't in pain. But he had to resist the temptation to lie back into it and do what Voldemort said. Just answer no. Just answer no. But he didn't. He'd resisted Moody's Imperius curse on the first try better than most of his classmates ever could. He could do it to Voldemort, too. Just answer no. Just answer no. Combining the bliss of the Imperius curse with a will as strong as Harry's and an enemy he hated must have had a strange reverse effect because he forgot his earlier resolution not to taunt Voldemort again and said, Go play with your snake, Tom. Crucio. There was anger in his voice this time, not just cruel domination, but it didn't feel any different to Harry. If he were capable of coherent thought at the moment, he might have reflected that his nervous system must be saturated by pain, so he couldn't feel any more of it. When the curse was lifted, he had trouble standing. His arms and legs wouldn't support him at first. He wasn't sure he'd felt this bad since Uncle Vernon beat him when he was 5. How long had Neville's parents been cursed that they couldn't function day to day without advanced Alzheimer's drugs. Voldemort couldn't have been intending his party to go all night, could he? Dumbledore would know soon, if he didn't already, that the Portkey had taken him. Could he hold out? Could he convince Voldemort to finish him off quickly instead? Or could he escape or fight back? Despite the certainty of death, Harry looked around the graveyard, hoping against hope for something he could use. Some small advantage. Then he saw it, the Tetrawizzard cup, still lying in Cedric's outstretched hand. Crouch Monroe had said it had an intermediate destination on it. So if he touched it again, would it take him back to Hogwarts? He hoped. It was a long shot. It might even be revealing the power the Dark Lord knows not. But it was the only chance he had. Defiant to the end. Harry? I had hoped. But Harry didn't wait for him to finish that sentence. He changed to Ratsbane and ran straight for the cup. He heard a shout from Voldemort. What? No. Stop him. And curses began to fly from the Death Eaters, but as a cat, his reflexes were on a hair trigger, and his pain tolerance was higher. With his greater magic sense, he could feel the incoming curses and dodge them. He thanked God for those blindfolded dueling lessons Remus had given him and Hermione all those years ago. But then he heard a new sound, a roar, and just before he reached the cup, a huge leopard jumped in front of him, baring its fangs. Or maybe it was a jaguar. Oh, who cared? It was a bloody giant spotted cat that wanted to eat him. The Aztec woman was an animagus. He changed course instantly, running behind a headstone that put him out of the line of fire of most of the Death Eaters. But the jaguar bounded after him, growling. Ratsbane was alarmed to find that he could translate her growls into common feline tongue, and he was even more alarmed when he figured out what she was saying. Come out, pray. Ratsbane ran flat out, dodging and zigzagging to stay away from the jaguar, which his animal brain insisted was the greatest threat at the moment. His human brain tried to think of any strategy that might help. He had never been prey before, except perhaps with Greyback, certainly never prey to a beast with human intelligence. Jaguars and house cats were both ambush predators, not built for a long chase. The jaguar was faster, but he could tell, more from looking than from his academic knowledge, that she was heavily built, short-legged, and short-tailed, making her lumbering and less maneuverable from his smaller perspective. He managed to stay ahead of her by changing direction quicker than she could, at one point doubling back and running between her legs. Her roars grew louder. She was getting frustrated. The Death Eaters and even Voldemort weren't firing as many spells at them, presumably not wanting to hit the larger target, but Ratsbane knew he was one good paw swipe away from death. He had to maneuver himself back to the cup. He couldn't hope to escape the jaguar any other way. He darted back and forth a few more times before he spotted an opening. He zigged around a headstone tight enough to put it between him and the jaguar and the cup right in front of him, and he went for broke, running flat out at it. The jaguar cleared the headstone and bounded after him. She was gaining on him. Wait, was she turning aside? He kept running. He was nearly there. In his rush, he never heard the final shout of Avada Kedavra from Voldemort, and he saw it coming only too late when the green light filled his vision and left him sprawling lifeless on the grass. Chapter 110. He lay face down. He seemed to be doing a lot of that tonight, but he knew at Once he wasn't lying on the rough ground of the graveyard. It was, well, it really felt more like glass than anything else, but it seemed too abstract to be any real surface. There was no shouting or cursing around him, and the pain was gone, too, which was even better. He could feel as much as hear that he was totally alone, almost blissfully alone for the first time in longer than he could remember. He couldn't quite make out where he was, though. There was no sound and no wind. He wasn't even certain he was breathing, if it were possible. And yet both the air and the surface he was lying on seemed to be a perfectly comfortable temperature. It took him a little longer to realize that there was light seeping in through his eyelids, and this light was not the fading twilight and spellfire he had seen a minute or a lifetime ago, but a pure white light, bright and even. Harry opened his eyes and slowly pushed himself to a sitting position, and then to his feet. He was standing in what looked like a large, open concourse with rows of chairs and large, blank windows along the sides. If a concourse could be made entirely from a vague white mist and illuminated seemingly from everywhere at once. He himself seemed to be the only spot of color in the place. He didn't realize until he looked down at himself that he wasn't wearing his glasses, and yet could see perfectly. He was also naked. He opened his mouth. His tongue stuck for a moment, and his voice creaked as if it had never been used before, but he picked it up quickly. "I'm naked," he muttered to himself. "Why am I naked?" It was a question uttered in confusion rather than concern, but nonetheless, the moment he said it, a coat rack appeared in front of him with a pure white robe hanging on it. He looked around, but saw nothing but more white from whence it could have come. Slowly, he reached out to pick it up and put it on. It somehow felt velvety and fluffy at the same time. It was easily the most comfortable thing he had ever worn. "Okay, this is getting a little too Book of Revelation here," he said out loud. "Am I supposed to be alone? Isn't there supposed to be a pearly gate or a book of life or something? Those are at the next infinite domain of pure whiteness." Harry spun around so fast he almost fell over. He was quite certain there had been no one there a minute ago. He instinctively snapped his fingers to draw his wand before he remembered. He wasn't carrying it. But then he registered who was standing there. A young man and woman faced him. They giggled at his reaction. They looked so young in person. Of course, he knew they were eternally 21. They actually weren't wearing white. The man was dressed in something like a fancier version of the Gryffindor school robes, and he also was conspicuously not wearing glasses. The woman was wearing the same emerald dress robes that Hermione had worn to the Yule Ball, which matched her eyes perfectly. "Mum? Dad," he whispered. "Harry, our wonderful, beautiful boy," Lily Potter said, her eyes shining with tears. And that was enough. Harry stumbled forward, nearly tripping over his feet to embrace the parents he remembered only from old photographs. He didn't know how long they stood there, holding him. He wasn't even sure time meant anything in this place. All he knew was that as he stood in their embrace, he was gradually overcome by emotions he couldn't properly name until he sank to the ground and sobbed into his mother's robes like he was 5 years old again. For their part, James and Lily just patted him on the back and waited for him to cry it out. "I'm sorry," he choked out. "I'm sorry. I tried my best. I thought I could make it. I never wanted." He couldn't finish the sentence. "Harry," Lily whispered to him. She tipped his chin up so she could cup his face with her palm and look him in the eye. You have already done more than any boy should ever be asked to. You fought with everything you had, and you never, ever gave up. Whatever you accomplished in your life doing that, we couldn't be more proud of you." At that, Harry managed a small smile and hugged his parents again. It took a while, but he finally calmed down enough to take another look at his surroundings. "So that's it? I'm really dead then?" he asked. James opened his mouth, but he paused a moment in thought and said, "Well, here's the thing, son. This hasn't happened to us before. If you were really dead like we are, we wouldn't be meeting here wherever here is." Harry looked around again. The terminal, for that was what he was pretty sure it was, looked familiar to him. "Well," he said, "it looks a lot like Heathrow Airport, except all white and ethereal and heavenly." "Heathrow Airport," James said in surprise. "Told you," Lily said smugly. "Looks like metaphors for spiritual crossroads have gone high-tech these days. All right, you got me, Lily. But the point is, since you're here, in this limbo place, we're pretty sure you're only mostly dead." He grinned. "There's a big difference between mostly dead and all dead. Mostly dead is slightly alive. With all dead, there's usually only one thing you can do. Go through his clothes and look for loose change." James and Harry finished in unison. Harry laughed loudly, but he suddenly stopped. "Hey, wait a minute," he said. "That movie didn't come out till '87. How do you know it?" Then Lily laughed. "Silly," she said, ruffling his hair. "We've spent most of the last 13 years watching you." Harry stared in surprise. He'd always known, because Dan and Emma had told him, that James and Lily were watching over him, but somehow he'd never taken it that literally. He started to wonder what else they had seen, but he quickly remembered the more important issue at hand. "But what do you mean? How can I be mostly dead? I got hit with the killing curse, didn't I?" James and Lily frowned and helped him to his feet. "Follow us," James said. They led him a short way down the terminal, and James pointed to a bench. "Look under there," he said. Harry did, and immediately recoiled. The thing under the bench looked like the homunculus body Voldemort had inhabited before, but scarred, bloody, and more infantile in proportions. It twitched feebly as it struggled to breathe. "What is that?" he hissed. "We're pretty sure," James replied, "that it's a Horcrux." "A Horcrux?" "Yes. Specifically, we think it was a Horcrux that until now was bound to your scar, and the true reason for your connection with Voldemort." "My SC scar?" Harry gasped. "I have had a Horcrux in me? That's what it was." "Why? How? How do you know?" "Harry," Lily interrupted, "we're not entirely sure. Being dead doesn't make us omniscient. We only know for sure what we've heard people in the land of the living say. Although we can peek in on Dumbledore whenever we want, so that's still quite a bit," James added. "Dumbledore? He knew about this?" Harry demanded. Lily sighed. "Yes, Harry Dumbledore knew. He suspected ever since he learnt you could speak Parseltongue. But we've talked it over, and we think you shouldn't be too hard on him for it. He was trying so hard." "What do you mean?" "That's why he had Ambassador Grayson do those tests on you. He wanted to find a way to remove the Horcrux before he told you. He didn't want you to ever have to bear that burden. We don't agree with him keeping you in the dark, but he really did do it for your sake. And at least now, your scar and your visions should never trouble you again." Harry thought about this, and he supposed he could understand it. If he'd had to go around knowing he was a Horcrux, it would have been even worse than all the other stuff he'd been through. Okay, but I still don't get it, he said. How was I a Horcrux? And how am I not dead now? Let's come away from here, Lily said. They led him away from the mutilated piece of soul to a lounge area where they could sit comfortably. So, you know that when I gave my life to protect you that night, it caused Voldemort's killing curse to reflect off of you and strike him, she said plainly. Harry nodded, feeling a little awkward talking about it like this. Well, as near as we can figure out, Voldemort had already prepared the ritual to make a Horcrux that night. Or maybe his soul was just that unstable. James cut it. Right. It could be that, too. But whatever the reason, the ritual completed. But it went wrong without the Horcrux vessel on hand. And a piece of Voldemort's soul broke off and attached itself to the nearest living thing, which was you. My protection kept it from corrupting or damaging you, but it was still able to hurt you some. My head aches, Harry said. She nodded. Now, here's where it gets fuzzy. Prong slit, James said, becoming more animated. You've got your mum's protection in your blood. It's why Voldemort couldn't touch you before. But then that crazy Aztec priestess took your blood for her home-brewed ritual, and it sort of gave him the protection, too, so you couldn't hurt him. Like a vaccine, Lily clarified. Right. But I think, and this is just a guess, mind you, that when he hit you with the killing curse just now, your mum's magic didn't die with you like it would have otherwise. Part of it's still in him, and that part is keeping you alive. Harry screwed up his face. That doesn't make any sense, he said. James opened his mouth and closed it again. It does seem to have lost the plot now that I say it out loud, doesn't it? I don't know. Maybe it's just that one killing curse equals one soul, and death considers the books balanced. Or maybe it's both. Or neither. Dumbledore could probably work it out if you ask him. Whatever it is, though, I wouldn't count on it working again. Lily rolled her eyes at him. What we're trying to say, Harry, is that you've been given another chance. The Horcrux has been purged from your soul, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. But you wouldn't have been brought here unless you had a choice. A choice, he said. You mean I could go back? You haven't fully crossed over yet. You can go back if you want to. Harry was stunned for a few moments. This wasn't anything like he'd expected. And the other choice, he asked for clarity. Well, you're in an airport, aren't you? If you wanted, you could board a plane. You mean I could go with you? His parents both gave him a sad smile. Yes, you could, James said, but you shouldn't. You have too much to live for down there. You have a family who love you, great friends, an adorable little girlfriend, and a bright future ahead of you once this mess gets sorted out. And we're doing fine here. We don't need to see you for a good, long while yet. And be honest, now, would you really want to give up while Voldemort's still out there? Harry thought of his family, his adoptive parents who had taken him in almost on a whim and never looked back, his sister who fought tooth and nail to protect her little brother no matter how much trouble he got into, Sirius and Remus, who had rebuilt their lives for him. He thought of Luna, who had already suffered the loss of a parent herself, and Neville, Ron, Ginny, and the rest of his circle of friends at Hogwarts. He knew how devastated they would be if he didn't come back, especially on top of Voldemort's return. They couldn't understand, most of them, if they ever even knew of his choice. And then, when he thought of all the death and destruction that Voldemort would visit on the world, he knew how absurd it was to think he'd do otherwise. I have to go back, he said through his tears. I can't leave them all like this. We knew you would, Prongslet, James said. Neither of us could have stayed away either if we had the choice. We wish we could come back with you, but we know you'll be in good hands, Lily said. We were hoping you could take some messages back from us, though. Of course. Anything, Harry said. All right, then, James said. There'll be a few of these for you to remember, so we'll try to keep it simple. Harry smiled. Trust me, Dad. I don't think I'll ever forget one word of this. They grinned back. Well, then, Lily began. The first one has to be for Dan, Emma, and Hermione. Tell them, we can't thank them enough for adopting you and giving you a home and supporting you all these years, knowing all along how hard it would be. We're so happy that you found new parents and a sister who love you as much as we do, and we're proud to call them part of our family. I'll tell them, Harry promised. He was sure they'd be overjoyed to hear that. Okay, now I have one for Padfoot and Moony Prongslet, James said seriously. I want you to tell those two clowns to stop blaming themselves for the past. It was our choice to make Peter the secret keeper, so that was our mistake. And neither of them were in a condition to look after you afterwards through no fault of their own, so we don't blame them for that either. Tell Moony we're sorry for suspecting him, too, and tell both of them not to hold back in going after their own happiness, whatever form it might take. I'm sure they'll be glad to hear that Prongs. Oh, and by the way, the name is Ratsbane. James laughed. To right it is. Youngest animagus this century. Huh. I don't know how you did it, son, but it's brilliant. All right, Lily, that's the family stuff. Did you have anything you wanted to tell Dumbledore? Dumbledore, she said thoughtfully. Harry knew Dumbledore had quite a few things to answer for the neglect in his early years trying to use him in first year, and apparently still keeping him in the dark about some things. But she eventually decided, why don't you just give him a good, hard smack in the back of the head from me? James and Harry both laughed, and Harry said, Will do, Mum. That's my Lily, James said proudly and kissed her on the cheek. All right, now, Harry, this is important. I have a message I want you to give to Luna. Luna? Yes, she's your girlfriend, after all, and since she doesn't get a chance to meet us properly, the least we can do is send her a message. I just want you to tell her that we approve of her. I think that'll mean a lot to her. Harry was sure it would. Your father was still rooting for a redhead, Lily said. Hey, the hair color doesn't really matter, Harry, he insisted. We can tell Luna is loyal, wicked smart, and a lot of laughs in the best possible way. And tell her we hope she stands by you and helps keep your spirits up when times get tough. And as for you, Harry, you've got yourself a great girl there. So however long this lasts with her, you treat her right. She needs help too, so you be the support she needs for her troubles. And don't go and do anything stupid, like, dumping her to try to protect her or something. Harry blushed. That did sound like something he would do. Lily, however, grew more solemn now. Okay, Harry, she said, those were the easy ones. The last two are going to be more difficult, I think, for both of us. She took a deep breath. And there are some things you should know first, so please let me explain. The first message is for Severus Snape. Snape hadn't been that bad the past year or two, and he knew the two of them had been friends once, but he couldn't imagine she had anything to say to him now. Yes, Snape. You see, Sev and I first met when we were 9. We grew up in the same town, although he was from the wrong side of the tracks. His home life wasn't good. He never wanted to talk about it, but I got the impression his father was almost as bad as your uncle. Harry's eyebrows shot up. He couldn't imagine Snape growing up like that. But then, he couldn't imagine Snape as a child at all. Surely, he'd just emerged fully formed from the shadows in the dungeons, or something. Petunia disapproved of him just because he was lower class, she went on, and I think that was one of the reasons she wound up hating magic so much. Of course, the main reason was she was jealous. Jealous? Aunt Petunia? Harry gasped. It was unfathomable. Even though he hadn't seen his aunt for 9 years, he couldn't imagine her ever being anything but antagonistic to magic. "Oh, it's true," his mother said. "I caught her writing to Professor Dumbledore right before I left for Hogwarts, begging to be allowed to go, too, but of course it was impossible, and she just couldn't face it after that. I never imagined she'd get as bad as she did, though." "It's all right, Mom," he said, patting her on the arm. "So I knew you and Snape were friends, but wait, Snape was raised Muggle." She nodded. "He's half-blood. Muggle father, witch mother." She laughed a little. He even called himself the Half-Blood Prince, after his mother's maiden name, just between the two of us, you know. We were close for ages, but as he got older, he got deeper into the dark arts, and most of the people who practiced those were elite purebloods, and I hated both. Eventually, I couldn't make excuses for him anymore, and I had to part ways with him. But honestly, seeing him over the past 13 years, I don't think he ever fully got over it, and I hadn't expected that. I won't pretend he's a great and noble person. He's not. He could never get over himself enough to even try to tolerate your father, even after James saved his life. Especially after I saved his life. James corrected. True, but the bottom line is, I do believe he deserves better than he got. Harry nodded, though he wondered what message his mother would be able to convey to someone she had such a complicated relationship with. "What did you want me to tell him?" he asked. "Tell him." She thought for a minute. "Tell him that I know there's still good in him, and I'm sorry I didn't see that before. Use the Half-Blood Prince name. I'm the only one who knew about it." Harry nodded. "And I think also tell him to quit living in the past," she added. "Spending his life feeling sorry for himself doesn't become him." "Mom," he said in horror, "you really want me to tell him that?" "I think it would help him. Yes, and tell him to get himself a girlfriend." "Mom, are you trying to get me killed again?" She laughed, despite the morbid joke. "Okay, I was kidding about that last bit. But you might wish I weren't when I tell you the last message." "Why? What do you mean?" "I mean my last message will be the hardest for you. I know you never wanted to see her again, but I want you to find Petunia. See if you can get through to her. I think she'll listen if you go to her. Remember, I've been watching her too, so I hope you'll do it for me." Harry knew he ought to accept. He knew the worst his aunt could do was throw him out of her house. But still, it was Aunt Petunia, and on some level, he'd never really confronted the idea of seeing her again. His tongue refused to obey at first, but he told himself he could do it for his mother. "Oh, okay, Mum," he managed. "Thank you, Harry. I want you to tell Toonie that she could have done better than Vernon." He raised an eyebrow. He wasn't sure he believed that. "That will prove it's from me," she explained. "I told her that several times before her wedding. She always felt overshadowed by me, even though I tried to include her in things as much as I could. Deep down, I think she never thought she was good enough or pretty enough to get anyone better than Vernon. I tried to tell her I still believed in her, but by then, she didn't want to listen. If she'll listen to you, then warn her about the danger. Voldemort could still go after her because of her connection with you. Warn her, and then tell her that I never stopped wanting my sister back, and it's still not too late for her to be a better person. Harry hugged his mother tight around the neck, at a loss for words. He could see now what people meant when they said she was one of the most kind-hearted witches they knew. He didn't think he ever could have brought himself to say all that on his own. "We're so proud of you, Harry," she said. "I'll say," James agreed. "You've done some amazing things. You taught yourself wandless magic, you've written 3 books, and you invented a new sport. Not many wizards can claim that." Lily rolled her eyes. "Yes, James, but more importantly, you've done so much good in the world, and not just fighting Voldemort or even working for equality in the Wisengamot. You've stood up for your sister. You stood up for Luna when you first met her, for Colin and Demelza this year, even for Dobby when he was only causing you trouble. And then, when you helped Neville's parents, we couldn't believe it. That was a real miracle, and even we didn't see it coming." Harry smiled. "I was just trying to do the right thing." "We know, son," James said. "You have your mother's heart. Don't ever lose that. Your friends and family are the most important people to have by your side. Not that facing Voldemort 3 times wasn't great work too, but we really wish you didn't have to get involved." "Me too, but trouble always seems to find me anyway." "Yes, we've noticed. Although taunting him, like, that was pretty stupid. Awesome but stupid." "Yeah, I got that." He sighed. "It's going to be harder now, isn't it?" "Oh, yes, much harder. But I still need to go back, don't I?" Lily stroked his cheek again. "Harry, even with all this trouble, you still have a chance to live a long, happy life. You shouldn't give that up. You'll have your friends at your side, and we know they'll do better with you than without you. And Voldemort isn't invincible, no matter how powerful he is." She looked back to where the soul fragment was lying under the bench. "But know this, Harry, that you have less to fear from returning here than he does." Harry hugged her tighter and hid his face in her shoulder as he thought he might start crying again. "Is it bad that I don't want to go?" he said. "No, it's not," she assured him. "But we also know you won't stay. It's who you are. Somewhere there's danger. Somewhere there's injustice. Somewhere else the tea's getting cold. Come on, Harry. You've got work to do." His eyes snapped up to meet hers. "You're a fan," he whispered. She grinned at him, all the way back to William Hartnell. "Oh, she's a fan, all right," James agreed. "She even got me into it when Tom Baker was on. Plus, your mother has been petitioning the boss to tell the BBC to make more Doctor Who for the past 5 years." Harry's eyes widened. "And by the boss, you mean God?" Lily giggled. "He doesn't normally tell us a whole lot of his plans, but we've heard a few rumors. I do know the BBC's in talks for a television movie, and it looks like it's actually going somewhere." "Well, I have to go back for that, don't I?" Harry said. "That's the spirit." James said, "Now, there's one other thing you need to know before you go back. You saw that big snake Voldemort had slithering around." "Yeah. It's another Horcrux." "Oh, no. It is. Yes. It was originally just a meadow viper with a bunch of scary dark rituals on it, but he turned it into a Horcrux the same night you had that vision. And since snakes aren't sentient, it acts with his will. It's basically equivalent to him possessing it. You'll need to tell Dumbledore. So it's Voldemort in scary snake form. Got it. Say, do you know what the power the Dark Lord knows not is, by any chance? Afraid not, but we doubt it's the Animagus thing. It's too bad you had to give that away, but we don't think it was the power. It may sound daft, but we think Dumbledore probably isn't far off with his love idea. Seriously? Don't act so surprised. I told you how important it was to have your friends by your side. That makes all the difference. We know Voldemort has allies, but no one who truly likes him, except maybe Bellatrix Lestrange. Well, I guess, but there's one other problem. He realized. I've been gone a long time. Hasn't Voldemort burnt me to a crisp or something by now? His parents chuckled. No need to worry about that, son, Lily said. Time is immaterial here. Come, look. She waved her hand, and a portal appeared in the air, the dark scene on the other side marring the perfect whiteness. The first thing he saw was Cedric lying on the ground, the Triwizard Cup in his hand. A few feet away, much closer than he realized, he saw himself, his feline body, stretched out. The Aztec woman was stooped over him, human again, presumably determining whether he was dead, but she was frozen in place. No time was passing in the image. You were right about the cup, Harry, she said. It will take you back to Hogwarts. You're very close. 2 good bounds will get you there. If you're fast, they won't have time to react. Harry leaned towards the portal and examined the scene carefully. It was strange to look down on himself like that, and stranger still to see himself in cat form. But he really was close. 1 half leap to find his feet, and he'd be only 1 good pounce away from grabbing the cup. Suddenly, his prospects seemed much better. Yeah, I can do that. Good. Oh, but wait a moment, Lily said. I think we have another soul coming through. To Harry's amazement, a ghostly image of Cedric rose up from his body and stepped through the portal to join them with a solemn expression on his face. He looked around to make sense of what had happened to him. Cedric, Harry gasped, I'm so sorry. I never meant. It's okay, Harry. He stopped him. It was my choice to fight with you. I just never imagined we'd run into someone that fast. I'm sorry. I had no idea. I knew it might be bad, but I had no idea it would that bad. It wasn't your fault, he insisted. I died for what I believed in, and for someone who had done a lot of good for me and mine. I never wanted anyone to die for me. We did it so you could live a happier life, Harry Lily said softly. And we know you would have done the same for any of us whether we liked it or not. It is enough. A disembodied voice sounded, crisp but unidentifiable, over what might have been the airport's public address system. Flight Aleph Null, to the other side, now boarding. Flight Aleph Null, now boarding. All seats. James and Lily smiled sadly. Well, that's our flight, Harry, James said. Yours too, Cedric. Come with us. They walked slowly to the entrance to a sky bridge that began glowing a brighter white than the rest of the airport. Cedric seemed to understand automatically what it meant, even though Harry doubted he'd ever been in an airport. Or maybe he didn't even see it as an airport. But he turned back to him for a moment and said, Tell my parents I love them. Will you, Harry? And tell Cho I wish we could have had more time together. Of course. I will, he said. There was a lot more Cedric could have said. he was sure. Harry knew he could have given him as many messages as his parents had, to tell his parents they should be proud of him for fighting for what he believed in, and that he hoped they would do the same. To tell Cho to keep going and live her life to the fullest. To ask Harry to watch over Colin and Demelza, and tell them not to give up on his account. But one look at his face said it all. He trusted Harry to take care of things. "Tell me one last thing," said Harry. Overcome by a sudden seemed absurd to ask after all this, but he needed to know for sure. "Is this real? Or has this been happening inside my head?" James laughed. "Of course it's real, Harry. But if you need proof, I know a secret about Hogwarts that you couldn't possibly know and can verify when you get back. If you go to the 7th floor, across from the tapestry of the dancing trolls, there's a vanishing room that can turn into lots of different things. Right now, it's mostly used by the elves for storage, but it looks like it can be anything." "Cool," Harry said. "How do I get in?" "Well, that's the hard part," James said. "I'm not quite sure how it works. But I've been watching, and I've noticed that the elves always walk back and forth down that corridor 3 times before the door appears." "All right, I'll remember." "Goodbye, Harry," Lily said. "Remember, we'll be watching you. Always." The 3 of them stepped into the portal of light and vanished. When they had gone, Harry was alone again. He turned to see the scene before him back in the land of the living. He took a deep breath and stepped through the portal. He was lying face down on the ground again, the real ground this time. The smells of the real world bombarded his feline nostrils. "Is he dead?" Voldemort's voice said. It was a grating thing to hear, as the very first thing when he came back, but Harry knew he didn't have time to reflect. On instinct, he kicked with his hind legs and propelled himself forward. He had just enough time to hear Voldemort shout, "No!" and the women screamed the first half of a spell before his front paws landed on the portkey, and he felt the now familiar tug whisk him away. A great unease had fallen over Hogwarts. After the audience lost its view of the champions, things had gone from bad to worse as 2 of them were hauled out of the maze unconscious after a brutal duel with each other. And the other 2, according to the whispers circulating the stadium, vanished into thin air, and they took a turn for the surreal when Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Lupin, and Sirius Black chased David Monroe off the grounds. "Come now, Albus," Fudge demanded. What was all that about? Not all that much time had passed, so Fudge wasn't too worried. Yet, but Dumbledore clearly was. The old wizard was busy casting spells to try to lay extra protections on the audience and find out what happened to the other 2 champions, even though the latter was probably futile. Most of the audience probably thought they were still just watching the task, but the ministry officials were on high alert. "I told you, Cornelius," Dumbledore said. "I have reason to believe Mr. Monroe was being controlled by an outside force. I now believe he was almost certainly the one who entered Harry in the tournament. But who, Albus?" the minister demanded. "Who could have controlled him?" Dumbledore didn't get a chance to answer because loud screams rang out through the stadium. They turned and at once saw why. Cedric Diggory was back, lying at the entrance to the maze with a knife in his chest and his robes soaked in blood. At first, it seemed he was alone, but then a small, black cat let go of the Tetrawizzard cup and ran towards Dumbledore. A few steps later, and the cat somehow turned into Harry Potter. As he staggered to his feet, the crowd shouted louder, but he screamed over the din, "Professor!" It was Voldemort. Half the audience screamed in fear. "He's back." Chapter 111. The pitch was in chaos, with screams and sounds of running footsteps filling the air around him as Harry's family climbed down to try to find out what had happened to him. He was clearly hurt, having trouble walking and having cuts and scrapes all over, and as soon as they reached him, he collapsed into his sister's arms. Harry held on to Hermione so tight he worried he might be hurting her, but the world was spinning around him and blackness was creeping into the edges of his vision, and he felt that he would faint if he let go. Dumbledore was at their side at once. Harry, please look at me," he said. Harry struggled to look up as his other parents took him and tried to support his weight. He felt a gentle probing of legitimacy from Dumbledore, and he didn't resist. He was far too spent to resist anyway, or even think straight. He was pretty sure Dumbledore only got flashes of images from him, but it was apparently enough. "Dumbledore! My God, Dumbledore, what happened?" a voice yelled behind the headmaster. It was Minister Fudge. Diggory lying there. And Potter, he can't have meant. "I am certain Harry would not be mistaken about this, Cornelius," Dumbledore said. "He will need to be taken to the infirmary at once." "Thank you, Mr. Granger. I will take him from here. Mobila corpus." Harry felt himself floating on a cushion of air, with no strength left to move on his own, but it was something approaching comfortable, and the world stopped spinning so much as Dumbledore rushed him to the castle, with his family hurrying behind him. So he supposed that was an improvement. It wasn't until he was laid in a hospital bed that he fully registered that he had changed back to human, despite his shouting at the audience. He hadn't really thought before untransforming and giving away his ability, but his enemy knew now, so it really didn't matter. Madame Pomfrey, naturally, was all over him at once, shooing his family back far enough that they wouldn't disturb her, and trying to diagnose what had happened to him this time. She had been by the maze in case any of the champions had been hurt, so she had heard Harry's shouted warning and knew it would be bad. But it was anyone's guess how bad. Shaken as she was, she tried to stay professional. "What did he do to you, Mr. Potter?" she asked. Unforgivables," Harry coughed. The aches were coming back worse than ever, aggravated by fatigue and his falling adrenaline levels. It seemed dying hadn't helped matters. "My God, Cruciatus," she said, reaching for a potion. Harry shook his head slightly and winced. All three," he said. "What?" his family gasped. Even Dumbledore looked shocked. "You mean that the K-killing curse?" Sirius said. Again. Remus clarified. Harry tried to force a smile. "I don't want to go on the cart." "Oh, Harry." Hermione broke down and tried to hug him, but Madame Pomfrey pushed her back to feed him some potions. "You'll need nerve repair, Mr. Potter," she said. "This one works on peripheral nerves, but it's slow because it's a very dark curse. It only works at all because nerve damage is a side effect and not the intended effect. Go on." "That's it." Dumbledore stepped towards the bed, but she waved him back, too. "Albus, he needs to rest while the potion works," she said. "If you've got something to ask him that can't wait a few hours, do it now, and make it quick." "Very well, Poppy. Harry, do you know where the Portkey took you?" A G graveyard," he said. It had his father's grave in it. "Little Hangleton, then, though I doubt he'll have stayed there. I assume he came back fully to life, a new human body." "Yes, maybe looked like he was half snake, but close to human." "Close enough. Did you see how he did it, Harry?" A ritual. That woman, the foreign woman from my vision, she's some kind of, Aztec priestess. She did the ritual. She killed a unicorn to do it. He swooned dizzily. She took my blood. She took your blood for the ritual? Dumbledore said urgently. Yeah. Oh, and she did something to make Voldemort immune to fire or something like that. He stopped and went into a coughing fit. Madame Pomfrey helped him with a glass of water. Immune to fire? Sirius said, as if he wasn't bad enough before. Dumbledore filed these bits of information for later. I'm nearly done, Harry, he assured him. Did you see any Death Eaters? And how many did you see? A couple dozen. I think they were already there. Then Voldemort is already rebuilding his forces, he said to himself. That isn't good. Then it's a good thing we've already restarted the order. 2. Albus. Remus said. Yes, it should be. But if David Monroe can betray us, I don't know who we can trust anymore. Wasn't Monroe, Harry rasped, pushing Madame Pomfrey's hand away again. Dumbledore turned back to him. What did you say? It wasn't David Monroe. He tried to push himself up, but failed. Oof. It was Barty Crouch Jr. Like we thought. He was using polyjuice. No, that's impossible, Remus said. He showed up as David Monroe on the map. He had his name legally changed in the Muggle world, Harry said. He told me the whole story. He's been getting in all year that way. Sirius and Remus stared at each other in horror. Even the Marauders' map couldn't be trusted now. What would they do? While they and Dumbledore digested this, Madame Pomfrey gave him a final potion. That's enough, Mr. Potter. You need to rest. Drink this. Dreamless sleep. They can sort the rest out when you wake. Harry drank the potion and sank almost instantly into blissful oblivion. When he next woke, he was feeling markedly better. This despite the fact that he still felt like he was getting over a bad case of the flu. He had awful aches all over, and he had a wanging headache. But for the first time in a long time, it at least wasn't localized in his scar. With the Horcrux gone, he felt lighter in a way he had never noticed feeling weighed down before. He also noticed he was in cat form again. That was a little worrying. He hadn't changed form in his sleep since the catnip incident, when he was 7, but he felt more rested that way. As Sirius had learnt in Azkaban, and he had learnt as a child, lying down and letting the animal take over for a while did wonders under the right circumstances. He blinked slowly, stretched his sore limbs, and meowed, which brought Madame Pomfrey to his side. She shook her head at him. I still can't believe it. Younger than your father. Could you change back, please, Mr. Potter? I need to check you over, and I'm a Medowitch, not a veterinarian. With practiced skill, Harry rolled over and untransformed so that he was lying on his back. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand over him. How are you feeling now? I don't feel like I'm going to die anymore, Harry said. Is that good? I should hope so. The dreamless sleep didn't last half as long as it normally would. That'll be the after effects of the Cruciatus curse. I'm afraid. HM, you look well enough to be awake for now, but you may regret that in a few minutes. You have a crowd of people waiting to talk to you, and I have a bad feeling they aren't going to take no for an answer. She scowled. I heard talk of a warrant. Harry groaned. You might as well send them in. I'm going to have to tell them sooner or later. Pomfrey sighed. All right, then, but drink these first. She placed some more potions on the bedside table. And give me a holler if it gets to be too much for you. You're going to need a lot more recovery than this. Yes, ma'am. Harry looked around as she went to the door. It was nearly dark outside. He could guess it was around midnight. Hogwarts was so far north, it never got fully dark in June, so that was the only time it could be. He doubted anyone else would be sleeping tonight. The infirmary door opened, and Harry heard arguing voices at once. You didn't have to get out of bed for this, Amelia. That was Minister Fudge. He was sure. Who says I was in bed? I was listening to the task on the wireless, and the minute I heard you-know-whose name, I came out here to investigate for myself. The boy was tortured, Fudge said. Terribly tragic, but you can't be sure of anything that comes out of his addled mind. I think you will find that Harry's mind is quite keen, Cornelius, even under such strain. That was Dumbledore. And besides, Albus has been warning me of the danger for the past year. Amelia Bones added, It's only right that I look into this for myself. Now, Ambassador Grayson, what is your interest in this case? If Mr. Potter will confirm a few facts, I believe I can identify the knife that killed the Diggory boy, the Australian wizard said. Oh, Bones sounded surprised. Very well, come on, then. Harry's not going to like being mobbed like this. His mum's, Emma's, voice said, Boy, that was going to be confusing for a while. Can't we go easier on him? He needs to rest. If it becomes necessary, Mrs. Granger, Dumbledore said. However, it is still important that we get the full story from him as soon as we can. If he is feeling up to it now, he will be able to recover more smoothly later. He approached the bed and said, Harry, it is good to see you are awake. We are sorry to disturb your rest, but I heard, Professor, he answered. Of course. He waved his wand and conjured 8 chairs in a circle around Harry's bed, far more visitors than Madame Pomfrey would normally allow at one time. On one side sat Dan, Emma, Hermione, and Sirius, his legal family, of course, and on the other sat Dumbledore, Fudge, Madame Bones, and Professor Grayson. Fawkes rode on Dumbledore's shoulder, warbling softly. How are you doing, son? Dan asked. I've been better, he said. Lord Potter, Bones said. I assume no introductions are necessary. He shook his head. No, ma'am. Good. Now, you say that when you were taken by the portkey, you saw you-know-who return come back to life. Yes, I did, Harry said. He's back. Preposterous. Fudge jumped in. You-know-who returned? It's impossible. He's dead. He's not dead, Minister. I saw him. Harry snapped. To his astonishment, Fudge actually smiled a little. Now, I know you've been through a lot, Lord Potter, he said, and perhaps you believe you saw someone. It was him. I ought to know. He crucioed me 3 bloody times. He tried to push himself up a little, but his arms gave out, and he slumped down. He was shaking again. We should leave this till morning, Headmaster, Emma insisted. Pardon me, Mrs. Granger, Fudge said in what was probably supposed to be a friendly voice, but we really do need to take care of this. Your son has already gone and incited a panic. I told the truth. Harry snapped. Harry, Cornelius, please calm yourselves, Dumbledore said, and Fawkes let out a few long, soothing notes. Harry felt relaxed on hearing them, and a bit more of the tension came out of his muscles. Minister Fudge, Grayson spoke up. If Mr. Potter will cooperate, I believe I can make a positive identification of one of the people involved in tonight's events. Would that be enough evidence for you? You can, Ambassador. Fudge said in surprise. Well, I'd certainly consider it. All right, then. Let's see. Grayson showed one of his hands. Above it floated an all-too-familiar stone knife. Harry shuddered when he saw it. Seeing his distress, Hermione decided to act. Knowing his secret had been outed, she moved from her seat to the edge of his bed and reached down to scratch him behind his ears. Fudge looked bemused by the action, but the other adults seemed to recognize it. Dumbledore chuckled slightly, and Madame Bones cracked a small smile. Harry tried to push himself up and closer to his sister again, but without much success. "Harry, just rest," Emma said. "I've got it, Mum," Hermione told her. She raised her other hand and wandlessly summoned 2 pillows from neighboring beds, which she used to prop Harry up into a reclining position. Harry could see the group properly now, though he was confused by Grayson's evidence. Voldemort wasn't the one with the knife. How did that help? But Grayson spoke again. "Mr. Potter, I suspect you know that this is the knife that was found to have killed Mr. Diggory." Harry nodded weakly, fighting back tears. "Can you describe the person who did it to me?" He nodded again. She was a Latin American, I guess Mexican woman. He said, "Tall, black hair, middle-aged, I think. She was dressed like an Aztec priestess or something, big crown of green feathers, and everything. That's closer to the Aztec royal garb. I think it's not important. Did you happen to see her wand?" No, she didn't use a wand. She was casting spells with a knife, like that one, but bigger." "I thought so. You see the handle here," he said to the group. "The knife's blade was black, but the handle was bone white. That's dragon bone. She uses it in place of a wand. Did you notice anything else unusual about her, Mr. Potter?" Grayson clearly knew who the woman was, but Harry told him the last bit just to be sure. Yes, she was an animagus, too. She turned into a big cat. I'm pretty sure she was a jaguar. You were attacked by a jaguar, too? Hermione gasped. Yeah, she was a natural hunter. It was close. Well, that settles it, Minister, Grayson said. This knife belongs to a woman named Metlioscelotl, but she is better known as La Pantera, the Jaguar, and the Dark Lady of Veracruz. She's known to the ICW, but they haven't taken action against her because she rarely operates outside of Mexico. She fancies herself the one true successor to the old ways of Aztec magic, and she's no stranger to human sacrifice and other dark rituals, even inventing new rituals. It wouldn't surprise me if she were capable of bringing your Lord Voldemort back from the dead. Madame Bones was frantically scribbling notes, but Fudge, though he was starting to sweat, was still in denial. Fine, Ambassador, but just because some foreign dark which is skulking around here doesn't mean that you know who is back. That doesn't much matter, Grayson said. What? What do you mean it doesn't matter? Of course it matters. No, it doesn't matter, Minister, because she's as bad as he is. At this point, Sirius fell out of his seat. The Grangers gasped. Even Harry was shocked. He could tell that the woman was bad news, but everyone in Britain talked like Voldemort was the most evil wizard of all time, except maybe Grindelwald. The thought that he had escaped not just one, but two of the most dangerous magic users in the world was overwhelming. A very shaken Amelia Bones looked at him and said, Lord Potter, I really think we need to hear the full story. I don't... Harry stammered. You don't have to do it now. Harry, Emma whispered to him. "Mrs. Granger, if it is truly necessary, it can wait," Dumbledore said, "but not for long, I fear. Harry, you have shown great bravery already in facing what you faced tonight. And if I could ease your emotional pain by letting you sleep through it like Madame Pomfrey has for the physical, I would do so, but it would only delay the inevitable. And in the meantime, we must know the truth, and matters have grown urgent. So I must ask you to be brave one more time and tell us exactly what happened from the moment the projection cut out in the maze. And Cornelius," he added warningly, "I am sure this will be very difficult for Harry, so I must ask you to listen patiently and withhold your judgment until he is finished." "Oh, all right. Then, Albus," he grumbled, though he looked paler than before. "So, Lord Potter, tell us what happened." Harry still wasn't sure he wanted to do it, but at that moment, Fawkes flapped over to perch on his headboard and sang again, this time a warm, uplifting song, which seemed to strengthen him. And so, with a deep breath, he began to speak. He told them of the duel he had broken up between Victor and Fleur, and his suspicion that Victor had been imperiused. He told them how Cedric had saved him from an acromantula and decided that they should take the cup together despite Harry's warning. He told them how fast that La Pantera woman could throw a knife. When he got to the part of the ritual itself, Dumbledore stopped him. "All of us here know a clemency," he said. "Minister, I believe you at least know the basics. I won't ask for a vow, but I think we should all agree that the details of this ritual should not leave this room." They all agreed quickly, albeit with much eye-rolling from Fudge. Harry described each element of the ritual in as much detail as he could remember, since exacting details were very important for such things. Everyone who knew advanced magic gagged when he said how La Pantera had allegedly killed a unicorn to begin the ritual, one of the most heinous acts there was in the magical world. They gagged again when he described the Death Eater formerly known as Barty Crouch Jr. sacrificing a hand. "Do you know what happened to Monroe, Professor?" he asked when he got to that part. "The original Monroe, I mean." "Aurors are searching for him as we speak, Harry," Dumbledore said. "I have hope that we will find him alive. I suspect that Voldemort did not wish for his return to be announced so publicly, so he would have made plans for Director Monroe to return to work unnoticed." "Albus," Fudge protested, "Barty Crouch Jr. can't be alive. He died in Azkaban 12 years ago. I'm telling you, I saw him." Harry said, "We were already considering the possibility that he was alive and involved Cornelius," Dumbledore said. "Last summer, Harry experienced a vision of Voldemort involving Barty Crouch's house elf. Visions now, as if this whole thing weren't mad enough. Ahem, that does raise the question, Lord Potter." Bones said, "If it was Crouch Jr., as you say, how could he have escaped from Azkaban?" Well, Voldemort did say something about him being a prisoner in his own home. I don't really know." "In his own home? You think Barty Sr. was involved?" Fudge said, "He was the most upstanding citizen." "Excuse me," Sirius interrupted. "He threw me in prison without a trial." "We must consider the possibility, Cornelius," Dumbledore agreed. "Think, you and Barty Crouch Sr. were fellow department heads at the time. Did you ever talk? Do you remember anything unusual about the circumstances of his son's death?" "No, there was nothing except, well, the timing was a little odd, I suppose, but that doesn't have to mean anything." "Odd how?" Dumbledore pressed. It's just, I remember when old Barty's son died. It was the night after the last time he and his wife visited him. But like I said, it doesn't mean anything. He probably just had the Aurors notify him when Junior was on his deathbed. Was it within 12 hours of the visit? 12 hours. I suppose it was. Why? Something clicked in Bones's mind. 12 hours is the maximum time that Polyjuice Potion lasts, and it doesn't revert after death. The director of magical law enforcement replacing a prisoner with someone under Polyjuice, it would definitely be within his means. And was old Barty's wife ever seen in public after that? I know she was terminally ill herself and died soon after. Amelia, do you hear what you're saying? Old straight and narrow Barty Crouch replacing his son with his own wife in Azkaban. But before she could answer, Harry spoke up. He must have done, Minister. I saw him there in the graveyard, and Artemis Crouch was there, too. She was one of the werewolves who attacked Hogwarts last year. And Barty Jr.'s estranged cousin, Sirius pointed out. Not so estranged anymore. I saw them snogging. Harry said, but Artemis Crouch is dead in Azkaban. Fudge said uneasily. Could they have used the same trick? Asked Harry. Is there someone missing they could have replaced her with? Bertha Jorkins still hasn't been found, Bones said, growing pale. Sirius groaned. The same Bertha Jorkins who knew all about the tournament when it was being planned? At that point, Madame Bones let out several muttered curses and quickly considered her options. Any magical evidence on the bodies will be long gone by now, but I'll definitely be adding some new security measures at Azkaban, she said. If we're lucky, we'll at least find the real Monroe alive, and he'll be able to confirm something. Please continue, Lord Potter, she said before Fudge could interrupt. Harry started again. The wizards paled when Harry said that La Pantera took his blood for the ritual, and his claim that using a scroot carapace as a cauldron made Voldemort resistant too. Fire must have seemed just plain overkill to them. In any case, he went on to describe the duel to them, not omitting the parts where he taunted Voldemort to his face. Harry, you're an idiot, Hermione said. Yeah, I know. In my defense, I wasn't expecting to get out of there alive. Sirius laughed, but even he was properly uneasy. Dumbledore just sighed with resignation. Madame Bones looked torn between berating him and admiring him. Ill-advised swan songs aside, Bones said, How did you get out alive? I sort of didn't, ma'am. He described how he got away only to be chased by La Pantera in jaguar form as he tried to get back to the cup. I was almost there, but I wasn't fast enough. Voldemort hit me with the killing curse. He stopped and gauged the reactions from the room. His family was tense, listening with rapt attention. Dumbledore looked anticipatory. Even Fudge seemed conflicted, torn between not wanting to believe it and being caught up in the drama of the story. It looked like the killing curse was a step too far for him, though. The killing curse, he said. Again, don't be ridiculous. Even you couldn't. He trailed off at the sight of Dumbledore's harsh gaze. So what happened next if you died? I got better, Harry said. You got better? You can't just say you got better. You all see how ridiculous this is. Albus? How could he have survived it again if it really happened? Minister, what happened in that moment? Harry looked up at his family. Is private, not something you need to know. Suffice it to say, I got better, took a flying leap before Voldemort could react. and landed on the cup. It pulled Cedric and me back to Hogwarts. And the rest, you know. Thank you, Lord Potter, Bones said. That is very helpful. Minister, we'll need to take action at once. Oh, come now, you don't seriously believe this, do you, Amelia? It sounds pretty convincing to me, Cornelius. Harry Potter has no reason to lie. Someone has been manipulating the events all year. We have the physical evidence of the knife. And even if it is somehow just this La Pantera woman, it sounds like we still have a very large problem. You know of the activities that have gone on this past year. Dumbledore reminded him. The terror at the World Cup. Rumors of Death Eater activity around the country. You saw yourself how David Monroe, one of the most anti-Death Eater wizards in the country, was either controlled or now, it seems, impersonated. You cannot deny the signs. Fudge stood up and straightened his robes. You're right, Amelia, he said. Someone has been manipulating the events all year. But I can't help but notice that the source of most of this testimony is one man and his close associates, a man who never wanted the tournament here in the first place, and a man who would have rather a lot to gain from swaying the public to his side, to gain from destabilizing everything we have worked for these last 13 years. He stared over at Dumbledore. How dare you? Sirius shot to his feet and got right in the minister's face. Albus Dumbledore, working against magical Britain? Against the ministry? That's the maddest thing I've ever heard from you, Fudge. And I've heard a lot. Step aside, Lord Black, Fudge said. I know where you stand, too. I don't know what you're trying to pull, Dumbledore, if you have designs on the minister's chair, or if you've finally lost your marbles. Certainly, it's a very elaborate scheme to involve this many people. But I can't believe that you know who is back. It's simply not possible. He turned to go in a huff. Cornelius, you can't actually believe all that. Bones said, Thank you for your assistance, Amelia, but I won't require any more for today. He went to storm out the door. Cornelius, Dumbledore called. He didn't listen and kept walking. But just as he reached the threshold, he stopped short. He froze in surprise, then pushed forward again, but he found he was pinned in place by the collar of his robes like a dog at the end of its chain. Another push or two, and he spun around with wide eyes to see Harry Potter, his hand outstretched towards him, empty, but shaking with the effort of holding him in place. At a slight twitch from the boy who lives fingers, Fudge found himself pulled towards him by his collar. He'd heard of the boy's prowess with wandless magic, but he never imagined he could pull this off whilst in bed and recovering from curse exposure. He stumbled forward a few steps, then a few more, until they were face to face again. Harry knew he shouldn't ham it up under the circumstances, but this was probably the only chance he'd get to use this line. I find your lack of faith disturbing, he said in a deep voice. Then, he finally released his wandless summoning charm and reached out and grabbed the man's robes with his hand. Cornelius Oswald Fudge, he said, trying to infuse his voice with an air of authority. Do you realize that Albus Dumbledore has been offered the position of Minister for Magic no fewer than 7 times, the first of them in 1939? If he wanted to take over magical Britain, he could have done it when you were in knee pants. Fudge was sweating now. Harry's family were surprised he had that much strength left, and Amelia Bones, who had had less contact with him, was amazed. This could be one for the legendarium, depending on what happened next. Well, you see, Fudge stammered. And if Dumbledore is mad, how do you explain yourself? Harry went on. Haven't you relied on Dumbledore's advice for most of your term? You haven't questioned his wisdom until today, have you? Well, not exactly, but... And if Dumbledore is mad or power-hungry, how do you explain Edward Grayson, who has testified to our claims? He's a grand sorcerer, a war hero, and has already been the respected leader of his own country. What interest does he have here? Look, Lord Potter, this is highly irregular. No more irregular than you questioning Dumbledore's honesty, Minister. Voldemort is back whether you like it or not. You know who is dead, he insisted. Then why are you still afraid to say his bloody name? Fudge reeled. Harry let go of his collar and collapsed back onto the bed. Maybe he'd finally found a way to get Fudge him to second-guess himself after all, but he didn't give him time to try to rationalize it away. Cedric is dead, Minister, he said. He was murdered in a plot so massively complicated that only Voldemort would go to that much trouble. Why would La Pantera do it on her own, or even be here on her own? And it sounds like she's dangerous enough as it is. But it was all so Voldemort could get through my security just once, and that was enough for him to come back. You can't ignore that. He took a deep breath and changed tack. By the way, Minister, did you know that Hermione's great-great-grandfather was Hector Fawley, the Minister for Magic at the start of Grindelwald's War? Huh. No, I didn't know that, Fudge said, clearly thrown for a loop. I'm not surprised. It's not something the Fawleys like to talk about much. You see, Hector Fawley ignored the threat posed by Grindelwald until it was too late to avert the war, and they threw him out of office in favor of someone better equipped to fight. Today, Hector Fawley is only remembered for letting Grindelwald slip past him. Unfairly so, since it was at the end of a long and prosperous term. Fudge said nothing, but he could plainly see where this was going. You can choose to believe the evidence that's right in front of you and be remembered well, Minister. Even if you fail, you'll be remembered as a man who tried his best and didn't back down when times got tough. Or you can ignore it. But mark my words, Fudge. If you let this pass you by, you will be remembered as a worse minister than Hector Fawley ever was. Fudge paled further as his attempts at rationalizing away his fears fell apart. He truly did have solid evidence of, at the very least, a very dangerous dark lady operating in Britain. Meanwhile, he might be able to take on Dumbledore and Potter in the press, but they already had Bones and, worse, a disinterested foreign dignitary on their side, and he still had a dead boy on his hands. And worst of all, Potter had already shouted the news to the entire crowd while at the same time revealing a shocking new ability that people would take as a show of power. They wouldn't soon forget that. And as much as he didn't want to admit it, even his political mind couldn't contort its way out of Potter's argument. Why would some dark witch from Mexico, of all places, be here unless someone else had brought her? He can't be back, he muttered to himself. He just can't be. We've had peace for 13 years. Wanting it not to be true doesn't make it so. Minister, Grayson said. Damn it all. Fudge looked up at Harry as if he were looking to a savior. Harry thought he might actually be crying. What do I do? He pleaded. What do I do? Harry wasn't about to let any notion of being an actual savior take root. I think that's for you and Madam Bones and Professor Dumbledore to work out, Minister, he said. I believe I can offer a few ideas. Cornelius, Dumbledore agreed. Oh, right. Yes, we'll need to do something. Come on, Cornelius, Albus, Bones said. We've got a lot of work to do. Of course, Amelia. I will just need another minute with young Harry here. Edward, if you don't mind. Grayson and Bones left, leading Fudge out, although Bones stopped at the door and said, "Oh, and Lord Potter, Professor Dumbledore, told me about your unique circumstances. And I admit I have to agree with his reasoning. So you have 30 days to register as an animagus or it'll be 1,000 galleon fine." Harry gulped. "Yes, ma'am." Dumbledore looked older and wearier than the Grangers had ever seen him as he turned back to them. They'd known this threat was coming for years, but it was abstract until now, something they could safely put out of mind most of the time. Now it was all too real. But for all that, Dumbledore smiled down at Harry. "Thank you for that, Harry," he said. "I admit I had feared Minister Fudge would prove completely intractable. Even I was surprised at how you were able to convince him." "Me too, Cub," Sirius agreed. "That was some old-school powerful wizard stuff there." "Just wandless summoning," he corrected. "Well, whatever it was impressive. And I think we're all gonna owe you a lot for not having to fight against Fudge, too." "No problem. Professor, I need to tell you." But Dumbledore held up a hand to cut him off. "Harry, I will tell you the same thing Madame Pomfrey told me a few hours ago. If there is anything so urgent that it cannot wait till morning, say it quickly. We will deal with the rest later." Harry opened his mouth, but hesitated. He wanted to tell them everything, all about meeting his parents in that place. He wanted to track down Luna and tell her and his family everything they'd told him. But he felt the weariness and aching washing over him again. He'd really overreached himself holding Fudge like that, and he could see Madame Pomfrey approaching with another dreamless sleep potion. It would be better, he knew, to do this in the morning, when he was well rested and could remember clearly. Just one thing, Professor," he said. "Voldemort's snake, it's another Horcrux. I thought you ought to know." "Indeed," he nodded. "Do get some rest now, Harry." "Yes, sir. I do have a lot to tell you in the morning, though, and tell Remus and Luna to come, too." "Why didn't he die?" Voldemort hissed when they reconvened in Riddle Manor. "Pantera, you said the ritual would take away his mother's protection. What happened?" "I'm working on it, Voldemort," La Pantera growled. She wasn't much happier than he was that her prey had got away from her. "The ritual worked exactly as intended. You got your body back, fireproofed, and you were able to touch Potter. It must have been something else." "Something else like what? You aren't going to say I missed, are you?" "No, I saw the curse hit, and I smelled it. Potter was dead, and then he got back up." "But how? He couldn't have a Horcrux, could he?" "Don't be ridiculous. No child like him could create a Horcrux. There's the fact that I used his blood, but that shouldn't have been able to do it on his own. If he had some other connection with you, maybe, have you sensed any strange connections with Potter before?" Voldemort thought about this, and he realized to his surprise that he had. "When I was at Hogwarts, possessing that fool Quirrell," he said, "Potter would have headaches in my presence, even when I wasn't practicing legilimency." "Headaches?" La Pantera's ears perked up. "His head hurt when you touched him tonight. Did you mean to do that?" The glowing red eyes narrowed. "No, I did not. It did not hurt me, but it still hurt him. But that does not explain why I couldn't kill him." "No, it doesn't. If the ritual had failed, it should have gone the other way. I'll need to try some more diagnostic spells." "Very well. Proceed." La Pantera waved her knife over him in various ways, casting even deeper spells than she had used to design the ritual. Spells that, so far as Voldemort could tell, assessed the condition of his magic, his body, and his soul in ways he had barely studied in the past. It all seemed to be going normally at first, but then she must have encountered something shocking because she stopped and started shouting. Siete planos da. Exfoliation. 7 cleavage planes, she said. You told me you only had 6 Horcruxes, not 7. What are you talking about, woman? I have only 6 Horcruxes. Not according to my spell. Your soul is torn in 7 places, and that means 7 Horcruxes. 8 pieces. That's incredibly unstable. I told you making that last Horcrux was a bad idea. This is exactly why I only made 1 of them. You're lucky you didn't shatter what's left of your soul and lose all sense of self. And then where would you be? Trapped in whichever fragment had the largest piece. Enough, Voldemort roared, drawing his wand on her. This is impossible. I made 5 Horcruxes before my body was destroyed. I had planned to make the 6th with Potter, but that failed. And the 6th is now Nagini. Wait, with Potter, she said. You began the ritual before you went to kill him, as an infant. Of course I did. La Pantera responded with a long string of curses in Aztec before she collected herself enough to explain. Idiota, have you studied dark magic at all? It's the intent to murder that splits the soul for the ritual. The sacrifice only powers it. When your killing curse reflected and stuck you, it provided enough power to complete the ritual and break off the soul piece, which then attached itself to Potter. What? Voldemort hissed. That's why you couldn't kill Potter, she said. He had 2 souls in him. You just destroyed your own Horcrux. A moment later, La Pantera regretted for the first time making Voldemort immune to fire, as the air temperature rose to scalding hot in seconds. Oh, she said. She apparat far away a moment before an inhuman scream ripped from Voldemort's throat, and the room was engulfed in flames. Chapter 112. When Harry awoke the second time, there was sunlight streaming in the window. He was still aching, but he felt warm and comfortable where he lay. He knew at once that he had shifted to cat form again, because he felt large fingers gently scratching him behind his ears. He looked up and saw his mum sitting beside him with dark circles around her eyes. She hadn't slept. "Good morning, Harry," she said softly. "How are you feeling?" He rolled over and shifted to human, and he was pleased to find he could sit up under his own power. "Better," he said. Physically, at least. Once it fully sunk in, he thought he might be spending a lot of time in cat form to cope. "We're sorry, Harry. You shouldn't have to go through this. Especially not after everything else that's happened. I still almost can't believe it. And we were the ones who were supposed to protect you." "You did all you could, Mum," he assured her. "We all did. We just have to learn from it and keep going, I guess." She hugged him. "You're growing up so fast, Harry. Too fast. You should be able to stay a kid at your age." "I'll be okay, Mum," he said, hoping it was true. "I'll be okay. I just need time." Now that he was awake, within a few minutes, his family was assembled in the infirmary, his adoptive parents, Hermione, Sirius, and Remus, plus Dumbledore. "I asked Miss Lovegood to wait a little while," Dumbledore told him. "Remember that she does not know occlumency, so if you have anything to say that she ought not to know—" "Right," he said, making a mental note that Luna should probably learn a clemency if they were going to stay together. He took a deep breath. Might as well get this out of the way first. You knew I was a Horcrux, Professor. What? The Grangers shouted. They stared at him in horror. Then, they turned to Dumbledore, who looked shocked. Harry, what are you saying? Emma stuttered, but Dumbledore, despite the glares being directed at him, was more pragmatic. Harry, are you saying it's gone? Yes, sir, it's gone. To their surprise, Dumbledore broke into a wide smile. You have no idea how relieved I am to hear that, he said. That is the best news I've heard in nearly a year. Dumbledore, what is this about? Dan said. Harry explained. When Voldemort hit me with the killing curse, I woke up in Limbo, I guess, someplace, in between. I thought I was dead, but I wasn't quite. But when I was there, I met my parents. I met James and Lily. James and Lily? Sirius whispered. You saw them? Yeah, I did. Time didn't work the same way there, so we talked for a while. But there was something else there, some kind of creature. Mum and Dad told me it was a Horcrux. When Voldemort tried to kill me when I was a baby, a piece of his soul broke off and attached to me. But they told me it's gone. Now, they weren't exactly sure why, but when he hit me last night, the killing curse killed it instead of me. The connection I had with him, why I could speak Parseltongue and got visions from him. It was the Horcrux. And it's gone now. Dan asked again, just to be sure. Harry nodded. Dan then wheeled on Dumbledore. And you knew, he demanded. Dumbledore nodded sadly. Please understand, Mr. Granger. I did not know for certain until a little over a year ago, and since then, I have been searching for a way to remove the Horcrux from Harry safely. Normally, the only way to destroy a Horcrux is to destroy the vessel. You see, I wanted to find an alternative before I told you. I did not want to lay that burden on you, Harry, after everything else that has been foisted upon you. And I did search. I searched through all the ancient lore I could find. I asked Professor Grayson to see if he could do anything. He knows Aboriginal healing chants, over 10,000 years old, but none were suitable. I contacted cursebreakers in Egypt, magical Kabbalists in Israel, Siberian shamans expert in astral projection. Even the small Jain magical community in India with its strong commitment to nonviolence. None of them were able to provide a method to remove the Horcrux safely. I hope you will forgive me this, Harry. I merely wanted to spare you the pain until I was certain it could not be avoided. You did all that. Harry said, Wow, Mum said you were looking, but I had no idea. Thank you for going to such lengths for me, Professor. I'm not sure I agree with what you did, but she told me you were doing it for me. I forgive you, sir. Dan and Emma stared at Harry in surprise. It was a big shock to them to hear their son speak about his birth mother like that, the mother he'd apparently, impossibly, met last night. It was nearly as shocking to hear him forgive Dumbledore so easily, although it seemed that the old wizard really had gone to extraordinary lengths to help him. Dan next turned on Sirius and Remus, though. Did you know about this? He demanded. We suspected. Sirius admitted. But Albus never told us for sure, and we didn't want to tell you until we were sure. We would have told you right away if we knew. But we thought it was better not to while we were uncertain. Well, I guess that's not so bad, he admitted. At least we don't have to worry about it anymore, Harry said. I guess it's good we got that Parseltongue dictionary done. And Mione? His sister rolled her eyes and ruffled his hair. I think I've been a bad influence on you, Harry. Nah, that was all Lily, Sirius countered. So what else did you talk about with your parents? It better not be all been this dark stuff. Harry grinned. I found out Mum's as big a doctor who fan as I am. The Grangers laughed loudly. Oh, Harry, that's wonderful. Hermione said, It's so nice that you have something in common. Yeah, I know. And they told me how proud they are of me and everything, of course. And they said, he hesitated to say it. They said that I had a choice, that I could go on with them if I wanted, but they said I shouldn't give up everything I had here for them. He was cut off as he was mobbed by hugs from Hermione and Sirius, quickly followed by the rest of his family. So, yeah, we had a nice, long talk, and they said they knew all along that I would want to come back in the end. He said, but the main thing was they gave me messages they wanted me to bring back with me. And could we get Luna in here now, Professor? Of course, Harry. He motioned to Madame Pomfrey, who let out a put-upon sigh, and let Luna in from where she clearly waiting out in the corridor. She rushed to Harry's bedside. She didn't quite run, but she did look more hurried than Harry could remember seeing her, and more worried. He gave her an encouraging smile, and she bent down to kiss him, whilst running both her hands through his hair. Sirius waited till the count of 5 before he gave a wolf whistle, and they broke apart, blushing. It's very good to see you awake again, Harry, Luna said. She crouched down so that they were eye to eye. I was here for a little while before curfew last night, but Madame Pomfrey said I shouldn't wake you. I was worried about you, though, when I saw you were injured in the task, and that Cedric was dead. Her calm facade cracked a little bit, which Harry knew for her meant she was in rather a lot of distress. He pulled her closer so he could hug her to him. I'll be all right, he said. Eventually, I got cursed pretty badly. I know that wasn't your only trouble, Harry, she said. You even showed everyone your animagus form. That was brave of you. It might cause you some trouble, but I think it will be nice that you don't have to hide it. Don't you? Luna gave him a slow blink at that, as she had always done, but this time she smiled, and he knew she was doing it purposefully. Harry grinned back and leaned into her a little more. She had wound up sitting on the edge of the bed from the hug, and she laid an arm across his back and reached up to scratch him behind the ears. Hermione giggled at them, but he let her continue and soon began humming to himself softly. Luna giggled, too. Are you purring, Harry? She said. Oh, Harry's done that for years, Luna, Hermione said. It's just that people don't often notice. It's natural to me, he said. I'm surprised no one's ever caught Professor McGonagall doing it. Actually, we did once. Sirius spoke up. Really? I remember that. Remus said. That night ended with our largest single-point loss that wasn't Snape-related. Harry stared at them and shook his head. Dumbledore could tell the Grangers were getting anxious, so he took control of the situation. Harry was just telling us what happened last night, Miss Lovegood, and he thought you should hear it too. That's very kind of you, Harry, she said. Well, I had to tell you, and you deserve to know. He quickly gave her an abridged version of the story he had told the ministry officials last night. He left out the Horcruxes and the details of the ritual. He didn't know how Luna would react to La Pantera killing a unicorn, and he wasn't keen to find out. Even as stoic as she was, he could feel her squeezing his hand anxiously at several points, and she hugged him tightly when he mentioned being hit with the Cruciatus curse. I guess he didn't read the fine print on the ritual, though, because between what it did and the connection I had with him, the killing curse didn't actually kill me. It broke the connection instead. She nodded solemnly. But it nearly did, didn't it? You went elsewhere, didn't you? Harry wasn't at all surprised that Luna worked that out. Yeah, I woke up someplace in between, and I saw my parents there. He tried to handle it delicately, knowing how Luna had lost her own mother, but she seemed delighted. You're very fortunate. It's extremely rare to be able to speak to your loved ones on the other side before you pass on. You talked to them for a while, didn't you? Of course I did. They told me what was going on, or what they thought was going on, and how proud they were of me. They've been watching over me. Of course, I knew that, but I didn't really know it. I mean, my dad quoted The Princess Bride. He laughed a little. The wizards were confused by that, but the Grangers' jaws dropped. None of them could quite decide what to say to that until Hermione burst out. Inconceivable! Harry, Dan, and Emma laughed, which only caused further confusion. It's a Muggle film, Harry told the others. It's really good. We'll have to show you sometime. It's exactly the kind of film Dad would like. And I guess I have Mum's taste in television. So anyway, Luna, they said I had a choice to go with them. But they also told me I should come back, that I had too much here to give up. Luna blushed and kissed him on the cheek. I'm glad you did, Harry, she said. Me too. But they told me some things to tell you. All of you. Everyone in the room was waiting breathlessly. Not knowing what else to do, Harry dived right in and repeated the message James and Lily had given him for Dan, Emma, and Hermione. Unsurprisingly, that led to a lot of tears of joy and hugs and incoherent thanks, which was only compounded when he repeated his parents' message to Sirius and Remus. Just like those two, Sirius said. Lily always saw the best in people, and James refused to ever let you feel sorry for yourself. We could tell, Emma said. Even before we met you two, we could tell from Harry. He's so much like them. We've always tried to be a family for him who could live up to them, but we never thought we'd be able to hear them say it. You've been given a great gift, Dumbledore said. Even he looked misty-eyed. I could tell easily from your care and dedication over the years that James and Lily would have approved of all of you as Harry's family. But of course, it will mean much more to hear it directly. It took some time after this for them to settle down and collect themselves enough for Luna to get back to Harry. She had patiently waited off to the side, knowing this was a moment for family. I'm surprised you included me in this, Harry, she said. It seems very private, although it's very nice that you did. Harry wondered a bit about that. He never would have included Cho in a moment like this, but Luna seemed to understand the situation perfectly. Or maybe it was that she understood him. Well, I asked you here partly because they had a message for you, too. He had told her that already, but Luna's eyes were still wide, and she blushed a little when Sirius smirked and said, Oh, and what did Mr. and Mrs. Potter have to say about their little boy's girlfriend? They like her, Harry said smugly, although he knew Sirius wouldn't have a problem with that. He turned back to said girlfriend and continued, They really like you, Luna. Dad said you're loyal, smart, and funny in a good way, and they hope you'll stand by me. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, but he set it aside. Oh, and Dad thinks you should dye your hair red, but I think it looks better the way it is, he added. Sirius barked with laughter. Potter men know what they like, and Remus rolled his eyes. As we learnt in excruciating detail for 6.5 years. Yes. He would have said that about any girl you dated. You know. Luna giggled at their antics. Perhaps I'll try it anyway. It could be an interesting change. Harry smiled weakly. He had a sudden desire to talk to her privately, as much as he wanted to be with his family right now. Emma seemed to recognize his discomfort because she elbowed Dan and made to get up. "We'll give you two a little time alone," she said. "Luna, the train leaves in an hour. Harry, Hermione will be flying home, so Harry has more time to recover. Besides, everyone would mob you if they saw you now," Hermione said. "You know how Hogwarts is. They mobbed me, and I wasn't even there with you. Professor Dumbledore announced you were recovering at breakfast. And that's it." "All right. Thanks, guys," Harry said. "Can you ask the Diggories and Cho to come by before they leave? I need to talk to them, too." "Of course," Dan said. "They should still be here." "Great. Oh, and Professor, Mum and Dad had a message for you, too." "Yes, Harry." Dumbledore said. "Dad said there was secret room on the 7th floor across from the tapestry of the dancing trolls. I was wondering if you knew about it." "How interesting." "I did, indeed, find a room full of chamber pots in that very corridor a few days ago, but it was gone when I returned to the spot." Despite James's assurances, Harry was a little surprised to find out the room was real. "Wow, air. He said you have to walk past it 3 times to open it. And it can turn into different rooms, too." "I shall have to look into it." Then, "And what was the message from your mother?" "Air, could you come a little closer, Professor?" Dumbledore was puzzled, but he supposed perhaps it was meant to be his ears only, so he stepped beside the bed and turned his ear to Harry. Whack! He smacked Dumbledore in back of his head, so hard that his hat fell off. His family looked scandalized, though it quickly turned to snickers for Sirius and Remus. Dumbledore summoned his hat back, wandlessly, and put it on his head. "Yes, well, I suppose I deserved that," he said. "Good day, Harry. I do hope you will soon feel better." The rest of them left, leaving Harry alone with Luna and Madame Pomfrey hovering in the back. This was the awkward part, he thought as he gazed into her eyes. She would stand by him if he asked, easily, but now that the threat was real, no, he wasn't going to dump her to try to protect her, but he couldn't in good conscience let her stay with him without giving her an out. "Voldemort's going to be after me even more now, you know," he said. "I know," Luna said with fire in her eyes. "But I suspect he'll be after me too before long. The Quibbler was very vocal against him in the last war, and we will be again if I have anything to say about it." Harry felt a warm feeling in his chest that threat to overflow and bring tears to his eyes. He couldn't believe even after knowing her for so long that she had that in her. Or maybe he could. He'd learnt to expect the unexpected with Luna. He smiled and kissed her softly. "Whatever I did to deserve you," he whispered, "it couldn't have been enough." The meeting with Mr. and Mrs. Diggory and Cho was the most difficult part of the morning, almost more painful than the lingering aches from the Cruciatus curse. Mr. Diggory and Cho were both beside themselves with tears the whole time, and while Mrs. Diggory was more collected, her eyes were red enough that Harry was sure she'd cried herself to exhaustion last night. Even so, when he explained to them what had happened in the maze, they didn't blame him. He'd given Cedric as much warning as he reasonably could, and Cedric had chosen to face the danger, and that for Harry's sake. It was hard not to feel guilty about that, but they didn't blame him. He did it for a good cause, then. It was always in his nature to stand up to protect others. Mrs. Diggory said, no doubt remembering how Cedric had fought Greyback last year. And just when he'd won the tournament. He must have been happy. Ambassador Grayson said he would have suffered little from the knife. As awful as it looked, we've set the funeral for Tuesday. Harry. The cemetery in Ottery St. Catchpole. Yes, he'll be buried with full honors of state. Mr. Diggory managed to get out. Fudge is arranging it and providing an aura guard. Probably to save face, Harry thought, but he nodded. We hope you'll come, Mrs. Diggory said. The Creevies and the Robbinses are coming. Professors Dumbledore and Lupin. Most of the people who were involved with the tournament. Even that nice little MacDonald girl who was with Demelza offered to play the violin for it. You should accept, Harry said. She's very good. If you say so, we believe you. The other of issue was the gold. The 1,000 galleons for winning the tournament would have been split between them, but Harry had never wanted it, and while Cedric may have had other plans for it, they quickly agreed that it should go to the COR Humanum Formation, which had supported Cedric and the other werewolves over the past year, and was continuing to do good work under Sirius's and Remus's management. It was what Harry would have done anyway, so that suited him fine. There was one other thing, Harry said. Something I'd prefer you'd keep private. You can ask Professor Dumbledore if you want to know more, but in the graveyard, Voldemort hit me with the killing curse. All three of them gasped, and Cho stuttered. YYU and Mean US survived again? Yes, we don't want it widely known because it was a weird fluke involving the ritual, and it probably won't work again. I'm certainly not going to try it. But anyway, instead of dying like I should have, I wound up someplace in between, and I saw Cedric there. Why you saw him? Mrs. Diggory whispered. As he was passing through, yes. He just wanted me to tell you that he loves you. And Cho, he said he wishes you could have had more time together. Cho sobbed and wrapped her arms tight around Harry. He was glad Luna wasn't there to see it. He awkwardly patted her on the head. It's not fair. She cried. No, it's not, Harry agreed. He did care for you, though, and I know you really liked him, too. It's awful what happened, but he'll be all right where he is now. My parents were with him, and they'll see to it he's all right. He couldn't imagine what she was going through. He'd never lost anyone really close to him besides his parents when he was too young to remember. He thought he'd lost Hermione a couple of times, and that had been bad enough. He could tell it was a struggle for her just to be here. I still can't believe that foreign, it wasn't even you-know-who, it wasn't even one of his. She was just some which he brought in. Harry nodded. From Mexico, I guess. But Grayson said she's as bad as Voldemort himself. Cho flinched. I just keep seeing him lying there with the knife, and... Suddenly, Cho gasped and thrust herself away from Harry. To his horror, she went rigid, her eyes glazed over, and for a moment, Harry thought she'd gone into shock from anguish, but then her voice came out with a strange, harsh sound. The Weird Sisters will be reunited before the summer dies. The Dark Lord regathers his forces, more terrible than ever before. The one who thrice defied him stands before a high mountain to oppose him. But before the leaves begin to turn, the Weird Sisters will gather together once more in his aid, and he will call new allies to his side, for Mars will reign over Europe. The Weird Sisters will unite before summer dies." She stopped, and Harry and the Diggories stared at her in shock. "Wow, what happened?" she said, looking between them in confusion. "Did someone say something?" "Well," Harry said, "that changes things." Harry knew enough to tell Mr. and Mrs. Diggory to take Cho straight to Dumbledore, but for himself, Madame Pomfrey didn't let him out until after lunch. His parents returned and asked if he was ready to leave, but he said he had one last thing to do first, so he wandered through the castle until he came to the dungeons, and more specifically to Snape's office. "Excuse me, Professor Snape," he called. He found Snape organizing his potions for the end of the year. The man spared him an annoyed glance. "Yes, Potter," he said. "Have you not seen fit to return home rather than continue to subject us to your presence?" Harry suppressed his annoyance and said, "I needed to talk to you before I left, sir." Snape raised an eyebrow. "And, did Professor Dumbledore tell you what we discussed this morning?" "You may rest assured that the headmaster is not in the habit of divulging his personal conversations with his students, even yours, Potter. He did mention that a Horcrux within you was destroyed and that he was very relieved by this development, but he did not give details." "Oh, well, you see, when it happened, sir, I wound up in Limbo, I guess, and I saw my parents there." Snape suddenly went very still in what Harry realized after the fact was probably a reflex to keep from dropping his potions. He carefully set down the files he was organizing and turned his full attention on Harry. "You saw Lily?" he said softly, his expression inscrutable. "Yes, Professor. And James, but I knew you had been friends once. She said she had a message for the Half-Blood Prince." Snape was reportedly a great occlumens, but even he betrayed his shock slightly with a sharp intake of breath and a widening of his eyes, and it took a visible effort to speak without stuttering, all of which Harry picked up on with interest. "That is correct, Potter," he said without elaborating. "Good. She wanted me to tell you that she knows there's still good in you, and she's sorry she didn't see that before, but she also said you need to quit living in the past because spending your life feeling sorry for yourself doesn't become you." That was apparently too much for him. He turned away and leaned over his workbench. Harry thought he could see a slight trembling in his shoulders, but he might have imagined it. This was getting way too private for him. "If that'll be all, sir," he said, and he turned to leave. "Wait," Snape stopped him. It took him a couple of deep breaths to work up the strength to say, "A moment, Potter," and several more to calm himself enough to face him again. Harry couldn't imagine what this was about, but Snape finally said, "There is something you need to see. This must not leave this room, and it especially must not reach the ears of anyone who does not know occlumency." Harry nodded. Snape drew his wand, and Harry tensed up, ready to draw his own. Had his mum miscalculated somehow? He tensed even more when Snape closed the door and locked it with a flick of his wand, but then he said, "Expecto Patronum." A silver shape flowed out of his wand like water, but where Harry had expected a snake or a bat or something similar, he was stunned when it formed itself into the shape of a doe. Harry had never cast the Patronus charm himself. Maybe he should learn it, he thought, but he had seen Remus do it, and he knew the doe was his mother's Patronus. "Thank you for bringing that message to me, Harry," Snape said. "It means more to me than I can safely tell you. I know we have not generally been on good terms, especially this year. I find your antics tiring, and it is not a secret that I strongly dislike certain of your extended family. However, I want you to know where I stand, for I believe you will need to know. This war may take some very dark turns, and it is more than likely that I will be involved. Therefore, I want you to know that no matter what seems to happen, no matter what you may see or hear about me, I am on your side. The silver dough vanished, but the import of it remained. It wasn't that it was impossible to lie whilst casting the Patronus charm. It wasn't even that it was impossible for a dark or wicked witch or wizard to cast it. It was a complicated spell, Remus had explained. The truly irredeemably evil were unable to cast it, with records of their wands producing unpredictable and dangerous backfire effects if they tried to force it. But there were also records of wizards who did very bad things and were still able to cast a Patronus because they genuinely believed they were working towards the greater good. The important thing, Remus had said, was that it was impossible to speak maliciously whilst casting it, by one's own estimation, of course. If Snape said he was on Harry's side and used his first name, no less, then he truly meant it for Harry's benefit. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, and he left silently. After seeing that, he didn't have the heart to tell him to get a girlfriend and run for it like he'd originally planned. "Well, here we are," Dan said as they pulled the car up. "Are you sure you want to do this, Harry?" "Yes, Dad. I have to. You don't think there will be any trouble?" Hermione checked. "No, Uncle Vernon was always the violent one, and we can do enough magic wandlessly to handle anything she tries. Let's go." The Grangers climbed out of their car and walked up to the apartment door in Cokeworth. With magic on their side, pulling some strings to find out where Petunia Evans, Harry was surprised that her surname had changed in the interim, had gone was alarmingly easy. Her parents' house had been sold long ago, but she was living in a cheap apartment in the town where she'd grown up. Harry wondered if Dumbledore could do the same thing for her that he had for them to make her magically untraceable while still being reachable in the Muggle world. She might need it. Harry knocked on the door. A minute later, it opened a short way, then swung wider as Petunia jumped backwards with a gasp of horror and clutched her chest. "You," she moaned. No, it can't be. Why, you're dead." "Dead? What?" "Oh." Harry realized what she meant. Eyes, Aunt Petunia. He pointed at his glasses for emphasis. Petunia cautiously leaned forward and examined him closely. When she saw the bright green, her own eyes nearly popped out of her head. "H. Harry," she whispered. "Yes, it's me. May we come in?" Her face hardened. Not angry, really, but determined. Harry could tell she still didn't want anything to do with him, or magic in general. "I would have thought you never wanted to see me again," she said. "Honestly, I didn't," he started. "Then don't bother." She started to close the door. "My mum said you could have done better than Vernon," he said quickly. Petunia stopped and slowly opened the door again. "What did you say?" she said shakily. "My mum," he said. "I saw her. I met her." He realized that might not be the best thing to say to her, so he added, "And no, that's not something you can normally do with magic, but I got whammied by an improvised dark ritual, and it just sort of happened." His aunt slumped and said, "Come in, then." Now that Harry got a good look at her, he saw that Petunia was not looking well. Her 9 years in prison had aged her at least twice that much, and though she wasn't yet 40, she looked a good deal older. Always thin and bony, she now appeared unhealthy and world-weary, and she no longer had that sharp, gossipy gleam in her eye. There was no place to seat 5 in the apartment, neither the living room nor at the kitchen table. The Dursleys wouldn't have been caught dead in that situation when Harry was living with them, but he could guess she wasn't entertaining guests frequently these days. She pulled 2 chairs from the kitchen table into the living room in a highly undignified fashion. "They told me you were adopted," she said, motioning to the Grangers. "Are these—" "Yes, these are my adoptive parents, Daniel and Emma Granger," Harry said. "They're dentists. And this is my sister, Hermione." Petunia shook their hands while she raised an eyebrow at Harry. He guessed her question and added, "Hermione's like Mum was. She's a Muggle-born witch." To his surprise, his aunt didn't flinch at the word, and to his much greater surprise, she told Hermione, "You're very lucky then. Please have a seat." They sat down and stared uncomfortably at one another. Petunia couldn't seem to bring herself to ask any questions, and none the Grangers had much to say. It was hard to believe this was the same woman who had locked a much younger Harry in a cupboard. Finally, Harry cleared his throat and repeated his abridged version of the story of what happened to him in the graveyard, and afterwards. His aunt paled so much when he said Voldemort was back that he thought she might faint. "I don't think he'll bother coming after you," he tried to assure her. "Not after all these years. But I thought you should know, just in case. I'll ask Professor Dumbledore if there's anything he can do to protect you, but it's probably best if you don't draw too much attention to yourself." "Won't be too much trouble," she muttered to herself. "But how did you meet Lily?" He told her, and he was surprised once again that his answer elicited a brief look of wide-eyed wonder. "She asked me to tell you that she never stopped wanting her sister back, and that it's not too late for you to be a better person." Petunia broke down in tears at this point. The Grangers watched uncomfortably as she sobbed into a tissue. None of them were keen to reach out to her, but they couldn't really do anything else. Eventually, though, her tears slowed, and she started to speak again. They made me take counseling in the prison," she said as she dried her eyes. "They said I was irrational because I blamed you for everything." "Huh," she laughed bitterly. "But I did. And they made me go back and look at my life. And they made me realize that I was jealous of Lily. And of course, I was. I even wrote to Dumbledore and begged him to let me come to Hogwarts. And when he said no, I convinced myself that they were all freaks and Lily was a freak, and I never wanted to go anyway. Oh, I couldn't tell the counselors about magic. I considered saying it and getting myself transferred to a mental hospital, but I figured your kind would find out eventually. But I told them Lily got to go to a school for the gifted, and I didn't. And, yes, I was jealous. It took a while, but I understood how much I'd shut her out myself, and how badly I was raising both you and my own son. And they also showed me how, even though I was wrong, Vernon was making me worse. That was when I got the divorce. The last time I saw him, he still only regretted beating you, not any of the rest of it. Harry was amazed. His mum had told him she had been watching over her sister, but he hadn't imagined she'd seen a transformation like this. His aunt was almost a different woman. "Well, I'm glad you got the help you needed," he said. They all sat silently for several minutes, no one having anything to say. Finally, he asked, "How's Dudley?" Petunia smiled. "Dudley's fine," she said. "He's taken up boxing. He's very good at it. I worry about his turning out like his father, Vernon was a boxer, too, in his day, but Marge seems to have whipped him into shape. Harry flinched a bit. Not literally. I mean, she's actually come around some, if you can believe it. Harry couldn't. I was worried about Dudley growing up without his mummy. And Marge blamed me for everything for a long time. But I think after the divorce, she lost that excuse for how awful her brother was. I'd think he might have had time added for fighting in prison by now. Anyway, she's been civil with me since I got out, and she's let me visit. And she insists that Dudley hasn't received any cautions for bullying in years, so I'm still hopeful he'll turn out better than we did. Well, I hope he does too. They sat a while longer and exchanged a few very forced pleasantries. Petunia made a few token inquiries about the Grangers' lives, but she pointedly did not any questions about magic or Hogwarts or Harry's and Hermione's education or accomplishments. Her guests soon excused themselves anyway, and she seemed happy to see them go. Although, just as they left, her "Thank you for coming, Harry" sounded reasonably sincere. The funeral of Cedric Diggory was held in the evening of the 27th of June on the green fields by the cemetery in Ottery St. Catchpole. The sky was clear, and a warm summer breeze was blowing in from the ocean, giving the whole village a calm and peaceful feel to it. It was well attended by the standards of the small wizarding world. The other 3 wizarding families in the village, the Weasleys, the Lovegoods, and the Fawcett's, were of course in attendance. Luna stood by Harry, holding his hand, with his entire family there as well. The Creeveys and the Robbinses paid their respects, as did the families of Gabriel Truman and Ellen Towler, the now-graduated prefects, who were also bitten in Greyback's attack. A few friends of friends, including Neville Longbottom and Natalie MacDonald, also came in solidarity. Then there were the ministry officials, Dumbledore, Fudge Grayson, the real David Monroe, looking very awkward about the whole thing, and with a healer by his side, Catriona McCormick, Ludo Bagman, and a full complement of Aurors. And finally, besides a few family friends, there were Cedric's and Harry's fellow champions, Fleur Delacour and Victor Crumb, who were determined to give Cedric a champion's send-off. Madame Maxime was also there, though not Karkaroff, who had fled as soon as Harry shouted Voldemort's return. "It is terrible to see tournament end like this," Victor told Harry. "And more terrible to see good friendship end like this." "We can still write each other," Harry told him. "All 3 of us," he added to Fleur. "I have a feeling we're going to need all the friends we can get very soon. Devi cannot allow dark wizards to stop our friendship," he agreed. "And you have made good start on that." "I hope so." "You have, Harry. You did good work to bring schools together when we expected only competition. And your game, Ricochet, is, how do you say, idea whose time has come. I will be sure to introduce it in Bulgaria. And we will in France," Fleur agreed. Harry smiled weakly. "At least some good came of it," he agreed. "But it's not my game. It's Cedric's. He and Cho played the first match. It should be their legacy." That is good thought. Keep flying, Harry Potter. I look forward to rematch someday." Harry shook Victor's hand. "So do I, Victor Crumb. I'm sorry I won't be able to face you in 98. I'm sure you understand. If there's a war coming, it'll need my undivided attention. But God willing, I'll be available in 2002. He nodded and continued. If it had been fair tournament, Cedric would have won, you in second and Fleur in third. You all had better strategy than I did even before I attacked all of you." "No, Victor," Harry corrected. If it had been a fair tournament, it would have been Cedric in first, Fleur in second, you in third, and me sitting happily on the sidelines. Perhaps. Victor's family had already gone back to Bulgaria, but Fleur's had come with her, and Monsieur Delacour spoke up now. We do not blame you for what you did, Monsieur Crumb. EETEES, a tragedy on all accounts. Lord Potter, we want you to know that you have our support, such as ETES. Our influence in France is not great, but we will be seeking to increase it to aid Britain. I have friends in the French ministry. Thank you, Monsieur Delacour, Harry said. We really appreciate that. Fixed or not, your performance in the tournament was very good. Harry, Fleur spoke up. You showed skill and power even I had not expected, and not just by being an animagus. Harry shrugged awkwardly. It had nothing to do with the tournament. That happens when you grow up with a psychopath after your head. And I never would have made it through the tasks if I weren't an animagus and a parcel mouth. Perhaps, she said cryptically. Harry, Gabrielle whispered by her sister's side. Harry bent down closer to her. That must have been very scary. E.T. was very brave of you to bring Cedric back to his parents, she said, and she stood on her toes and kissed him on the cheek. Harry blushed bright red. He hadn't really had much choice in the matter. Gabrielle then crossed her arms and looked Luna up and down critically, which looked rather silly coming from an 8-year-old. Finally, she pointed at Harry and said, You take good care of him. Don't worry, Gabrielle. I will, Luna replied. Feeling rather confused, Harry escorted Luna and his own family to their seats. However, before he could sit down, there was a commotion at the back of the seating area as people began turning around, shouting, and pointing at a lone figure coming over the hill. The Aurors all drew their wands, and Harry immediately tensed. The man was filthy, dressed in rags. His teeth, they could see, were pointed, his eyes were yellow, and he was unnaturally hairy all over. But no one moved yet, as he was waving a white cloth back and forth above his head. Merlin's beard, that's Samuel Lateran, Remus said softly. Who? Hermione asked. Feral werewolf. He's the alpha, or they think he's the alpha, of what's left of Greyback's pack. Not sure if he's wanted for anything, but for him to be here, I should talk to him. Remus broke from the ranks and approached the feral man. Lupin, he said hoarsely. Lateran, Remus greeted him. I'm surprised to see you showing yourself in public, especially in front of Aurors. Why so surprised, Lupin? We heard rumors of a werewolf being buried with full ministry honors. We had to check it out, see if it was true, pay our respects. If the Aurors want to haul me in, I won't stop them, but my pack would appreciate it if you respected the truce. He held up the white cloth again. The rumor's true, Remus confirmed. Diggory's getting full honors. I can't promise anything about the Aurors. It's worth it to hear this news. Diggory's done more for our cause than Greyback did in his entire life. Pity he had to die for it. Of course, you're no slacker in that department, either. And I can't believe I'm actually saying that about a domestic. But even I can admit the COR Humanum Foundation is doing some good. You're a pet, maybe, but not slacker. He laughed hoarsely. Remus scowled. Didn't feral wolves at least remember basic etiquette? I'll go talk to them, he said. He marched over the nearest Auror and, after a conversation that seemed quite heated, Lateran was allowed to attend the funeral in peace, albeit with one Auror guarding him on either side. The officiant was a little old wizard in plain black priest's robes. Harry had never seen a wizard priest before, but it stood to reason there must be at least a few. He didn't know if this was the priest at the Diggory's church, or if they even went to church, or maybe the only all-wizard churches were in Hogsmeade, but it didn't matter much. He gave a speech that was generic and mercifully short before he called up the mourners to speak. Fudge was first, since he had an official function, though it was one that most of the audience didn't know about. "Believe it or not, I don't intend to keep you long," he said to a bit of laughter. "This is a day for friends and family. I do want to read an announcement that the Wizengamot approved this morning. Cedric Diggory distinguished himself magically and in other skills in the Tetrawizzard tournament, achieving the position of first place. Upon reaching the end of the third task, he was informed of a credible threat of danger in taking the Tetrawizzard Cup by his fellow champion and friend, Lord Harry Potter. Upon hearing of this threat and being given the choice either to avoid it or to disregard the warning and claim sole victory, he instead resolved to stand beside Lord Potter and face the unknown danger together. In doing so, he was attacked and murdered by a servant of the Dark Lord, he who must not be named. Well, it was too much to expect him to use Voldemort's name. For this selfless and courageous act in defense of a friend and ally, the Wizengamot is pleased to award Cedric Diggory with the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Fudge stepped up to the casket and pinned the Bronze Order of Merlin medal to Cedric's robes. This was in large part a political act, an act of defiance against Voldemort, though few would say so out loud. Instead of sitting down, he returned to the lectern and said, "At this time, I would like to invite Lord Potter, if he wishes, to come forward and say a few words." Harry had expected one of Cedric's parents to speak next, but he supposed it wasn't unreasonable, since he was named in the citation, so he stepped forward and looked out uncomfortably at the audience. Checking the cue cards he had prepared for his speech, he said, "I didn't know Cedric very well before Greyback's attack last year. He was a Quidditch rival, and I thought he was a fair flyer. But honestly, I didn't think he was extraordinary. After the attack, I learned a lot more. I learned he was amazingly principled, really smart, and a brilliant duelist. I wanted to support him because of the attack, but as I got to know him better, I was proud to call him my friend and the true Hogwarts champion. I want everyone to know today that I didn't deserve that Tetrawizzard Cup any more than the man in the moon. I wasn't supposed to be in it. I didn't want to be in it. Cedric won that tournament by his own power and wits, despite Voldemort fixing it in my favor. He deserved better than to have to share that honor. And he so much more deserved better than to be murdered just because he was in the way. I had a lot to thank him for because of what he did for his fellow werewolves, for helping us design Ricochet, for supporting me all the way through the tournament when the spotlight should have been on him, and for standing by me at the end. Cedric was brave, he was loyal, and he never hesitated to stand up for what he believed in. And I thank Minister Fudge and the Wizengamot for giving him the recognition he deserves." He sat down. Then, and others stood to speak, though they started to blur together after a while. Mr. and Mrs. Diggory told about how much they loved Cedric and how proud they were of him. Dumbledore spoke about the choice between doing what is right and what is easy. Cho said she would treasure his memory forever. Demelza went up and talked about how much she looked up to Cedric for helping make a better life for werewolves. Samuel Lateran did not speak, but Harry could guess he shared the sentiment. Finally, all the speakers were done, and it was time for the burial. The officiant called forward 4 pallbearers, but not the 4 whom most people expected. While Cedric's parents came forward to stand by the casket, the pallbearers were Dumbledore, Grayson, Harry, and Hermione. This had come from an offhand remark Harry had made, that it didn't seem quite proper to bury Cedric by magic, that it seemed too easy, that to really pay tribute to his memory, they ought to do the hard work of digging his grave by hand. Remus had said that this was an opinion of some wizards, but most felt it was an unfitting tribute to a wizard not to use magic. Sirius, however, with his rejection of pure-blood culture, was intrigued by the notion, and he spoke to the Diggories about it. They thought it was a nice thought despite holding to the opposing view, and after some discussion, it was decided that it would be a pure tribute and more universal in symbolism if the burial was done without wands. It was also fitting because Cedric had learnt a fair bit of wandless magic himself from Grayson's lessons. However, there were only 4 wandless magic users on hand who were strong enough to help with the task. Dumbledore and Grayson each could have done it on his own easily, but they called up all 4 to make it close to a complete half-dozen. Dumbledore closed the casket with a wave of his hand, and Harry and Hermione took their places at Cedric's feet, and the 4 of them carefully lifted the casket into the air. Natalie MacDonald, who had played the processional at the beginning of the service, now took up her violin again and began playing a slow, mournful rendition of Abide With Me, and the pallbearers levitated the casket towards a large headstone that read, Cedric Wilfrid Diggory, October 1st, 1977 to June 24th, 1995. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above. Most of those eyes that had run dry moistened again as they lowered the casket into the ground. Demelza, no longer able to cry on her friend's shoulder, clung to her mother. Colin and Ginny looked like they were each keeping each other from falling over. Cho collapsed by the graveside and had to be helped up by Mrs. Diggory. Natalie kept playing, but tears were streaming down her face. Samuel Lateran actually knelt before the grave. When the casket was at the bottom of the grave, the pallbearers, though mostly Dumbledore and Grayson, began to move the mound of dirt that had been placed a tasteful distance away and disillusioned during the service to fill in the grave. It was more difficult than most of the wandless magic Harry and Hermione had tried. The best way they could find to focus on it was to move their hands as if they were trying to paddle through molasses to push small mounds into the grave. It wasn't as fast as using wands, but with the professor's help, they filled it in a few minutes. When they were done, Dumbledore waved his hand and cleaned up all the stray dirt while Grayson chanted a spell that caused grass to grow over the fresh plot and red poppies to grow around the gravestone. Natalie took up the strain again for the recessional, and the mourners departed in silence. They were finished for the day. There was nothing more to be done. Today, they buried their dead and mourned their loss. Tomorrow, their work would begin. And that's it, Grimoire Guardians. You've reached the end of the Accidental Animagus by White Squirrel. What a journey it's been of resilience, transformation, and the magic of found family. Thank you for walking this path with us. Did you know that White Squirrel originally intended this to be a short story, or that the story contains over 750,000 words, making it longer than the entire original Harry Potter series combined? There's even a spiritual sequel in progress, The Accidental Animagus, that continues the legacy of this universe. We'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. What part of this story hit you the hardest? Which character's arc did you love most? And would you want to see more long-form fanfics brought to life like this one? If this journey meant something to you, consider joining the Grimoire Guardians by subscribing. Like the video, share it with fellow fanfic lovers, and tap the bell so you'll never miss a new audiobook premiere. We have so many worlds left to explore, and you belong in this magical community. Because in the end, the greatest transformations don't happen with a spell, but with love, loyalty, and the courage to rewrite your story.